definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it.
Hello, everyone. I'm joined by Supreme of MOUZ, who, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about you, Supreme. You've been dodging interviews all of your career, and now I've got you stuck here on a couch with me. So I was hoping to take this opportunity to go through your history. So not that only that I can learn, but you can share it with the people of the world so that they can know more about Supreme. So let's take it from the top. How did you get into playing Dota 2?
I started playing Dota 2 completely randomly. It was like just for fun, so many years just playing for fun. I was playing like just with my friends and stuff, and eventually I got like the MMR right and stuff like that, and I joined my first team, Hippomaniacs.
Whoa. Slow down. How did you even make the break from grinding MMR, playing with your friends, to being like, oh, maybe a professional career might actually be a good idea?
I don't know. It's just like if you play so much, you eventually get there. I guess there is if you like try enough, if you really enjoy the game and you play enough, I think you just get there like by default kind of. And that happened to me. I was slowly grinding over the years, and I got to like point where it's kind of like you can try. And then I joined my first team, the Hippomaniacs. It was a Czech stack of 5 Czech players, and that was my like first team. We played some ESL Cups, some Czech LAN tournaments, and stuff like that.
What was the Czech scene like coming up? Because clearly you played with your friends. Did you have quite a few competitive players to make a tier 1 or tier 2 roster with
Yeah.
Hippomaniacs? And even before that, you were on like Eeriness as well.
Yeah.
So clearly the Czech scene was kind of thriving.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, back then there was like many LAN tournaments, even like not a big prize pool, but there was like the scene was kind of alive. People played, so that was fun for sure.
The only other Czech player I regularly associate with is Saberlight. So what was it like being with baby Saberlight back in like, what is like 2018 era now?
Yeah, I think he was very similar to like what it's now. He's a very good teammate.
That makes me happy to hear that the Saberlight we see today has been the Saberlight from 6 years ago.
Very similar for sure.
How about you as a player? How have you felt that you've changed maybe your mindset, your personality over the past 6 years of being a competitive Dota player?
I mean, I have evolved for sure in many ways, but mainly I guess like the working hard. Like this is like the first thing where I can like feel the most like really like working hard ever done in the past. Like that's what's changed the most, I guess. Like really trying the hardest right now.
The only other roster that I would have thought that may have been the case was NIP.
Yeah.
Because most of your other teams were kind of like your Chicken Fighters, Into the Breach, that's kind of like Div 2 kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But NIP was like a real team.
NIP with Soneiko was for sure like closest to what I'm doing now. It was also like super try hard, like committing everything in that team. That team had also potential, I think.
So then from going from the Chicken Fighters to NIP, what was that transition like? Were you prepared for the intensity of a tier 1 team, or it even took you by surprise?
You mean from NIP to Chicken Fighters?
No, I guess from your Div 2 days, like your Hippomaniacs. Were you on Chicken Fighters before NIP or after?
Both. I mean,
Both.
we got picked up by the NIP. In
Right.
the
So
Chicken
that was the signing process. So I guess you getting from being a Div 2 player to like now having a sponsor, having expectations on you. What was that transition like?
I mean, I didn't really feel pressure like that, I guess. We just kept doing the same thing because we had a really good captain, I would say, Soneiko. He made the structure for us, I would say, like, and we just followed it.
I'm assuming you must have been very familiar with Soneiko from his like Navi days. Were you excited for a chance to play with him and learn under his
Yeah,
captainship?
for sure. I mean, until now, I respect that guy a lot. I like learned everything from him. I feel like at the team, it was a completely new experience for me with Soneiko, for sure.
But then eventually that roster falls apart and you're kind of back in like this middle ground of almost tier 1, not quite tier 1.
Yeah.
How do you maintain motivation like that as a player to know that like if I just keep playing, I will be able to go back to prominence?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I ever like struggled with motivation. I never really like started doing anything else. I just always grinded, and I thought like I'm doing my hardest, But until I joined this team, I like right now I fully understand I wasn't really doing the hardest back then. Now I am. So I never like struggled with motivation, I guess, if that's the question.
Yeah, but I'm very impressed by how much you're holding this current roster in like high regard. Like you're saying the structure is different. Your, I guess, energy with your teammates is different. What is making this MOUZ roster so special to you compared to any of your past rosters?
I mean, for me, it's really that one guy that like brings the structure, brings like makes the shots for the team. Now, back then it was Soneiko for me. Now we have our coach, Immortal Fate, and he's doing all of that. And I think he's like the most important part of this team.
So then, is there anything specific that you could call out that like, oh, I never thought that like this could make such a difference on a team that you've implemented?
I mean, for me, it's like the similar experience like back then, right? I feel like I'm learning so much from this guy, and he's like teaching me Dota all over again.
Wow.
And it's like, yeah, it's very similar experience to back then. and I feel like I'm doing my hardest, like thanks to him. Yeah.
So it's even beyond, like, because anytime I hear about coaches, the influence is there's a big range. Some of them only worry about the draft. Some of them are mainly focused on like handling interpersonal stuff and emotions. But it seems like Immortal Faith seems to be covering everything for you guys.
Our coach is for sure like full captain of the team. He makes the shots like inside of the game, outside of the game. He's like full captain of our team for sure.
So then I take it you've never considered like taking a captainship role. You like having the guidance of somebody else telling you like this is what you should do. This is even like the schedule that we're gonna have.
Yeah, I guess so. And I also really like that it's the coach, not one of the players that fulfills this role. I think it's the best for the team.
Why is that though? Is it because like so from an outsider, my interpretation is when a game goes bad, then sometimes players are prone to maybe like blame each other, but a coach is kind of like on the outside, so they can look at everything more objectively. But I don't know if that's really the case.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't think it's here we have this thing of like blaming anybody. We look at like things very rationally, I would say, and discuss between each other.
Nice. Has that always been the case on teams that you've been on, where people are very rational and courteous, or is this different?
I'm not sure. I feel like I have been kind of like on many stacks, so for sure it was not always the case. Sometimes it was like even like very toxic rosters, you know, and stuff like that. Without like any structure, that was like a disaster.
Oh no. How about the Czech teams? Were the Czech stacks ever like that?
Czech teams were like not like toxic in any way.
Okay.
It was like fun because we were like underdogs every tournament we played, you know. But that team, I think the issue was like people just couldn't commit, you know, to the game fully. Like people are studying, even like working, just like not enough time to make it like at all for some people.
So then how did you juggle your decision between focusing on like your school, your studies, to committing full time to being a professional Dota player?
I mean, I think like ever since I like felt the chance, there is chance to make it, I fully decided that there is nothing else for me for sure. I want to do this.
But the chance to make it differs for everyone. So what was the threshold for you? Or like, if I hit this MMR, then that means that I know I can make it, or what?
I think it was like when I win like some first like smallest tournament ever, like the ESL Weekly Cup. I think when I won for like first time that like $100 or I don't know, like some first money. That was like okay, now I'm committing.
Wow. Okay. I'm happy to hear that those tournaments like leave such an impression on players, because obviously with the DPC ending, that means that like Division 2 is no longer a thing anymore. So do you feel like if that didn't exist at your time, where there were like tournaments of up-and-coming players that could compete, that you would have never really had this confidence to go pro?
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. I'm not sure. Like I was like 14 years old back then, so it was like, you know, I was like on the edge deciding like if I want to study or what I want to do and stuff like that. And this like really motivated me. Like you can actually make money, and if I keep working, it should just get better, right?
Yeah. So then do you have a fondest memory from your times as an up-and-coming player from any of the rosters from 2017 to now? Or you're like, that was a particularly memorable moment or tournament where you're like, I have very happy memories of that?
I'm not sure. Like if I had to say something, I would say like what's happening right now, like playing, because in this team I'm getting to play my first LAN tournament. We played the PGL Wallachia in the Bucharest, and now we qualified to Riyadh. So I would for sure say like this, finally making some big tournaments. That's first time for me.
Well, we're happy to have you, Supreme. I hope we can leave a positive impression. I can't wait to see how MOUZ does. Thanks so much for taking the time to speak to me.
Thank you as well.
Extreme Gaming is one of the top names in the Chinese Dota scene, and their current roster is primarily built from players from ESL One Kuala Lumpur winning team Azure Ray. With a core of AR players, XM, XXS, and Jin Q, the addition of DY and Ame has made Extreme Gaming the strongest team in China, and one of the only ones that can compete at a top international level. As the roster is fairly new, they have only attended 3 EPT events this season, Both the carryover points from the previous Azure Ray players, they had a bit of a head start in the season. The first EPT event for Extreme Gaming was Dream League Season 22, where they took down Team Spirit and ended with a solid 3rd place, falling to BB Team. ESL One Birmingham went quite a bit worse, however. After a fairly weak group stage, they lost to G2IG in their first playoff match and went out at 8th place. The most recent EPT event went a bit better, but still really not good enough considering what Extreme Gaming are capable of. 4th place at Dream League Season 23. With previous Riyadh Masters winners Ame and Jin Q on the team, Extreme Gaming are a team that shouldn't be underestimated, with potential to take down any team in the world. Will we see our first 2-time Riyadh Masters winners this year?
Hey, Purge here with Supreme from Team MOUZ. How are you doing so far at the tournament?
I'm doing good. I'm really enjoying the hotel and everything. It's amazing so far.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit how your team's been doing? You guys have been qualifying for some tournaments so far. How's the team atmosphere feeling right now?
Yeah, it's been some up and downs, but right now we are working hard and atmosphere is good. I think everything is fine. We can do really good.
In terms of meta right now, how are you feeling about the current meta in the state of Dota? Do you like facets? Like, are you cool with the patch? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, I love the new things for sure. I love the mid lane meta as well now. Like, all the spirits are good, so that's kind of my thing. I like that a lot. I'm very happy with the current state of the game.
Which spirit heroes are your favorite?
Storm Spirit.
What do you like about Storm so much? Is it just that you can globally initiate? Is that you can scale as a right clicker? Like, what are the things that really pull you to the hero? No pun intended.
It kind of feels like the hero does everything. He is strong all stages of the game. He doesn't really lose lanes. He farms fast. His skills really good as well. He farms jungle fast. He does everything almost.
Okay. In terms of your team's overall playstyle, how do you draft like an ideal lineup to fit with Storm Spirit? Like, do you care about mana combos, or are there other synergies that you prefer?
Just a strong support that can fight for the runes, some fast playstyle, something like that, I would say.
Perch here with Ulnit from MOUZ. So what are you guys doing in this room right now?
We're choosing jackets from ESL.
Okay, so what was the process like for you guys? You're customizing patches and stuff, is that right?
Yeah, they gave us these patches. We chose from them. I chose the Axe, the second one. I like it. And then just sizes.
You an Axe carry player?
No, not yet.
What else did you pick out? Just the Axe one? Anything else cool that caught your eye? Some numbers? A knife? A good quality knife?
Knife is nice for sure.
Do you play CS or any other games that kind of drew you towards it?
Nah, just Dota mostly. I just like the Axe, you know. Play some RPGs.
Did you see other players wearing jackets too? How does it feel to get a piece of the tournament that you get to take home with you?
Yeah, it looks nice actually. It looks high quality, so I'm excited to get one.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه،
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back, everyone. The Riyadh Masters 2024 event returns for our 8th day already here, Winter. You could hardly believe it. It's the penultimate day of the group stage, that is, before we get into the playoffs. Thanks for joining myself and Winter here for our coverage. Winter, how are we feeling today, my friend? We've had 2 games yesterday. We're on 1 game today. You excited?
I'm always excited, Richie. Are you kidding me? Can't wait for the games. Can't wait for some Sand King. Sand King is my new favorite hero.
Is he really?
Oh, you don't buy it?
I don't think you're Gabe Newell, no. Only Gabe really enjoys that Sand King, of course. And hey, like I said, we're already 8 days into the tournament. We still have, well, this is actually just the halfway point, day 8 of 15. As we are already starting to wrap up our group stage, we can go ahead and take a look at the format just to get reacquainted. It is the weekend if you're now just catching us for the first time this week since last week, but we've already said goodbye to 4 teams from that play-in stage from the 12 teams around the world through the qualifiers. Now sitting in the group stage, Winter, today is going to be the day that we start saying goodbye to a few more teams because 7th and 8th from each group will be eliminated. So it is time to start getting serious. It's also time to start looking towards that upper bracket. You definitely want to, every single chance you can get, Winter, 2 chances, always better than 1, especially when it comes to the amount of money that we have up for grabs. Taking a quick look at our prize pool, Winter, that's a whole lot of nasi lemak.
Whole lot of rojaks, roti canais, whatever you want to eat.
That's right.
Nasi kandar.
Get yourself the entire durian plantation here with that $1.5 million. And of course, Not only do you have the individual prize pool per title, but we also have the club championships. Let's take a look at some of the teams that you may recognize here, even if you're not the biggest Dota fan. But LGD, Spirit, Gaming, Falcons, especially fielding, and honestly, Liquid, hard to miss those guys. Fielding lots of rosters here at the event. These are our 16 teams for the group stage. And like I said, Winter, tomorrow we're going to have to start, fading the colors on some of these guys because we are starting to come down to the wire. After today, teams will have played 6 of their 7 BO2s for the group stage. So, well, if you haven't found the underlying cause by now, it is time for you to start looking for some quick Band-Aid fixes. Isn't that right?
Yeah, not a lot of time, so you need to really quickly just put a Band-Aid on your injuries, your wounds, and try to hope that it doesn't bleed in the next game.
Yeah, I mean, because it's starting to really come down to it here. I mean, we've seen certainly the meta develop a little bit as well from week 1. I'm sure we'll see it develop a little bit further, but this is it for a lot of the teams today. There's no more time for you to hide strats. Everything must go. See what sticks as we do take a look at our standings to remind ourselves of what's at stake. Today, we will be evening up the counts. As you can see here, I believe Group A has played more matches at this point than Group B, but it'll all be even after today. As, like I said, after today, teams will have played 6 of 7. But Winter, drawing our eyes especially towards the bottom half of the group table. Any big surprises for you as this is going to be our standings heading into day, what is this, day 4 of our group stage now?
Not really though, on the bottom side. I feel like the teams down there are there for a reason. They have not been showing top tier Dota, they have not been executing well. Drafts can be a problem, team play can be a problem, and they're there for that reason.
Well, I mean, they still have a little bit of time to turn things around. We'll get into it a little bit more. We don't want to be too sad and down out of the gate, folks, because, of course, we still have plenty of lovely Dota to happen today. We had plenty of lovely Dota that happened yesterday. Let's go ahead and refresh ourselves with that with our Aramco highlights.
That we're going to be seeing a lot more. We were talking about how Celery, wait a minute, Bushwhack, and they'll get a second kill of the game, perhaps. Had to bring 4 heroes to it, and it's going to take a while. God, it's going to take a while.
This is
oh my God, are they not going to get it? They're not going to get it. 4 versus 1, they can't get the kill, and now they're going to get demolished in the river.
Is that the game?
Yeah, do you just want to call it here, OG?
Absolutely, and I don't mind this at all right from Aurora, just taking Ari out the fight at the start, because you know him on his Rubik, if you let him get to play the team fight, he's going to cause a lot of issues.
Whisper again goes down.
And they're ready to just continue to snowball into it more. They get the jump over towards Seb, Japs, he's got his eyes over towards Zara, they've got the net as well to hold down the Rubik, they're just getting kill after kill after kill.
And Lornoff has the BKB, he's alive, they've got the Greaves.
He's pretty low on mana. He's not really going to have to wait to get out of this. There's almost certainly the Aegis going down. Maybe even more. They get the grab on the Tomato on the side. He's caught by the net. Tomato's dead. They're ready to try and set up for a second.
That last highlight there isn't even really where that clip ends. Pike would go on to, I think, get 2 more rampages there. I believe 8 kills straight. So quite a strong finish last night for us, where Beast Coast were able to get the, what was it, a 1-1 draw, right? Because Quest eventually won game number 2 there. But yeah, Winter, I mean, certainly lots of fun plays happening. I think my favorite one has got to be Celery just tanking through with the overreactive Wisps and the level 3 Nature's Attendance active. That's always a little bit funny to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, wasting a lot of time, for your opponents. That's definitely a very, very good facet there for Enchantress.
Yep, certainly. And it's always funny to see the casters react, how the players react, and well, let's go ahead and take a look at a few of our best reactions with the Pepsi, top reactions of yesterday. Bit of Tundra and Gaiman towards the end of the day, as those are going to be our best reactions of the day. And I assume we're going to start to get to see some more emotions today, Winter. Like I said, eliminations, lower bracket, upper bracket, things will be locked in after today. Not for everyone, but at least for the top and bottom teams, they will be.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very important day for most of the teams. And we're going to see, like who's going to come out on top and who's going to be dragged down, to the relegation battle, or the losing early and going home early.
Yeah. I mean, and taking a look at our schedule today here over on Stream C, it's going to be a very relevant storyline for one of the teams that we'll see twice here. That's going to be for MOUZ. They are currently sitting at 1-7, as you saw in the standings. They are on the bottom of Group B. They still have to face Liquid and Quest after this. XG, in the meantime, they're clinging to 4th place at the moment with a 4-4 draw line. They have Entity and Beast Coast as their final 2 matches. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in our first match on the ramifications a little bit later on today. Our match 2 is Spirit versus Aurora, and finally we will wrap up with the second to last game, for MOUZ and Liquid at 9 p.m. local time. Winter, same question as always. You have a Dota budget of only 1 match that you can watch on our stream. Which one are you choosing?
I'm going to be watching my friends, Aurora, going up against the reigning TI champions and reigning Riyadh champions, Team Spirit. That will be the game to watch.
Yep.
Richie. And I'll be calling you in and asking you if you have time to be my companion to watch that.
Oh, well, that's sweet. That's very sweet of you. We can see here our lads Radon, aka Yotoro, and Jabs getting ready to go toe-to-toe. I mean, I think this is going to be an absolutely pivotal match for both of these teams, as that's the one game that Group A plays that they actually only have 2 left. And everything's looking pretty close, honestly. You got 4 teams tied for first at 6-4 over in Group A, and then you've got Aurora just a game behind at 5-5. So a 2-0 here for Aurora really, really helps out their chances, helps them escape that bottom half of the group stage. Well, of course, for Spirit, they'd love to also get that 2-0 and get even closer to that upper bracket slot. Winter, we do a lot of yapping over here. People are always like, shut up, caster, start the game. You don't know what you're talking about with these predictions. Well, here is your chance to go ahead and prove us wrong. You can go ahead and submit your own predictions over on stcplay.gg for all the matches that we'll see today. And after our first series, we'll go ahead and show you guys what those predictions are looking like. Especially curious what people will be thinking for Aurora versus Spirit. Winter, we're not casting that game, so we don't have any skin in the game. What if you had to choose a team there, Spirit or Aurora, and why?
Obviously, my friends, Aurora. What type of friend would I be if I don't go behind them and cheer them on, Richie? So, my heart is to Aurora, but my brain is obviously Spirit.
Yeah, I reckon that makes sense. All the best for Aurora, as with Blacklist in 8th at 3 and 7. We would love to have one C team at least representing us deep into the Riyadh playoffs. We'll see how that goes. Focusing now towards our first match, Winter MOUZ Esports taking on Extreme Gaming. Sorry, that's Weibo Extreme Gaming, who will be going toe-to-toe here very shortly. Like I said, here are the lads from MOUZ. We had a lovely sit-down interview with Tsunami and Supreme, talking a little bit about their beginnings, the Hippomaniacs days, the Chicken Fighters days, now all the way here. You've got Narman, who also has a lovely story. I think this is a position 4 player that got ultimately really unlucky. He was on Reality Rift. He was starting to, show up to a few more lands, and then COVID hit during 2020 and kind of stopped him from really taking too many trips. But they need to pick it up. 1 and 7 Winter, and like I said, their last opponents after this are Liquid and Quest. So tough opponents.
Yeah, by no means any easy games remaining for them. They are at a position where I feel like they have a lot to learn still though, unfortunately, Richie. Like looking at their games and looking at the way they are progressing through the group stage, I feel like there are things that they have to learn, and it's not like something that you can learn over 1 series or 2 series, and they're gonna need time. And sometimes you have to come to a realization that this is just going to be it, no matter what. It's gonna take time, you can't expect the shortcut, and they're gonna have to just try their best and
Definitely.
Show what they're capable of. Yeah.
I mean, MOUZ, they were against the ropes once in that decider match versus virtus.pro to get here from the play-in phase, but they're going to need to lock and channel more of that energy if they want to try and avoid elimination here in the group stage now. Looking at their opponents, Weibo Extreme Gaming Winter, they have been looking a lot better, but not perfect either, have they? They were one of our 8 direct invite teams. These are the champions, formerly then on Azure Ray of the ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur event back in December. That was some time ago. That was before Facets. How do you think, Winter, that these lads are faring in this sort of a meta so far in this tournament?
I think very well. They kind of know what to pick, what to play, especially Shinkyu. I think Shinkyu has been the shining star of this team, and overall in the patch, he's introduced a lot of very, very new ways of playing position 4. He's been really diverse. He plays a lot of different heroes. Very annoying if you get into a pub against him. He'll understand what I'm saying. He's just killing your careers left and right, breaking your smokes, just doing everything he can. And somehow in the mid lane game, he has items to carry as a call. If somehow the guy just does everything.
He finds the farm and he's getting stuff done as well. Yeah, I mean, they have looked just totally amazing here, and they've looked strong. They've been the only Chinese team this tournament, unfortunately for the region, to look strong as well. With that, Winter, that comes with a lot of pressure, though, right? I know, I mean, Reddit is one thing, right? Especially against certain players and teams and personalities, but the Chinese forms, I hear, Winter, they are brutal.
Yeah, especially for the Emperor, the King army. So people have a lot of expectations for him, especially the fans in China. I mean, rightfully so. I think they have the type of expectation for the type of caliber player of Ame. He is definitely a player that I would say that deserves to win at least 1 TI or 1 major, really big major in the Riyadh. I feel like he has the skills and he has the talent to do it. It's just about playing well as a team, because one person nowadays, you can no longer carry the game on your own. You need everyone to do their jobs, to be on the same page. You need the team to think like 1, not 5, which is a tough one, tough task to do.
Indeed.
If you want to put 5 brains and make them think like 1.
They've got to be a well-oiled machine here. As there's Q taking a look at our crane cam, taking a look at him. He's getting ready, rolling out the neck. He's thinking about what he is going to choose here to try and make this game as difficult as possible for MOUZ, who have already chosen the Darkseer Winter. It's a Troll Warlord first pick it's actually a first pick overall Darkseer with a second pick Troll Warlord, as Extreme Gaming will have last pick here in this draft.
Yeah, we saw this in one of the games the other day where Ame, he rushed Aghanim's. It was against Darkseer. What was the other heroes? I can't remember. Maybe it was some other buffs in a game that he wanted to dispel, and it kind of worked really well, for them. Rushing the Aghanims on Troll, I feel like not every single Troll player would have done that in that game, and it worked. And now they're gonna respond with a Phoenix. I think Troll with Phoenix is a very, very classic combination in the game, in the lane. Like in the lane, Phoenix is a weak laner for the first couple of levels, and Troll kind of compensates for that. You're strong in the first few levels. And in the game, I really like the Sunray when Troll is in the front line, like trying to carry the team, trying to tank up, soak up some damage, and you have a Phoenix with Sunray and with the egg behind him.
Yep.
That's a very, very good way of winning team fights.
Winter, the match you're referring to was the July 10th Group B match where Weibo Extreme Gaming played versus Liquid. Not only were they playing against a Darkseer, you're completely right there, they were also playing against a Techies, and I think most importantly, the support Sven of Insania, right? So having all of that dispel was just, it was punishing.
Heavy plate, the Warcry. That was actually a very good game for the X.
23-minute game.
I mean, still, I was surprised that he rushed it. You know, like I felt like the normal thing maybe to do is to maybe get a Maelstrom first and then get the Axe after, but he just decided that I just want the Axe.
But that was that beautiful fast tempo lineup, right? They had the Beastmaster playing with the position for Jakiro, who went for Liquid Fire. You had a mid lane Slardar by the looks of things here, right into the Primal. So, I mean, that was just like the fastest, one of the cleanest, fastest games. I mean, Liquid GG'd out of that, but that game was well and truly over by the by that point. 23 minutes.
Yeah, and then in their past games for MOUZ, I definitely feel like they are playing slow. And Extreme Gaming, Weibo Gaming is definitely a team that will punish you if you play slow. You know, especially with this Troll plus Phoenix, and you really have to come up with a job where you need to be able to, I feel like, contest different parts of the map, try to take away farm from the Troll, try to maybe get Roshan at some point, because against the Troll it's very important if you can take away the first Roshan away from Troll. They are on the Radiant side as well for Extreme Gaming, so that would be nice for the Troll. 15 to 20 minute Roshan at night, so if you're MOUZ, you're definitely gonna be thinking about how you can stop him from doing that. They're gonna go with Marcy. I feel like probably gonna be the position 4 here with the Darkseer, and he can kill the egg, so definitely nice for that.
It's a good, I mean, actually, what is this? A support? Is this going to be a core? Oh, it looks like it's a core now with this.
Actually, no.
Actually, I'm not sure.
It could still be a 5. I mean, SB and Darkseer are probably gonna be the 3 and 4 here.
Right.
Just a classic, it can never go wrong lane, Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. A lot of synergy. You give Ancha on SB, you have Surge. You kinda, I feel like, enable the SB as Darkseer, because SB is weak in the lane, right? You don't really like to play against range heroes in the lane. You get harassed and you get poked out of lane. But against with Darkseer, you can just kinda go behind the tower, block the creeps, just clear the creeps and just get your levels. You know, as long as you get your levels as the SB, you are very, very happy from the early game.
I also
there we go, my favorite hero, Richie.
Why is he your favorite hero?
Because he is fun to watch. You know, power striking here and there with the stinger, getting kills, clearing waves. He does everything, Richie. And when you're not watching, he's hiding behind a wall, channeling his epicenter. And when you open that door, it's a trap. You're dead, Richie.
These are two upcoming heroes as well, the Senking and Jakiro, both virtually uncontested early on, especially during the play-ins. But now we're starting to see these two heroes in particular more and more.
Yeah, Jakiro is just very, I think, very stable in the lane. He secures your lane. I was quite surprised that it was also really working well as a position 4, as Q showed the other day. I think he has a very, very strong lane, and then you can transition him into the mid game where you deal a lot of DPS in the team fight. Kind of like a Snapfire, you know, in some ways, where you secure the lane and then you have some... His stun is actually better than Snapfire's stun. It's more reliable, I think, the Ice Path. And then you can push down towers.
Yeah.
And in team fight, you just do insane amount of damage with your Macro Pyre if you have good setup.
Question for you, Winter. The last time we saw Sunkyu play the Jakiro, it was in Game 2 of their series versus Liquid, where in Game 1, Boxy completely destroyed XXS, and he had no game on the Beastmaster. Game 2, they went Beastmaster with Jakiro instead, and he secured the lane. And I'm seeing here another traditionally weak laner in the Sand King. Is this the hero supposed to cover weak offlaners potentially? Do you think that's why XG are picking it in tandem here?
I feel like Sand King's better as a mid.
Okay.
Because like you said, Sanking is a weak
That's a
laner.
flex,
If you
right?
put him on the long lane, I actually don't really like Sanking on off lane as much as mid. I mean, even though we saw some games where it looked kind of OP with the Bloodstone Rush, I think it was 33, farming Ancients and everything, but I feel like to get the most out of this hero, you want to get levels quickly, max your stun and max your stinger. So you pressure and you get dagger, you pressure early. I am not really sold on the Bloodstone and just keep clearing Ancient stacks playstyle. I feel like it doesn't really do the hero justice. I think the hero is really strong when you get levels early. If you put it into the stinger and the stun and you battle and you crush the opponents at that point, because your spells do so much damage. Your stun into stinger.
Right. I see. Okay. We'll see what they choose to do. This gyro pick comes through. I guess technically still can be flexed to a position 5, but
it's like I feel like meant to. Yeah, maybe it could be a 5, but I think they are probably thinking of using it as just a way to bully Sanking if Sanking is offlane. Gyro, if you indeed use it as a 5, it's very good against melee offlaners. You can just bully them out of the lane. And here we have the last pick for MOUZ, Invoker. Invoker against Troll, always nice. You get to kite, because Troll's main weakness is getting kite by Deafening Blast, Tornado, Cold Snap and everything. Ice Wall even in a team fight. You lose your Battle Trance buff and you die. So Invoker is one of the heroes that can really make life tough for the Troll. And for XG right now, they need to figure out, is it okay that if we put the Sand King mid against Invoker, which I feel you should, and pick an offlaner. So what is this? Okay, Void Spirit. So it's gonna be Sand King offlane into the Gyro Marcy lane. Void Spirit against Invoker, that's kind of like a free farm lane for XM. You're gonna get a lot out of the lane as Void Spirit. What do you get this game? Are you getting Aghanims or you're getting Witchblade? Let me see. Is the Aghanim strong this game? I feel like maybe not so strong.
for a Void Spirit, right? Obviously.
Yeah, maybe Witchblade into Manta might be the more optimal build here. You need some dispels against the SB.
Yeah, I kind of like the sound of that. Being able to fight a little bit earlier as well, not just relying on your Witchblade DPS along with your Sand King, because I don't believe Ame is going to have such an easy game. I think they have, they being MOUZ, have drafted quite well into this second pick overall.
He
Troll
should have a good lane though, Richie. Like Troll, Phoenix into the Spirit Breaker, Darkseer. I think Troll should be fine in this lane.
My concern
later in the game, yes.
My concern stems from a bit more of the rotations, because one thing I didn't forget to talk about was a troll who tends to just kind of farm, push out waves back up. He's very vulnerable to suddenly getting ganked, and there's no hero that does that better than a Spirit Breaker. You do need a +1 to play with him. That's a little bit more unclear for me, but if this is going to be an Exort Invoker, you always have a bit of global damage available as well.
I feel like Crosswax seems nice this game, because you get to play around the Darkseer's timing more. I feel like if you go Exort, it might on paper look okay. You have SB charging, right? You want to have Sunstrike, but then it kind of slows down your whole tempo, the whole game. Because Gyro also kind of needs a lot of farm, and then Darkseer needs a lot of farm. So that I feel like there is no balance in terms of the distribution there. But if you go Crosswax first for the early game, and then transition with a Midas into the Exort in the mid-late game, then I feel like that would give them the balance in terms of the economic distribution.
Yeah. My concern is more with the damage. I feel like you need to go Exort because I think you just won't have damage otherwise. I mean, Force is going to go for
in the early game or
in the early mid game, in the very that transition period there. That's why I like Exort, to be honest with you. I think you need Meatball. I think you need Sunstrikes to try and get pick-offs very quickly. Because I don't know.
I think Marcy and SB can kind of do some damage with Iron Shell. I think Marcy does a lot of damage in the team fight, depending on how well her early game goes. If you can get the good timing on your BKB, she can definitely pack a punch.
Yeah, look, many of them with that Unleash. Look, you're winning me over here a little bit. Maybe I am kind of underestimating the supports.
Crosswax. It is Crosswax, Richie.
Okay, we'll see.
Sir Supreme has decided.
Has that Mastermind as well, which did get buffed recently. So 736C most recently, not only did he give it 5% to the B patch, but if you deny with your Forge Spirit now, which he doesn't have anyway because he's going Crosswax, you also get the experience granted.
Yeah, Mastermind is better with Exalt Invoker for sure. Quaspecs, yeah. Probably not even going to get so much denies in a lane. You're going to be struggling to get last hits.
That's true. And one thing I do like to point out here, because Sinq's the only one I've personally seen do this the tournament so far. Or did he go Liquid Frost again? No, he's gone Liquid Fire.
Oh, fire.
Yeah. So he likes his Liquid Fire here.
It's good to push the towers. I guess he wants to be able to pressure and get towers early. I think with Sand King is good at defending towers, but he's not good at killing the tower. So Jakiro kind of needs to do that, you know, if you think about how they're going to play out this lane.
Hold on.
In this game.
Narman is not in a comfortable position here. He's going to get the creep wave.
He's fine. He's dragging. He's taking the creeps on a tour of the map.
Yeah.
Private tour. Brought to you by Narman, Sir Spirit Breaker.
And then the creeps, they're going to go up here. And they're going to be like, wait a second. We ended up back in the lane? I think this tour guide might be a hustler.
He took us on a detour.
Do you get it? Because his old name used to be Hustler?
I know, damn it. He's still hustling in Dota, so
he is.
Gotta give it to the guy.
That he is, and I do like Narman on his position.
Many have given up, you know. Many have gotten old.
That's true.
And left.
That's true, very true. Not him though, he's persisted, he's prevailed. As Supreme's doing seemingly just fine so far in this mid lane. I think this is going to get more difficult for him. Let's see if he can land a nice EMP. I mean, he's got that easily. There's no dissemblate, so burning the mana is very effective here into the Void Spirit.
Yeah, this lane so far so good for Supreme. I think eventually it's gonna get harder to last hit, you know, when Void Spirit gets more levels and items, and like you mentioned, a disseminate to dodge the EMP. How's our Sand King's lane going though? He's level 2, doesn't have a Power Strike yet. 1 point Sandstorm, 1 point Stinger, just wants to focus on the farm game. Get your levels, get your stacks.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey, they are pushing the wave in, you know. You remember how usually Gyrocopter's lanes go? They push out the
Charge
lane,
mid.
they abuse the pull camp.
XM,
Yep,
preemptive
charge
TP.
mid.
Narman is going to cancel this one. He's not a crazy man.
Yeah, that's a very useful ward in the jungle there. This is a very good anti-Spirit Breaker ward.
Yeah, I agree.
Just
I
watching
usually
his
like to put it
movements.
up here, but this is also
Yeah, me
very
too.
good.
Damn, we used the same one. I used that one too.
But this is also a good one. I'm not sure what the. I mean, maybe this one, the one I pinged, is just.
This helps
commonly
with
dewarded.
the lane a little bit more because he sees the medium camp, you know, that Diór wants to use to
Yeah,
pull.
okay, that's true. Just a little charge here.
In trouble. Double Iron
They
Shell.
fortified the wave as well. Ame needs some support. They're going to jump on it, but it's not nearly enough. DY couldn't really change the outcome there.
He might be dead too.
And is he dead as well? No. Narman, in fact,
actually,
he's
no.
aggroed the tower. That's
Narman's
not going to
dead.
work out for him there.
Wait, how did he aggro the tower?
I think maybe he issued an attack command on DY, and the tower did not take very kindly to that.
Top lane.
I mean, I don't see...
Sand King running away. Running away, stunning away from the Gyrocopter. No Scorpion wants to be next to a helicopter now.
Look, I know people like to complain that the tower aggro is inconsistent. Maybe a little bit every now and then. Sometimes it is a bit puzzling. But usually, you know, it doesn't like when you click on their heroes. So it's got something to do with that.
Yeah, what you're trying to say is usually is a human error, right?
Yeah, usually it's a skill issue. I like to say it. DY, he's getting charged now. They do have a ward on him. Or sorry, on Narman, that is. So they saw this one coming. So DY is able to get safely underneath his tower again. We're just always brawling up top lane, but no one's actually dying. Neither team really
They're
hard
brawling for the creeps. They're not brawling to kill the other hero.
That's
You know,
true.
just want to secure the creeps. You know, Richie. It's all about the last hits. All about the farm.
I wonder if Liquid Fire is just always the better facet versus a
Oh,
Gyrocopter.
they're going on Sand King. XXS.
He's fine, Winter. Actually, maybe he's not. Omen Missile
Are
is
you
going to
sure
catch
he's
him.
fine?
Okay,
Wait.
Bengen.
Oh.
Bengen burning
Oh, the
down. It
damage.
has popped. And now Omen, he was not expecting that damage coming through from the Caustic Finale. Unfortunately,
Holy.
he has Afterburner, so he's going to zoom right out of there.
Sand King is a strong lane. Actually,
Yeah, he's holding on to
Do
9
not
wand
underestimate
charges.
his damage.
He's running these tangos.
Yeah, ever since they changed this Caustic Finale, they put it into the innate. This hero just does a lot of damage with the sting.
Mid lane, XM. Got all this mana burned. Okay, he's fine. 3 stick charges, but he's going to have to go home. Supreme with a nice catch onto him.
Yeah, how about Army? Is he doing okay? He has 14 denies.
It's not bad.
24 last hits.
Not bad. He did take that
Yeah,
solo
not
death
bad.
bottom. And his tier 1 tower is going to take a little bit of damage now from that wagon.
Is it a solo death though? The Darkseid and SB kind of double team on him, you know?
Yeah, that's true. I don't know why I said solo kill. I guess I meant like a one lone death. I don't know.
He died alone? That's what you say? The Phoenix
No,
left him
no,
alone?
no. Like you know, like the soul death, like as in one, the superlative.
Oh, okay.
Not like
okay,
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. Not very clear communication. We'll work on it. I'll work on it. The T is still setting in.
Alright, 6-minute rune. 6 minutes. Arcane rune. For Invoker. Just the right rune.
Indeed. Finds a D-ward as well. Will make the rotations from Hustler a bit more difficult. But you do have now 2 supports up top lane. Oh, no, you don't. I thought this was a gyro support for a second. I'm crazy.
Yeah, because he was like walking to the twin gate.
Yeah, because
thinking about moving.
he capped Lotus, and I was like, carries don't take Lotuses. They make their supports get Lotuses for them. Fetch, servant. And then, you know, clap of the hands, and you got to do it. Not
What if you don't, Richie? What happens?
Then they get tilted. Well, that's no good here. XM, very good dodge there. He ended up in the face of Supreme thanks to a well-timed dissimulate and not letting that EMP burn away all his mana. But Supreme, he's just happy throwing out the spells. His arcane runes expired. Now he's got another bout of spells ready to go. 11 denies there for Supreme.
Oh, Supreme is moving. He's on the move. He kills the catapult in his lane. Now he ghost walks with a clarity.
Yeah, he'd love to get
coming
some
over.
urn charges online, right? That'd be ideal. But you don't have a whole lot of... I mean, maybe you do. All right, there they go. They're going to try from that again. EMP is going to interrupt any sort of dual breath or liquid fire. They get Sin Q and Narman. He's got this charge now onto XXS, who is mostly unbothered.
Yeah, I mean, this is the strength of the support duo from MOUZ. The SV and Marcy, they are stronger at early levels, whereas you compare that to the Jakiro and Phoenix, they don't really have the same power. You know, Phoenix wants to sit in a lane, and Phoenix is actually really high level. DUI is level 5 and a bit, you know, so it's going to get level 6 early,
Yeah.
8-minute rune.
He had a way for himself after his troll died.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Every Phoenix dreams
Exactly.
of the carry dying in the lane.
8-minute rune. Does spawn top, it's invis. Narman's just going to go ahead and snag that. Doesn't immediately charge though. So let's see where he wants
so
to play
let's
around.
keep count. Arcane rune first, invis next. So a couple more important or impactful runes on the move, and Narman gonna smoke right away.
Yeah, he's gonna be.
They want to end Emperor Arme's reign.
I thought Emo was the Emperor.
You can have 2 in different dynasties.
I see. Well, Ame, he's in trouble. He's going to be pulled back into that wall of replica. Does have the ultimate, as he is actually fighting onto Narman proper. Nice tornado. Also catches XM, delaying his counter initiation here. That buys enough time for Narman to get the heck out of here, as XM, having utilized both astral steps, he might just be in some trouble here. Force continuing to chase. Ultimate joins from the Twin Gate now, triggers that call down. That'll be the death of XM. Kill goes to Narman. As
Sweet
that is
move by
MOUZ.
MOUZ.
Yeah, some really good aggression, utilizing those runes, pardon me, extremely effectively.
That was just like a perfectly spicy, sweet samba right there, you know, that move for MOUZ.
Oh, you should.
Now Gyro is going to go back to his lane. He's done his job, he's done his duty, and back to farming, you know.
You should give the chef of the sambal I just ate some lessons, because that one was a little bit too spicy, too
What?
oily. This one, that rotation was perfect though. I
Yeah,
agree.
but you know, when you say too spicy, it's like, you know, I'm gonna take it.
all right. Sorry, I don't eat mala for breakfast. Anyway.
So XXS, he's about to find that there are hunters on his way.
That there are, yeah, and with the urn charges, no way out for XXS. They've murdered the king, usurped him from his lane.
Runes, 10-minute runes.
Ooh, and forced.
There
Nice
we
move
go.
there. He prevents DY from getting the D ward. He's not going to have anything to stop this Icarus dive away, so he was just kind of tickling the Phoenix a little bit. 10-minute rune.
Haste.
Finally one for XM. It's a haste.
Yeah, what can he do with the haze here? They're a little bit behind at this point. They need to get level 6 on their supports. So I guess he probably should be jungling and just leaving the lanes to the supports right now.
I have to say real quick, this is a little off topic. As we watch XXS farm this, I have to give a shout out to SinQ, who has been diligently de-warding this top lane. He got rid of the Cliff Ward. He has been stacking here, and this is going to allow XXS to hopefully get his first item line. He is going for Bloodstone Winter, so we'll see how that works out for him, as it's not your favorite.
Okay, he's going for the off lane defending build, defending your towers.
Charge through. They actually catch XM here. Quick
5
little
heroes.
dispose. And in fact, it's DY, who has been level 5 for seemingly 3 minutes, Winter. He will remain level 5.
He was level 5 at minute 7.
Yeah.
How is he not 6?
He's been dying. Well, actually, he just died once. I don't know. That's a great question, to be honest. Tower's going to go down as well. MOUZ in control of this game.
That doesn't add up. I'm pretty sure he was level 5 at
And
minute
they've
7.
scanned
Pretty
Ame.
sure.
They're looking for the Emperor. Smoke
Is
again.
he going to have his Royal Guard? Where is his Royal Guard, Richie? Where?
Uh-oh. The courier is going to suss him out if they see it. They see the
He's
courier now.
alone.
They've got the ward. There's the charge in. Ame, the bash is the control. Can he get the battle trance out? Maybe. No, they burn
No
the
mana.
mana. No chance for him. Tornado will leave him dead. And that is MOUZ continuing to execute on these moves seemingly perfectly.
The Royal Guards, they are late, Richie. They're smoking over now, but the Emperor has already been slain. Assassins has already been in the palace. They've already taken your Emperor. They're here for revenge, but they will find nothing.
I haven't found anything.
But only the corpse of the fallen Emperor.
Who's the guy that
They
burned
got
the
a root.
capital and stole the child emperor? Luo Yang, was he? The Three Kingdoms? He's
I don't know.
gotten away.
I'm sorry, I let you there. And I don't know
Oh,
the
it's Dong
important
Zhuo. That's the one.
information.
We'll see. XXS, he's going to be in trouble as well. Charge. Narman, he's going to persist. There's a Burrow Strike. He uses it defensively, trying to take a fight under the tower. SinQ with the Ice Path, scaring away potential more. As XME goes in, he's got an Amplified Damage rune running. Bengen activates that Unleash. That's a beautiful Macropyre now onto 2 as Bengen. He's just barely going to escape with his life. And in fact, that Wall of Replica there on the bridge, they burn XM's mana. DY's here with level 6.
Yep.
He finally has that Supernova, but MOUZ, once again, they're going to escape with everyone alive, and they're going to continue sieging on this tier 1. Potentially.
Probably not. They're gonna need. I guess they're gonna try to force it. I mean, this Gyro is gonna be such a monster in this game. He has the buffs from Invoker, Alacrity, and then you have the rebound sidekick for you.
You have the mech on cooldown
Gonna
for
force the
15.
tower.
I mean, it's too much. Ame, he's
Oh.
too busy farming
They
away.
actually forced through.
But guess what?
The tower. Okay, this is.
Ame's going for this Axe build again. He's going for this rush, as we see our little kobold there.
It's good this game against Darkseer and Spirit Breaker. But maybe he kind of also just values the item, since we already seen it twice in a row. Like, he goes for the damage at 15 from the axes. So you kind of farm really quickly with that. Clear ways pass.
There he is.
Maybe this is the new way of playing Troll Warlord. He's no longer that right-clicking bot anymore.
The assassins
He's
are
a
here. Ame, he
spellcaster.
knows there's trouble afoot when the Ghost Walk connects onto those Centaur
Where's the Royal
Conquerors.
Guard, Richie?
He's in some trouble now. All of the mana burn. He only has 3 wand charges. That's not enough for him to get a battle trance. Supernova's going to be dropped as he's going to try and fight his way through this one. The Fire Spirit's doing a pretty good job here. I
Vessel.
think he's going to take down the Vessel, though. I don't believe he's got a way out of this. We'll see. Down to 20 HP. He dies behind the tower. However, reinforcements of XG have arrived. They may not have arrived in time to save the carry, but they've killed his assassins. Supreme, as well as Bengen, are going to die for the kill onto the troll.
Emperor Army can sleep easy now, knowing that his Royal Guard has gotten revenge for him. They've gotten some of the assassins in return. His death was not in vain, Richie.
No, it was not. Not on this occasion. DY charge is going to find him. He's got an Icarus dive in his second, as he's not going to die on this occasion. Okay, well, his death may be not in total vain. You're right. And in fact, in the wake of his death, with all the space that's been created here, XXS finally has Bloodstone ready to go. Get ready for some sandstorms like it's 2002 and Darude just dropped his fresh album.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, you probably have to dodge him. Not sure if they are strong enough to fight into the sandstorm. Maybe with the pipe. When Darkseer finishes the pipe, then you can try to fight into the sandstorm. Okay, so Marcy's getting a Solar Crest. That's really good for the Gyro against the Troll. So they're gonna be making Gyro Superman here this game. Alacrity, Solar Crest, Mag Pipe.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker is also going another aura. He's going drums. You don't really see that so much nowadays. I think the common one is you go Phase Boots and Windlace and you get Shadow Blade.
Right.
So you can initiate.
Well, he's thinking about it. Narman right now.
Wait, did he change his mind?
Oh no,
he
he's
already
got drums. Sorry, he's got drums. Yeah, they're already being fetched. He's just got a BKB queued up after. Ooh, DY. He does not have a supernova here for 8 seconds, and in fact, that charge instantly canceling his TP. He is just being, I mean, disposed of really.
Doesn't even need the ulti.
Yeah.
He got another bash.
That was well done there by MOUZ.
This is a very, very big timing for MOUZ. They have like drums, they have Mag, pipe almost done. They have Pavis, no Solar Crest yet. Gyro has Aghalim's in 200 gold. This is a very, very huge timing.
Yeah, and all Ame has is he's got his eggs. XM's going for his eggs. He's 600 gold away, so he just needs like 3 or 4 more creep waves, and he's got that. We won't have this BKB for Sand King too soon, although he's 1,000 gold in, and that's all they're going to have really to fight into for the side of XG.
The BKB is important to deal with the Vessel. I think the only way he dies is he Bloodstone and he gets Vessel on him and can't regen, and he can't tank.
Do they have any other healing reduction at this moment? They don't, right? No Shivas, no...
Not yet. Yeah,
nothing else, I think, reduces
Anyone?
in this lineup. Hold on, XM,
No
he's being
one buying
hunted.
Orb of
He's being
Corrosion.
hunted. He saw Ghost Walk on himself, but he got greedy. He wanted to get that last auto attack. Dissemblate being cancelled by the bash of Narman Tornado. Ultimately unnecessary as XM is killed in the enemy jungle.
Pays the price for traveling too far in the woods, you know, away from your Emperor.
Sin Q, he's charged, he's showing on the wave, maybe trying to bait here. DY doing what he can as the wall of Replica trapping XXS. Bloodstone active, no Vessel even.
Trouble.
He's still going down. They do have a Supernova behind to try and delay this fight a little bit. It only stuns Supreme, who sends forward the Tornado, actually almost catches DY on his leap on back. Ame's just here, and I say that because I'm not sure if he really wants to be here anymore. Even the Marcy confident in making that jump in, that disarm onto Ame, doing really good work now. Sunstrike to try and set him up, but they've got the kill. Narman, he just turns with that last auto attack. It's a 1-for-3 trade here. MOUZ just dancing around, taking fights as they please. They are dictating terms, and XG, they're writing checks they can't cash.
Yeah, once they kind of wasted the egg plus epicenter, I think there's no way they could fight anymore after that. I mean, that's the problem with this build, right? If you don't have dagger on Sand King, then you're kind of just like sitting in an area, you know, like what he's doing here in the replay. Just sitting, holding an area, but you know, can't really use his spells very well. They have an egg to protect him, but it's just not enough for them to win the team fight. I think in order for them to win the team fight, they have to be going on them. Sand King goes in with the troll. You force them to maybe have a reaction, and then you use the egg to protect them behind.
And you talk about spells that are really annoying. How about that Deafening Blast? Which is...
I mean, Invoker's a troll counter, like hard counter, you know, throughout the game.
I believe it's a 5.75 second disarm right now. It'll get maxed up to 6.5. So that's something on this Invoker. So, and because of the Wex build, perhaps that was, I mean, totally correct. It just completely screwed him over. I don't know what he does about that, to be honest. He's got to save the spell.
What else?
Yeah.
You just have to get BKB. There is only one solution, Richie. There is acquiring Black King Bombs.
True. MOUZ, though, they move in confidence.
They're gonna have two in a bit, Sand King and Troll.
Okay, I mean that's something.
XM.
Hold on.
XM's gonna TP down bot.
Yeah, they think they can take a fight here into this Aegis. We'll see if that's going to be the case. There's no BKB yet on the Gyrocopter, and Bengen, he's actually going to get burned down despite Force's best efforts with the pipe and the mech both utilized.
Yeah. No one else can hit the
But
power
Ame?
reach except for Gyro.
Okay, they're not going to jump him. He's too close to the tower.
I think they're still very strong, even without Marcy. The other 4 heroes of MOUZ, the Invoker, SB. I think SB and Darkseer plus the Gyro with their spells just do an overwhelming amount of damage. Like if you don't have BKB, you don't have pipe, you're just gonna die, you know? And they're probably not gonna get a pipe.
Supreme. He's gonna get jumped, but DY interrupted the stuns. Oh, he gets off the supernova. So he lives, but MOUZ, they will be ready for the return. No, they're both going to get stunned actually there, just in the radius of that sun.
I mean, it's still nice for them, forcing out the egg, and Force is coming from behind.
He's trying to connect
Darks
here.
Wrapping around.
But DY with a good rotation. He cuts through the trees. Mid lane, XM gets off the... 6 feet left, these little Aether remnants. He gets it off perfectly there. He's got his Acceptor online now, by the way, for XM. I don't know if we really talked about that, but he's got more damage now.
It's not really that like a very good X game. It's okay, you know, like you can silence the Invoker. But apart from that, I don't feel like it's gonna be.
There's trouble afoot.
Charging.
There's trouble.
Oh
no. Oh no. There's so much trouble here. They didn't finish the Tormentor. They can't kill it, otherwise they're gonna lose Q. He's killed off by the Nether Strike. Uh-oh, this is bad. And now MOUZ, they will claim this free Tormentor. Wow. MOUZ, they woke up, they ate their Wheaties, man. They are absolutely on top of things today.
Yeah, they look like a completely different team. Good plays, good synergy between the players, good drafts. I think the overall movement as a unit really coming through, and especially from Onit with the Darkseer and the Spirit Breakers movements. Every time SB wants to charge into the area, Onit's there. And the warding from Bangan as well, allowing the SB to have the vision to initiate.
Absolutely. I mean, Supreme has been scaling amazingly so far as well. With the Midas online, he's almost got now Boots of Travel up to level 13.
Travel Snakes.
Yep.
Making sure they have the late game secured too. You know, if this game goes long, you have Invoker and Gyro at level 30.
XM.
You're not afraid. You're not worried.
This is perfectly timed with the vacuum. So they're going to spook XM into using that 20 wand charge. In the meantime, Olnet, he's going to lose his Aegis here. Down he goes. They don't actually have a vacuum for 20 seconds. So what can you do now? XXS covering this now with the Epicenter. Olnet, he's got BKB coming to him on the courier. I don't think it's going to get here fast enough. Doesn't have any lifesteal. Can't fight through the troll as the Supernova condemns him. Extreme Gaming, they bait up a little Void Spirit in the middle lane, and they end up capturing the Aegis and turning this game around here potentially.
Yeah, what was that? They kind of split their heroes on two ends. They tried to kill the Void Spirit mid. It was the Invoker and the Darkseer, and the other three heroes kind of just got caught when they are hitting the tower, because the tower was like 100 HP from dying.
Yep. I mean, as soon as you use Tornado and Vacuum, like that's your team fight spells, it feels like, isn't it? It sounds kind of crazy to say.
That's true.
But then it's like...
You need Vacuum for your SB charge or your cooldown, your Invoker spells.
Alright. Both of those.
XG has been given a lease of life right now. Back to an even game.
Indeed. And Troll getting involved on those kills is huge as well, as he's actually gone for the... Sanj and Yasha. Has he, right?
Oh, he has the full SNY.
Okay. A little bit unlucky there. Olnet had BKB for a while. I don't know what his... Maybe he sent his courier back to like buy another TP scroll or something. I'm not sure how things happened there, but he had his BKB flying to him. Big map, I guess.
He might have also maybe didn't expect like to have two heroes of his team in mid, you know.
Yeah,
if Dux is behind him with the Mac and Pipe, maybe he would have been okay to fight, you know.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Just a mistake there on MOUZ side. So they have to try to move past that, try to make sure it doesn't happen again. They're going to go with the smoke. BKB on Gyro now. They're still very strong.
A few more support items have come through for Extreme Gaming in the past few minutes, though, very quickly. Sin-Q with a Yule Scepter on the Jakiro, and our Phoenix has a Rod of Ato, so a bit tankier now on the Phoenix to hopefully try and live that much longer. And, of course, the active is very nice against the Spirit Breaker.
I don't know if I like the Atos so much. I kind of prefer Yules this game against SB. But, you know, we'll see how he plays out.
Yeah, I wonder why he's gone for both. Okay, they're going to try and kill DM again. This time the counter initiation. XXS, he's
nice.
got 4 BKB active as well. Nothing stopping him from getting off that Epicenter. What do you have now? Supernova on top for MOUZ as they will melt in the river. 2 heroes down, but they think they can go for round 2 of 4-on-4. The vacuum, or the wall that time, doesn't really catch much as Narman is being controlled. DY has an Icarus dive, gets up to the high ground. XXS, he got bashed up to safety. No way. The vessel, though, is not enough damage. He lives on 70 HP. But MOUZ still continuing to stick around. They think they can still maybe find something here, and I don't think so. Ame still full HP. He's got Battle Trance ready to go. Oh, nearly flawless fight there from Extreme Gaming. That being said, they still end up losing the mid.
how did they lose the fight? It looked like XXS got them the perfect initiation with that, what, 4 hero stun?
Oh yeah, look again at the replay here.
Just unreal, you know. Like, they got a 4 hero stun, they initiated on Void
Greaves
Spirit,
pipe, brother.
but still lose the. They still didn't kill anyone.
Greaves pipe. The fresh 9-second BKB. They, I don't know, maybe the egg was too late.
Not sure. It looked kind of nice, you know, the ice path after the stun, but just maybe they just didn't have enough damage. You know, Troll was far away.
Yeah.
Maybe Troll is gonna need to buy dagger this game at some point so he can follow up the Sand King.
That's true. Yeah, they didn't. I mean, they lost.
They just didn't have damage.
Yeah, they just didn't have damage. I don't know what else to say. I mean, they're tanky, right? I mean, this is a Marcy with.
I mean, Void Spirit is a big part of their damage, and he's the one that got focused first, you know. So that's also another problem.
True. Maybe he just has to like commit. Just Astral step in, use his resonant pulses, get some silences.
Oh, yeah, but he's dead, you know. He got jumped there first, you know.
Well,
so
yeah.
he has to be alive in the team fights, you know. You can let the Sand King take the hit, but the Void Spirit can never be in front.
So not a perfect fight for
can never be
MOUZ,
caught.
but they got what they came for and only lose the support. So ultimately, I don't think they're too sad. And again, with the BOTs online for Supreme, he is, you know, as you say, kind of secured into scaling the later this goes. That being said, Winter, speaking of late game, I mean, Trolls are pretty scary late game, aren't they?
Invoker is the Troll counter. I think late game, Troll can't carry the game and there's an Invoker level 30 running around with all your spells to kite him out.
I see him, by the way. They're charging him.
Charge.
Yep, but they're going to run into a Phoenix first.
Emperor.
They slow him down a little bit. Nice job there on the Rod of Atos. Nearly lasts only a second because of Bulldoze. There they go with another strike. They're going to try and heal him up. Good job there with the face, which is so fast to get away. Back wall onto 2. Supernova is going to be dropped onto the ground as well, as they do get through the Darkseer. Nice control there. Olnet, he does destroy that Supernova, but XXS on a double kill now. Just too much damage on his initiation. He still has BKB. Olnet, he's already used his. He's caught by the Ice Path. Supreme's in the well. He's going to have to TP away, and it's a 4-for-1 trade. Extreme Gaming starting to turn things around.
The Royal Guard defended the Emperor, the Sand King, the Jakiro, the Phoenix. I think the Phoenix was excellent, you know. It got killed, it got scrambled, but they wasted so much time that the Epicenter came in and just killed them all, you know. It gave XXS the opening to just come in with a team fight with a stun and Epicenter and just win them the fight, you know. So well played by Extreme Gaming there. And now they're going to have their prize, a tower into a Roshan, I presume.
Indeed. Here's another look at that fight, by the way, on the replay, and you can just see there the counter initiation for the Sand King, just too darn good. They focused basically everything they had onto taking down the Supernova.
The trio, you know, the Royal Guard, the Jakiro, the Phoenix, and the Sand King just made sure that the Emperor survives this time. And they killed the opposing leader.
Oh.
So more points
They
to
see
them.
Supreme. They see Supreme is under a ward. He's trying to TP XXS. That's exactly what he wanted to see. DY. Oh, he's got the Rod of Atos. Supreme not going anywhere. Uh-oh.
Yeah, can't use his Ogre Seal. Got rooted.
And now Sid Q on the other side of the map. Well, maybe he's the one in trouble here, actually, with Force quickly closing the gap onto him. Another strike is so much damage. He dies this entire time, by the way. Ame is kind of losing this fight to Roche, but finally with the Fervor stacks up to 10, this thing will quickly go down. They scanned, but I reckon it's too late for MOUZ to do anything about it.
Yeah, they won't be in time. Invoker's down anyway. I don't think they can contest this.
So how would you characterize the turnaround here from XG? I mean, who do you credit to that? I mean, obviously it's a full 5 on it's the team game, Winter, but certainly as someone's had a standout performance so far from Extreme Gaming, right, to get them back into fighting shape.
Not someone, but the 3 of them. The Sand King, Jakiro, and Phoenix. I do not like to take away the glory from the other 2 heroes, you know.
Right.
The other 2 Royal Guards. And for MOUZ, I also feel like they kind of also dropped the ball, you know. They had this lead, they played perfectly, but just couldn't really keep the momentum going, you know. They made a couple of errors. They were trying to fight on multiple fronts, and they just paid the price, you know, for doing too many multitasking things in the team fight. And now they're going to have to try to claw themselves back out of this hole. I mean, you have a Gyro, you have an Invoker with Midas going late game. You have a Darkseer with Wall. I think they do have a lot of tools when the game goes like 50 minutes.
He's got that BKB now on Armin. I mean, he still is not going for Shadow Blade. Do you think this game looks any different if he didn't go for drums? Just, you know, looking at one build?
Not really though. I think with the drums build, you kind of want to go BKB into all this team fight lineup.
Right.
I think if you go Shadow Blade, then you're going like a completely different route. But if you're going like drums, I think this is like the more comfortable build for the SB to be able to do his job this game, because you need to go in, tank, and make sure you stun someone, you know. So if you don't have BKB and you're charging into a Sand King, Jakiro, you're not going to be able to charge in.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. Okay. Well, we'll see how that continues to go as he looks to keep scaling. Ben again as well, right? Having gone for Solar Crest and then kind of just the team losing momentum.
He's definitely not scaling anymore with the Solar Crest.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he's dreaming of the BKB, and he's going to be able to still do some good work if he ever gets that online, but that's at least another 12 minutes of farming for him.
Yeah, and he has Arcane Boots, you know, that's not really useful for him to scale.
Okay, Extreme Gaming, they've just pushed bottom tier 1. They pushed bottom tier 2. They're sieging mid tier 2. MOUZ have yet to make a move to any of this. They've pushed top all the way to the tier 2 tower. Well, it's gone, by the way. That's no longer there. XXS, he's just going to actually, like a madman, just stick the TP there to the outpost. Pros don't fake. Holy moly.
Look at how fat he is on the Sand King. Holy. Look at his net worth.
That's a good point, actually.
This hero is just crazy. You farm so quickly with the Stinger. And actually all your spells, you know, your stun, your Sandstorm, your Stinger, your innate. Every single tool in your arsenal helps you farm.
There's a catch. Bangan hit by the root. Some Q. You can reach him with the Yules, but didn't want to go too deep, and Olnit gives them the rebound target to be able to escape. BKB now freshly assembled by Supreme as well as he pushes out this bottom wave. So the double BKB timing here, but
the Emperor is here.
He demands an audience. Knocks on the high ground door. Now I'm going to go ahead and TP on back.
What is the punishment of ignoring the Emperor's plea for audience?
I'm not sure, actually.
Is it death?
That's a really good question, and maybe it is. It's probably just like 60 years of hard labor. I don't know. It's not something too pleasant.
I hereby sentence you to 10 years in the aquarium.
Yeah, you get 4 more games of low priority. That's what you get in Dota. If you ignore your carry late game, you get mass reported.
Bro, 4 games is nothing.
Well, you got to win, though. And you're in the low prio pool. When's the last time you were in low prio, Winter? My goodness. 4 games is nothing, Winter.
Like never? Hello? Low prior?
Yeah, you gotta
speak for yourself.
You gotta
Richie.
spend some time down in the mines before you talk about how easy it is down there. It is not fun. I'll tell you what. MKB finish as well for Ame. I mean, he's really turned his game around.
Let me ask you a question, Richie. Why are you in low prior?
Oh, I'm not, but
why do you know?
I've been down there before because, you know, you ever partied up with some friends and you're like, oh, it's good to see you. And then you're talking on the Discord voice chat and then you invite them to the party and then you go, why is the bar red? Why can we only queue for solo for a single draft?
All
right, here goes Ame. Back up to the high ground here. A lot of regen there given to him. Oh, there's another greater healing Lotus. So Sync Q is holding on to a second one in case he needs mana for the ulti, but he still has 35 seconds on this Aegis. 10 fervor stacks already. Down goes that tier 3 tower. TP now by Olnit. TPing in vision here, by the way. As with the alacrity, Extreme Gaming paying him a bit of respect, not wanting to fight too deep into this, but are going to continue the siege.
Oh, they have pipe on Phoenix now. This is a big item. Okay, now when I say that, they retreat. They pop the pipe and they retreat. Sometimes I swear these players, they are trying to just mess with us.
Right.
Oh, that's an item timing. Let's go. They use it and retreat.
Of course, it's not me. It's the players. It's, you know, we don't casters curse the players. Secretly, they just want to make us look bad. Obviously, least the Lulu caster. But MOUZ, they'll smoke onto the base now. Winter. The real reason I believe they backed up is because Ame, his Aegis has been reclaimed.
Yeah, but they have an Arcane Rune on Voice
Rune. They're not together.
Sure, they want to go in.
He's in the triangle. MOUZ.
He's coming. He's fast.
This would be.
He's
yeah,
fast.
no, he's already basically connected with the team. And you do have Force, who is kind of showing middle. This is going to be an awkward fight. Olmec out front. His smoke will break first. XM pings all around as MOUZ. They get the ward onto the high ground, but they're also caught by the ice path first. BKB active, but Olmec, he needs to activate his BKB and try and fight through this one with the delay. He's already activated Satanic as in goes Zombie with his BKB. Supernova on top now is Olmec. He's going to be perma-rooted, taunted, and killed. No way out for him. Sin Q, he's going to die to 3 enemy here. No, he's not. He's got Guardian Greaves and a big old Lotus. All of a sudden, Benkin is the one being beat down. Force, he might be the last to drop in this fight, but it's all going to be for Extreme Gaming as they take down 3 heroes. They're on the tail of Supreme here as well as he's looking for the TP out. They've missed with the 8th Remnant, and there's no Yule Scepter here to cancel, so he is safe and sound. But that fight, oh, all for Extreme, huh?
Yeah, I'm afraid this might be the last fight, you know, for MOUZ. Like losing the gyro there. I mean, they had a good. I feel like it was a good attempt with the smoke, but maybe they needed to like hold on the high ground instead of like walk down the low ground, because when they were on the low ground, then things became really awkward for them. You know, even though they know that the enemy is around.
Force was also like kind of in their triangle, right? I mean, he was a little bit far from where that fight ended up starting, which was on the low ground.
They needed a vacuum into the Spirit Breaker charge to kind of start things off for them.
And instead, it'll be a full nade lane of barracks deleted. Relatively short cooldown timer here from MOUZ. Fortunately, as when they did take that fight, waves were getting pushed. So, you know, XG not completely here, ending the game, but certainly setting themselves up, Winter, for success. Next one will certainly do it.
Yeah, they could wait for Roche.
Or, I don't know, there's an amplified damage room on XM.
Yeah, but doesn't mean they shouldn't wait. I think in general, you should always wait for the Roshan before you go high ground again, even with a lead this big.
That's fair, that's fair.
You don't want to throw the game, Richie, and get into low prior. You know, you just told me about how bad low prior is, and here we are, and you're telling me, oh, they should just try to end the game. Don't get Roshan.
Well, I mean, I guess it's up in 15. As soon as in 15 seconds, we should say. Could be another 3 minutes after that. We'll know momentarily. Good Extreme Gaming.
We always have the benefit of information.
Makes us look smart. Sometimes, except for when we misread it.
Most of the time we look
long
we look
Roche.
stupid.
Very long Roche. It'll actually spawn down bottom, so it'll end up being a daytime Roche.
This is good for MOUZ.
More time to push out these waves, kind of get a little bit more map control. Hopefully a bit of D wards. I mean, DY and SinQ have left them some very nasty wards in the lane. Right now, MOUZ have managed to sneak past them here. So they have recaptured that Watcher.
Dragon Lance. SinQ just bought a Dragon Lance.
Oh yeah, of course, he's a dragon.
Huh. Very nice. Very nice.
Look at his attack range now, by the way. With he's also got the 10 talent.
The talent, the attack range. Well, I guess this is probably the way to go with this hero now.
I guess.
It kind of cosplaying Snapfire position.
He's got Shard as well, right? So he's got that Liquid Fire upgrade percentage-based damage. That's always very nice to see. Here we go, round 2 potentially. XG, they've got a little ward watching the small camp, basically.
Okay, now MOUZ, they are hugging their
ward. This is a much better ward here to fight around. Oh, does he have the talent? Yeah, he doesn't have Remnant provides True Sight. That was almost. That was. I mean, Olmec.
That was awkward.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. You can just dispose them. You've got a 4-staff. It was 100% calculated. He wasn't worried for a second.
Yeah, I was like, oh, we have RTZ in the game.
Doing his little Artor impression. This is Artor at home. Actually, Artor's at home right now, of course. All the best for him. XM, he's just standing here. He's not giving up his ground. No one's smoked up. Bengen, he's going to be the one initiated on silence number 1. A stun. They find 2, most notably onto Force. They've already deleted Bengen. He doesn't have a buyback here as Olmec trying to get back to his own ward. Vacuum, no. Force actually, he blinks on back. And now XM in for round 2. He's caught Olmec here again into the stun. BKB, no chance to use it there, nor the Satanic. XXS, what a game he's been having now as Supreme. He will TP out on. Oh, no, he's not. What? It's over!
Yep, it is over. You do not TP in the face of the Emperor.
You do not.
The Emperor has demanded an audience and you listen and you bow down.
Don't you turn your back to him. Now there's no BKB for Supreme, and XM,
Go
he
back
knows,
in.
but that's a pretty nice back wall onto 2. What can they do? Only again, he gets caught without his BKB, but it's just 1 stun. Now BKB active, what can they do? That's a dieback now for SinQ Force. He doesn't have enough strength to destroy the Sun on his own, and Ame, he's going in, he's found Nolan, he's rooted him down, and down he goes. XM killed Supreme off early to start that fight, and Extreme Gaming with a beautiful comeback victory in Game 1 over MOUZ.
You have killed the Emperor when he was young, when he was lower level, but when he grew up, he became a man. He still became the Emperor that you have to fear, MOUZ.
Yeah,
I'm so sorry.
You
man.
banished him, you tried to exile him to another kingdom, didn't want to kill him when he was young, and now he came back, raised an army, called in the allies, and especially the Sand Kingdom. My goodness, what a game from XXS. He looks so good on this hero.
The Sand King is probably the true Emperor. He did all the he did all the work. Actually, no, the Emperor doesn't do any work. Yeah, the generals do his bidding. You know, so Sand King was one of his commander on the left. You know, his left hand commander. He only gives him all the important missions. You know, the ones that he knows that cannot be failed. He gives it to XXS. Here you go. The ones that might be 50-50, he gives it to someone else. XM,
Yeah,
you can have
XM.
this mission.
Yeah, exactly. Gives it to the the light-footed one there, XM, who was getting caught quite a bit there in the early game, but eventually by the late game he had accumulated the items. I mean, this was the fight that really kind of was the first nail here into MOUZ, wasn't it? So this fight completely going XG's way.
I mean, this was the time where I feel like MOUZ, they were kind of hitting like a really strong timing. Was it, what was the items that they got? They have Mag Pipe, they have Solar Crest, they have Drums on SB, and Gyro, I'm not sure if he had BKB at this point, you know, but they were hitting a very, very strong timing, but they just messed everything up when they were pushing the tower at top, and, you know, and then they split up, and yeah, the game then became to this. They had to split push, and they didn't really get to use their heroes together. Yeah, and after that it was tough for them, you know. But I think when they had the advantage, they just didn't make it count, you know.
No.
They played beautifully for the first, I think, 15 minutes or so. But after that, they kind of didn't really function as one team. Like, they were not doing things together.
Right.
If they were doing things together, I'm pretty sure there is no way that they are losing any fights at that point with the drafts that both teams had.
I don't think we caught it in our replay, but it was the fight where they kind of end up trying to kill XM again middle. At the same time, MOUZ, they're kind of sieging the tier 2 tower, and then a fight breaks out, right? Those are the kind of like little mistakes, little slip-ups where, like, you know, when you play against a lot of like lower tier opponents, you can get away with those moves, right? But when you play against like the top echelon here, like, I mean, Extreme Gaming, they're a direct invite team here to the Riyadh Masters. They ended up getting, they take that opportunity, even though it's a little foothold, and just like that, they're right back in the game, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they just did a really good job playing from behind. Like, they were losing the early game, but they didn't really panic so much. They were like just holding their positions. I think they did a decent job at just making sure that they were defending their side of the map. I mean, they could have done certain things better, you know. When Army was falling bottom, they kind of make the smoke. They read the play. They knew MOUZ was coming over to kill the king, their emperor, but they were just like late, you know. If that was done correctly, I felt like then maybe you could say that XG had a perfect game.
Yeah, I agree. I think there were certainly some great moves out from MOUZ. I really like the way they utilized their draft. The Quaswex Invoker certainly impressed as well, but eventually they seemingly just ran out of steam, and against an opponent like XG, they're going to take you to the cleaners if you don't do the job right. That is it for our first game here of our BO2 series, folks. This is starting to look scary now for MOUZ Esports, guys. With this, they are now officially 1-8. They have still chances. They're not out yet mathematically, especially because they get to play versus Quest, who is also currently 6th, 7th. So maybe there's still a chance for them here, but it is really, really coming down to it. They need to find their focus. They need to be able to lock in and take this second game. We're going to be going to a short break, but when we return, we'll have Weibo Gaming Extreme versus MOUZ Game 2.
Just might bang a bang a bang a bang dang dang. My slang the thing, change the game, it's insane. Bring the pain out.
I'm in another world, out of body. No one around, but I'm not lonely. My heart's racing, I don't know how to feel calm. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Ignorance is bliss, I lived like this, oh what a mistake. I guess it was better to feel numb than to be wide awake. Wide awake. Life's a hard pill to swallow, but there's always tomorrow. It'll all make sense someday. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive. Even if I don't understand it all the time, I gotta let myself feel everything, even if it hurts. Sweep it underneath the rug, will only make it worse. This is what I gotta do, this is what I gotta do to feel alive.
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hour silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
A promising lead into the early game there is not what MOUZ, well, it didn't lead them, unfortunately, to a victory in Game 1 over XG, as the Emperor Ame prevails in the end and wins on the Troll with another Ags Rush. Winter, it is coming down to the wire here for MOUZ Esports. I don't know, things you think that they should repeat, things you think you want to see more from them. I don't think it was a draft issue, but you know, as far as play style goes, what would you prescribe, Doc?
I am not very sure. I think they are just not as strong as XG, you know, when it comes down to the macro movements of the team. And it's very difficult to remedy this type of problem because it's a fundamental problem. You can maybe use the drafts to kind of fix certain things or to make things easier, but I felt like the last game was pretty easy, you know, their execution, what they needed to do in the game. They did the first 15 minutes correctly, they did it really well, but after that, they kind of have to keep it going, you know, and that's where it was lacking for MOUZ.
Yeah, no, I mean, I see that. We'll see if they're going to be able to look to try and adjust that in the draft. They have first pick on Diór side. I don't know if that sways your prediction one way or the other one, sir. We'll see how our audience prediction has gone as we'll check in with our STC Play prediction. 70-30 for Weibo Extreme Gaming.
That is...
I've got to agree.
Very generous 30.
Wow, very generous.
Yeah, but what happened in the first game, I felt like it was very clear that MOUZ is the weaker team. I mean, sure, it's XG. They had a good start. You know, if you had a good start and that's what happened to you, what will happen if the game goes even from the lanes?
Yeah.
You know, you don't even get an advantage. Can you play the game?
Yeah, I mean, look, I hear you there. I hear you. Well, if you want to give your own prediction, you guys can go to stcplay.gg and predict not only these matches, but the other ones going on the other streams. As a reminder, folks, we're in Group B. We're about to jump into game number 2 here. If this is not the game you're looking for, XG versus MOUZ, I encourage you to check out the other streams because we do have 3 others running, so you can find the game that you are looking for. Nonetheless, Winter, our second draft here just about to get underway as we'll quickly jump in here. But MOUZ now sitting at 1-8, XG improving to 5-4. It is coming down to it here for MOUZ. They need to get some wins. Let's see what they are going to choose to go with here. As like I said, our draft is going to get started here any second. They're already zooming. They're already zooming along here. And slight spoilers, Winter. We have some repeat picks, don't we?
You say that like you're upset, disappointed?
Well, I mean, look, I like the...
You want to watch a totally new episode? You don't want to watch the same episode again, you know?
Well, I mean, we'll see. You're right. There's still room to for this draft to expand and move into different directions. But I don't know. I assume we're going to see Ame go for the same exact build. I think we're going to see another melee position forward that plays well with a Darkseer. Maybe this time we'll see like a Nyx Assassin or something else potentially. I mean, but, you know, look, nothing wrong with Force's Darkseer. Not saying that's the reason that they lost, don't get me wrong.
It's the team, Richie. The way they were playing as a team. It's nobody's fault. I feel like you can't really name one singular player and say, oh, he lost MOUZ that game for sure. You know, I think this is not the case. It is the fundamental parts about the team, how they are playing the map. When you talk about pushing when you have an advantage and you're trying to win in multiple fronts and you lose your carry, that's more than just one person. You know, like the whole team has to be responsible for a move like that.
Yeah, look, I get it. I get it. I'm not saying it's only comes down to one player, one play, anything like that. I don't want to try and dilute it down like that. But hey, we'll see how.
Just trying to make sure we are clear on this.
Of course.
Richie. I'm not saying you are doing the blaming here. You know, usually the blaming is left to me. You know, I tend to blame people.
Well, sometimes that's what you're here for, Doc. As well, so far, a strikingly similar draft, as this time it's XG who moved to ban out to the Jakiro. But we might just see DY for 2 games in a row on the Troll Phoenix lane here.
Yeah, they did. They died like once or twice in this lane, the early game against the Darkseer Spiritbreaker, if I recall correctly. Pretty sure Troll died one time,
He
right?
did.
Troll died one time. Maybe Phoenix died as well. I can't remember, but they didn't really like.
He did not.
do that well in the lane. I mean, they did okay, you know. It wasn't like they lost the lane, but they only got booted out because the gyro gated bottom, you know, to kill the troll or the Phoenix. They killed somebody bottom, and then they took the tower, and then the gyro gated back top.
Yeah, that was a really nice moves early from MOUZ, who make a move to yoink the Sand King. That's not going to be an option for success.
And Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon is the troll counter, one of the annoying troll counters with the disrupt. You kite him with the purge, you kite him. The endless kiting.
What's this Rubik ban about? Do you just really not want to give him Burrow Strike that bad? Do you think we're going to see like another...
I guess it's just the Burrow even Sandstorm. Bro, Sandstorm.
Okay.
Wait, is the Stinger based on your attack range or the spell has a range? Is it far for Rubik?
I don't think you can steal it though, because it's Stinger's the... Oh no, Stinger's the... Wait, but... I don't know, actually. You've got me on that one.
Is it based on your...
I'm checking.
It should be based on your attack range, right? Because you perform an attack. So if Rubik gets that, it's going to be so far.
I guess you've got a point. Yeah, I guess it's like Walrus Punch, huh?
Yeah, that's why they banned it. Maybe that's why. Alright, so we're not going to see Rubik. We're going to see Ember and Hoodwink. More catch, more small disables for the troll to hit his target. You have the Phoenix already, so you don't want your Phoenix to be building an Atos, I think.
Right.
In most cases, I feel like if your Phoenix needs to build Atos, then something is wrong with the draft. But in the previous game, I don't think he should be building Atos, because they have a lot of disable from the other heroes anyway.
It's a lot of skirmishing too, isn't it? Like when you kind of look at it, you've got a lot of heroes who are like very one way, very binary. They're in or they're out. Like you've got a Darkseer, a Sand King, a Shadow Demon, very much like you use Disruption or you don't, right? You use Burrow Strike or you don't. Compared to like Ember's just going to slight. I'm just going to throw an Acorn. You know, Sunray is a little bit more hard commitment, sure, right? But I kind of like this draft style into...
Is it though, Richie? Sunray is a hard commit spell. You're just casting it from a million range.
Yeah, but it's troublesome, right? Because it reveals you, right? Like it's, oh, where's the Sunray coming from? I don't know. Let's go up the line, right? Like it's not always...
Just follow the sun.
Yeah, exactly. Morph.
Alright, we're going to see a Morph this time instead of Gyro. So Morph is... also a very good matchup into the troll. You don't have the same movement as Gyro where you go to the gate and go to the other lane, because Morph is not really designed to do that. Morph is about sitting in your lane and waiting there as long as you can until your enemy brings enough heroes to boot you out, and then you take a fight there maybe with your team. It's very hard to kill.
I see it. Isn't Troll in a lot similar to that?
Troll is easier to boot out because you are easier to kill compared to a Morphling. You don't have a waveform, you don't have the Morph to change to strength, you get more HP.
Right, I get that. I see.
In Troll, you generally just, after the lane, you want to just go jungle, you know? You don't really want to sit in the lane and farm. You're not a Ursa or actually Ursa might be a bad example, like Lifestealer type of hero, where you can sit. Lifestealer, Juggernaut, Morphling. Obviously, there are rules that you should jungle when your enemies can kill you, but there are also rules that can be broken by some heroes because you can't be killed.
So it is a game of rules, but it's mostly a game of exceptions, isn't it? As Extreme Gaming take exception to two of the better Darkseer partners, banning out the Spirit Breaker and the Nyx here. I really like those bans.
Like maybe the Sand King is the partner though. I feel like Narma might be up to something.
Really?
I don't think it's good. I think it's a better hero on core, but I don't know.
Okay, well, so if you do that, then what? You last pick a different mid, right?
Yeah, something to bully the Ember, I guess.
Huskar. You Huskar him.
Yeah, you Huskar him, but I was actually thinking of Razor, because Razor is also good against Troll.
Yeah, that's true. And it's someone who can probably hit egg a little bit better than a Huskar, I don't know.
Or you could just snap fire mid.
Oh, yeah.
You can win the lane against Ember, then you can kill the egg. That I think could work also. But obviously, we are probably not going to see that. We're probably going to see some position for a hero. Have you seen Narman's special? The Bounty Hunter?
Oh, the Bounty? I thought you were going to say the Earth Spirit.
I mean, that's kind of his special too, but I think Bounty is more annoying. Spirit position 4 is... I'm not very sure if it's it's still good now.
Me neither.
Did someone use it? I think I saw Crit. Was it Crit? I saw someone play it. I don't remember
If
who.
there's someone in the tournament, it's going to be, I believe it to be Crit, who is celebrating his birthday today. Happy birthday to Crit.
How do you know everything? You have information about everyone's birthday.
I,
about their whereabouts.
Well, not always their whereabouts.
What they are doing.
Enigma's the last ban. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good morphling counter.
Armin's like, guys,
there's still
Bounty
there's
Hunter.
Doom and Enigma.
Pick me the bounty.
Doom and Enigma. If Doom and Enigma is removed, there's very limited heroes that can counter morphling from the off lane remaining.
Well, what do you have left? What are you looking for? Percentage-based damage, healing reduction, right?
Yeah, percentage-based damage and healing reduction.
Oh,
correct.
the Willow. Is this only the second Willow we've seen? No, it's not. It's the
Yeah, maybe seen one
ninth
for
Willow.
sure.
It's
From-
our
was it
second
from
Willow.
I think from LGD.
Yeah.
You saw one for sure. Okay. Morphling counters. I actually don't know. I think there are general heroes like Centaur, Mars, okay heroes, you know, but not exactly like counters.
Well, what do you? Let's talk about other things you want for extreme gaming besides the morphling, right?
They need like a hero that can stand in front and provide team fight. Maybe some Brewmaster, maybe, but it's not exactly a morphing counter. It's just good, I think, with their heroes.
What's wrong with Underlord?
Underlord's not so good here, I think, with the lane with into morphing. Underlord doesn't really lane that well into morphing.
I guess, I mean,
for
he
me.
struggles, right, because of the base damage, the animation. Oh, a
Yeah.
Mars?
It's hard to get last hit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what they need with the draft, you know. Like I said, you know, some stun hero, some frontline, Centaur or Mars. Mars goes really well with the egg. You get to protect the egg.
That's right.
You set up well for Sunray.
Sunny side up combo.
It's actually also a Shadow Demon counter because you don't have the vision to save your team.
That's right.
So I think that's very good.
It's got the
against Shadow
Bloodsport
Demon.
facet.
Yeah, I think it's a pick that ties the whole draft together, you know. Like it makes everything easy for the rest of the heroes. You get to set up for egg, you get to set up for troll. You are useful at tanking, being the front line. So you're gonna need your supports to buy the Greaves and maybe not Greaves, just pipe. I don't know if you can buy Greaves on any of these heroes. Maybe the Hoodwink buys Greaves, but I don't know if it's good for Hoodwink. And then Phoenix buys pipe.
Well, if it's in Q, he just might decide to buy it, right? I could see him doing something slightly funky like that.
Yeah, they kind of have a lot of stuns from Ember and Mars, so you don't need your Hoodwink to get like what's it called?
Gleipnir.
The Gleipnir, yeah, the Gleipnir to catch heroes or the Aethos first. So you can actually get Mag, build it into Greaves. It's kind of useful against the Dark Willow spells, the Bramble and the Curse Crown. So definitely not a waste on Hoodwink. It doesn't feel good because you can't be greedy, but it's what you need to win the game, I think.
All right.
You get a Mag, you get a pipe, you win.
Well, do MOUZ have what they need to win the game here, Winter? Are you liking this draft, this Willow last pick then for them?
Yeah, and it's not bad with their lineup. Gives them like more team fight. Strong laner with Darkseer, the universal lane. Willow, Darkseer. You don't really have any apparent combos, I guess. He's more of, I think, disrupting the combo. Because you can terrorize from far range to stop the Sunray when the Mars is coming in to initiate with the arena.
It's true, and you don't necessarily need a vision of an arena to just throw in your terrorize either, right?
Yeah, you can just predict, you know, all these players, they're damn good at predicting what their opponents are doing, you know.
Well,
the only thing they can't predict is sometimes what their teammates are gonna do, you know.
That's right. That's right.
I thought you were coming over, bro. I was actually busy having my nasi lemak over here, you know. I thought I had some time.
Speaking of, well, I don't know if of insensitive, that's the facet here. And speaking of other facets, that's my segue. Very forced, I know. The only one that's kind of interesting is the promulgate on disseminate for the Shadow Demon. Basically, it returns Soul Catcher in a nerfed format. Is how you can think of that.
Yeah, so everyone has their normal facets, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah. I I'm just checking the Mars one.
I mean,
think
the
that would be
Phoenix
a
one feels
surprise.
more 50-50. He's gone for the Dying Light, but
I actually feel like whenever you have Mars or Faces Void, some setup hero, I tend to prefer the Sunray one.
I almost always prefer the
I mean,
Sunray
Dying-
one personally.
Dying Light is just better for the lane, you know. I like it for the lane. You're stronger in the lane. but
I just feel
outside
like
the
you
lane-
hardly need it though. I just especially against like a Darkseer.
Dying Light.
Yeah, because you just kick so much butt already with Icarus Dive and
Yeah, but you're
and Fire Spirits.
dude. You're like always low HP because your spells cost.
I
HP,
understand.
so
I
you're doing more
understand. I
damage.
understand the trade-off here.
No, you don't understand. Come on, dude. This thing is good. Have you tried, or you just like, oh no, I assume the Sunray one is better, so I'm just gonna do that.
We also have Thorny.
I know most players, they have a preset
disposition
mind of an idea, and they just don't try the other facet. You know, they just think that this is how it's gonna look. I'm not even gonna bother trying it. You know, this is how all nasi lemak tastes, so I'm not gonna taste it. Not even gonna give it a
I
chance.
mean, you wouldn't catch me not tasting a nasi lemak. That much I will defend myself on.
Yeah, I know you. Yeah, personally brought me to a couple of establishments to give my verdict.
That's right.
Is this better?
That's right.
or
I
is
have.
that better?
I absolutely have. Narman going for a little bit of a creep skip here in the early levels when the Darkseer is, of course, going to struggle.
Yeah, I think in this type of counter lanes, you most of the time just have to do it. Maybe in a melee against melee matchup, if the carry is a melee hero, then you can play the lane straight on.
Do you reckon? Ultimate waveform for the for the range grip. He got it. He's fine. He got HP to play with. Do you reckon we'll see? I'll make you up the Acceptor again for the troll three times in a row for him.
No, he's gonna get a vessel to counter them all. I don't know. I think Axe might be okay against Dark Widow, because you can dispel yourself. It's not really gonna help against the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
That's my primary concern on the troll here.
That's true. That's always going to be an issue, isn't it?
Yeah, he probably just likes the build, so I think he's probably gonna do it. Axe SMY this game.
Yeah. Axe SNY. What did he go? BKB after or something like that?
Yeah, last game what did he go? Yeah, he went BKB. Third item BKB.
Seems like that might be a
Dying
repeat.
Light. Look at the damage.
Wow. Look. I mean, my goodness.
They're burning to the sun, you know, just like here in Malaysia.
Believe it. Is it Dying Light or is it just Fire Spirits? Because that spell's low-key a little bit OP right now.
He's doing damage. Look. They just got sunburned by Phoenix.
Yeah, that's why. It's get your UV 50 plus, folks. This is a hard lane for him.
What? Is that what you usually get from the pharmacy?
Yeah, of course. What do you think? I'm messing around. There's like a UV index of like 12 every day in this country. Even when it's cloudy, it doesn't matter. We're on the equator. What do you think? You just play with that? I don't think so.
Like who checks the index?
I don't look. I checked the index. I started checking.
All right, today I'm not going out today. You know, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's what I do. Right? I check the index. Oh, UV index is above 8. Guess I'll stay inside and play Dota again. I'm a Dota caster. What do you think, huh? Come on.
I mean, I do I'm also a Dota caster, you know, but I look at the sky. I'm like, okay, today is time for my ranked games. You know, I'm not gonna go out.
Look at the sky. Yep, it's gonna be hot, yeah.
Yeah, but then I remember I need to go out and take care of the fish. So then I have to go out anyway. Those hungry fries won't feed themselves, you know. Somebody's got to do it.
We've all got responsibilities, don't we? Sinky and Sketchy on a Bengen, but he's got that disruption to prevent any death from coming through. So far, Winter Lane's looking better for the side of Extreme Gaming. I think that's going to be naturally what happens when you first pick the Darkseer.
Okay. Yeah, Morphling is kind of, would you say, struggling a little bit? Mars has more last hit and deny.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's a good amount.
4 denies. I mean, look, it adds up. I certainly would agree with you. We have the supports chasing each other over to the mid lane, by the way. We're a bit early for the minute 6 runes.
Yeah, they just want to put wards. We're kind of like back towards the the state of the game where the mid heroes are getting greedy, farming stacks. So the supports, especially the position force, are coming in. Because especially when you're playing into Kotal, you want to check if he's making stacks, he's clearing a big one, steal the XP or steal last hits. I think against Sanking is the same here. You need to keep tabs on it. And if you look at what MOUZ have done, they've already have an observer ward in their own jungle to scout for those type of moves.
Yeah, I mean, there's big stacks in the triangle right now for Supreme. He might start farming this. Oh, action top lane, though. XXS, first blood against Bengen. They catch him there with the bushwhack and the spear. It's a dangerous lane.
Now I know why the Morphling is not doing so good in the lane. It's because he has a Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon is not the strongest laner. Okay, I totally forgot about that. He's not like a hero that will provide you with a stable lane. He's going to be strong later in the game. But in the early phases, he doesn't really help you so much in the lane.
You already have Narman, by the way, taking XP mid. It looked like Supreme was thinking about farming that stack, and then he's like, Oh, he did
3v1. This ain't fair, Richie.
Yeah, well,
you're trying to fight the man with 3 heroes.
I mean, Extreme Gaming, they're rotating heroes on over as well. Ember's got a Remnant top lane, and he will secure the first power, and it's the Invis for XM. Last game, Winter, he was denied of the first 2, maybe 3 runes, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was an Invis and Arcane rune. 6 minute.
And then he got
the.
and then what? He got the haste, right? I believe.
Yeah, that was the 10-minute one. So let's see, what do we have in store for this game? Ame is. Oh, he got it. He's stuck.
He's on the cliff.
Oh no, RTZ's here.
He's here. He is here.
Oh no!
I think he's watching the other game. He's watching the Liquid series right now over on his stream. But somewhere he's just felt a little bit of a twang.
Oh, this is how it feels, yeah, RTZ. Now I know. Watching and observing from a far range, and now he's like afraid that MOUZ has actually.
There's his camera. Look at him
on the high ground.
He's like, yep.
Yep, I'm stuck here for the next
45
minute.
seconds. A record scratch noise. He'll be there for a while.
We need to have like a compilation on who gets stuck.
Oh,
on
he's
the
still
cliff
farming though. Look,
longest.
he throws the whirling axes at the kobolds.
Oh yeah,
he's still farming.
Neutral item.
He's not stopped. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, we'll keep a picture-in-picture up on him as he's got TP in 20. Although I say that, look at Darvin. Oh,
he's
you
requesting
sneaky little bugger.
the warden to release him from this jail. There's no sentries on Phoenix? Oh no, okay, yeah, he has one. Save him! Save him!
Okay, they got the D ward. They got the D ward. You also have XM rotate. I can't believe what we're seeing here, by the way. Looking for the TP
if they
out.
blind
We have
cancel
the
his
searing
TP
chains.
here.
It's fine. He's TPing. He's TPing. He's safe. He's safe and sound.
He's out of the jail. The Emperor is released.
He's been freed. It was just a little bit of house arrest for him, you know.
Yeah, but Richie, let me ask you: if you have the Emperor, and you're demanding for a ransom, how much? How much to release him? You know. How many plates of chicken rice?
At least 2, brother. I'll tell you that much.
Only 2.
At least. I think.
Yeah, because you can only take 2.
I think for Ame, it was basically just a little bit of a bit of introspection, right? A bit of meditation there. Bengen, he's in trouble. He's gonna burn alive to the Phoenix.
Life of a Shadow Demon. You show up, you try to pull the wave, get some XP with the poison, but there is Ember Spirito. This is one of the best mid heroes at punishing weak supports in the early game. It's Light and the Chains. Like, he's actually balling out of control, this Ember. He is so fat.
Hey, Winter, Phoenix did 520 damage to...
oh, yeah, because of what? Because of what?
Oh, well, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to quiz you how much of that damage was from Dying Light. Force. He's fine. Well, for now.
Oh, here we go.
XM,
this is the true damage.
Amplified damage and vacuum onto 2, but the wall replica has been committed, and that is a big old bushwhack. DY hits him with a bit of that Dying Light, but ultimately nothing happens. 27 damage, by the way. Winter.
Okay, I surrender, Richie, okay? I apologize for hyping up Dying Light, alright? Can we get back?
Look at this. Look at this play. He had already used the vacuum. He tried to go for the kill onto Ame. Ame did not appreciate that, and well...
Yeah, look at the Acorn shot killed him.
Yeah, it did.
Look at this. Pop, 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 pop.
So, after that, what is Sin Q going to go for? He's 102 now on the Hoodwink. He's farming in the mid lane, soaking some experience, because Ember Spirit is absolutely
What did we say he should buy this game?
You wanted to see Greaves,
right?
You wanted to see Greaves.
Alright. Shinkyo is a reasonable player, you know. He's a team player. He does whatever the team needs to attain victory. He's the soldier in the front line that you want.
All right. Now, hold it. Uh-oh. That's his waveform. XXS is here as well.
Look at that.
Into
He's
the
burning
tree.
down to what,
Ame.
Richie?
Down he goes. Let's go ahead and take a quick look at that death summary there. Yep, 65 damage by Dying Light.
But you can tell?
Yeah.
Really?
5 Dota Plus, brother.
Oh no. Oh no, you actually have Dota.
Of course. It's a fantastic tool. Except actually he's TP'd bottom because he's going to try and defend the tower from the 10-minute wagon. Force is here cutting the wave. So he doesn't want that tower to go down, and his team will secure the tower top. Should expect XG to re-rotate down through the gate.
They can't kick the Ember out of this lane though. I think XG is doing the smart thing here, putting the hero that can't really be killed bot. Because usually you see the carry and the off lane switching lanes, right? The carry goes top, off laner goes bot. But in this case, because the Ember is so powerful here, he does not care, you know. But as I say that, I just realized MOUZ is actually the one that has the most farm in the game. Now he's about to get his dagger before 12 minutes.
He'll equal
Soaring dagger.
He'll equal the dagger timing of Supreme, who's just had it delivered now. So Phase Boot's dagger for the Sand King. He's smoked up already. They do have a mech.
It's not equal. Supreme has no soaring, Richie.
Okay,
but he's gonna be here with the epicenter.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
This could
here
be a
we go.
good catch. XM, he's going to get jumped first. They have a vacuum as well to hold him in. And there they go. Vacuum into the other brambles as Ame. He will get caught briefly here by his own illusion. Blood grenade thrown as well. They don't have brambles for 12 seconds. There's going to be the demonic purge. DY behind with not enough mana right now.
He's dying to the illusion.
He is dying to the illusion. He's forced to ult. That doesn't feel good. Nice blink forward by Supreme. The game sense to know he's got a sandstorm in a second. The stun's going to come through, and he gets him. He's killed him. XXS holding onto the arena. Blood doesn't need it here for the kill onto the Scorpion. His ultimate is going to show up to the fight now. Looked like he was going to back up, received the surge, and then realizes he doesn't really want to fight here. Okay. Well, that ended up working out pretty well for MOUZ, all things considered.
The double daggers. Both teams with their double daggers. So they killed the troll, but they sacrificed the Sand
Well, they
King.
killed the troll and the Ember. They killed the troll and the Ember.
The troll and the Ember. Yeah, definitely very good for MOUZ here. And the Ember picks up a haste, another haste for XM.
That's going for...
DY still has the egg, so they should be looking to fight now with no epicenter.
It's going for Mage Slayer, by the way. And that frontline soldier you were yapping about, Winter Sinq, he's going to go for the flashy play. He's going to go for that Maelstrom. It's not going to be the Guardian Greaves here.
Yeah, the general has to have a word with him, you know. It's not listening to command.
DY thinking about maybe jumping in. Still holding on to that Supernova, but it's just going to go ahead and farm a bit now.
What is DY getting? Okay, nothing on his quick buy.
I think it'll be a Yules this game, right?
Pipe's nice.
Yeah.
Use is good for the mana regen.
True.
For you.
Pipe is nice. It's expensive though. You can farm on this hero.
Yeah, that's why you get it, because you're Phoenix. You can farm. If you're telling me, oh, I don't want to get pipe because I'm, like, say, an Undying, yeah, I get it, you know, but you're Phoenix, you don't have an excuse.
That's true. You don't have an excuse. Good one, Winter.
How do you like your eggs? Runny?
Scrambled, not running. You know the answer to that.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Oh, yeah, I actually do. I forgot, I remember. Okay, now I remember. You're referring to one particular meal.
Yes, I am. I am indeed. Olmit, he's farming up top lane. The rest of MOUZ, they're currently pushing down bottom. They have set up an observer ward here. Smoke is going to break momentarily on XM. They see him. Nice job there on the chains as they force to get stuck and trap. But Benkin saves him momentarily with that disruption. Will that be enough? That's a beautiful arena onto 3. But the Terrorize, it's done well to allow them to counter-initiate. Supernova is dropped in the meantime. Buys enough space for XM to be able to disengage here. But Supreme, he's still nice and healthy. He's got his Blink Dagger just on cooldown here.
Right. Both carries deciding to AFK at top now, so keeping this 4 against 4.
That's right, keeping it a nice even fight. DY, he doesn't really have any spells to play with here. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. He actually might be able to turn. Winter, the Dying Light, it's done something.
Yeah, please take that facet, Richie. I have convinced you.
Narman, oh no. They ended up disrupting himself, but he was expecting to be able to try and kill him there.
Oh!
Instead, the Spirit of the Low Ground from XXS. Shadow Demon on the run. Benkin, he's going to need to cancel this. Well, actually, I think he's just dead here. Oh, well, missed on the rebuke.
Well. He survives.
He survives.
Yeah, I'm just gonna blame you for that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
as usual.
Well, I mean, what's the breakdown of that fight then? It was pretty long. Ember lives. Mars died once, if I'm not
They
mistaken.
used Arena and the egg. They killed what, 2
They
heroes?
killed Sand King,
Killed 2
for
heroes?
sure. And they killed the Willow.
3 heroes. They killed 3
and
heroes.
Force.
Doxia and Willow.
So 2 for 3.
Yep.
1 for 3.
Definitely good for XG.
Yeah.
But it was a very close fight, you know. I felt like could have easily turned to MOUZ's favor.
It's a nice pick-off. DY dying for the ward. Whoa.
Space. Some space, but good kill for MOUZ. Doxia is going to get closer and closer to his pipe, which is going to be a big deal against the Phoenix. Arena.
You're onto
Emperor.
something, by the way. Ame just likes the Ags build 3 games in a row. He's got it. SNY finished next, sorry, for Ame. And then I assume we'll just see BKB. It's consistent.
Yeah, I'm going to... I had a friend that told me when we were talking about troll builds, and he insisted that Battle Fury is not good anymore. And I kind of say that he's crazy. Now maybe I'm the one who's crazy.
What were they saying about Battle Fury? Did they just say Battle Fury is not good? Or were they talking about something else?
Yeah, it's not really utilizing the hero. He feels like the hero can be played very aggressively in the early game. And he doesn't like Battle Fury because you just become anti-mage, you know, in a way.
I see that. Let me throw another theory. Building off of that, I feel similarly about a PA these days. I'll be honest with you. I think that hero is
PA.
Yeah.
So you want to rush Deso?
I don't know about like a Deso rush. I don't know.
There's no Axe build for PA.
Look. I don't know what the build is. I'm not claiming to be an expert, but I have seen multiple games, even at this high level of Dota, where PA, they get the Battle Furies, they join like 1-2 fights, it's looking good, and then all of a sudden the enemies come online and just kill her. And even if she's been farming for like 20 minutes AM mode, it's just like she is solved by gold. Like this hero just has too many problems because of gold. There's Wind Wakers in the game. You've got Shivas, which is a much more
but that
powerful
could
update.
be a PA problem rather than the Battle Fury problem.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying maybe you just need to play her early because she looks better early, I think. Force. Smoke breaks here on Sin Q. Doesn't look for anything here. They're trying to play more closer to XXS. Take that with a big old grain of salt, by the way. I'm not a carry player. That's just my mere observations.
It's okay,
XM.
you know? It doesn't mean you're not a carry player. You can't make comments.
Found Narman. Really, they're
You can let me know your opinions, you know? I'm not going to say, oh, you're no carry player. You don't,
That's true.
You don't get to say anything,
That's
you know?
true. I don't
I'm
know.
also a support player, so I'm going to share your sentiments.
It's I don't know. I just think these heroes they're better earlier. I mean, I say that, but like looking at Olnit's build, right? We had Morphlings at the start of the patch, like not rushing, but basically first item Vlad's, right? And that was to be aggressive earlier.
We seen. I think I seen one yesterday too.
Oh, you still see it, huh?
I can't remember who was it.
Supreme.
Yeah, we still see it.
Ooh, this is trouble. That's your mid laner
Alright,
going
this is
down.
bad. This is bad. He is collecting the garbage farm, which is not his job here. Nope. No, sir. You should not be in a dangerous position. You're the mid laner. That's a big kill.
Yeah, it is. He at least.
Well, back to the Vlads and Manta.
Yeah.
You know, the question. I think if you can get away with the Vlads in early game, I feel like Vlads is greedier, but if you can get away with it, it's nice, you know, because I think you farm faster with the Vlads. But if you need Manta because of you're afraid of like a silence early or a root, then after you build Manta, you're not gonna build Vlads anymore.
Yeah, I get
I
that.
think that's for me. My 2 cents right now.
By the way, DY is going for the Pipe of Insight, so even if Sin Q is going to build like a normal Hoodwink normally does these days.
Nice, yeah.
For Pipe.
DY, he has already received the ordinance from the Emperor. You do not get to have the luxury to be greedy this game.
Smoke. Oh, not smoke action. They see the Ember. Oh, they just missed the stun. What could have been, Winter? You've got a Yule Scepter freshly picked up on Narman. You probably kill that Ember, I reckon.
Yeah, it's pretty good timing for Supreme as well with the Eternal Shroud, and they have Pipe on Darkseer, so very, very tanky towards spell. But it's not over. They see with the ward there.
Yeah.
They see them
They're going to go through the gate.
Who are they going to get?
Looking for more. The blink forward. They will catch XXS. He's got BKB. Misses the spear completely, though, so his BKB might be forced here. Still can't really run, though, thanks to the Demonic Purge. Gets up the arena. Supreme doesn't have a lot of support inside, as the egg is going to protect them, but the Terrorize does actually catch onto the Ember Spirit. And actually, Supreme's just fine. He just burrow strikes right under those arena walls. They don't build them like they used to.
I just realized you can actually do that. Okay, you can burrow strike out. Alright. Good timing now for MOUZ to kind of capitalize. No arena and no egg.
Fastest BKB of the patch for the Mars. Not a whole lot of Mars that we tend to see. But that's probably the earliest activated BKB as well for him on this patch. Supreme is going to go in for round 2. Back wall at the ready. At least the vacuum is. Now they pull him into another Bramble, but Ame, he's free. Still activates the Battle Trance. Yule Scepter is going to buy them a bit more time, but XM, he's on top of Force and Supreme. Supreme, he has absolutely no cover. Burrow Strike on cooldown. He will die. XM swiftly cuts down him as Narman goes to Ame. That'll be 2 for the Emperor.
I mean, they're again so split up, Richie. Like, Sand King's going in. Supreme feels like he wants to fight, but then
no, Force
is just backing off, and now he's gonna die too.
Yeah.
I don't know, it feels they are not really on the same page.
Yeah.
If they want to go with the Sand King, they just have to go, you know, like, don't even think about, oh, maybe I die, you know, you just don't care, you know. Sometimes you have to play Dota like that. You just need to go, you know, you can't overthink. When you overthink, you're gonna lose, and I think it's better to lose when your enemy outplays you compared to you're losing because you're not going in together as a team, you know, as a five.
Look, I hear what you're saying, but I do have to. I don't know. It's so hard, right? He used BKB, he used Arena, and you used Supernova already at this point in the fight.
Yeah, they should fight. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but Ember has a Shield Rune and an Arcane Rune active.
Yeah, but I feel like if they go on, I mean, because the MOUZ went back to base, right?
Yeah.
It's literally 5 heroes against 4 there. They brought the Morphling. He was like coming in from the river. So I don't know, even maybe with the Shield Rune.
I hear you, brother. I get what you're saying, but I don't know. It's problematic now for MOUZ. You know, either way, they didn't commit. They didn't commit to back up. They didn't really commit for the fight, right? And that for them is going to be the worst of 2 options.
Yep. In Dota, sometimes you just need to commit. You know, you just need to go even though you're uncertain of the outcome.
Rings true in life as well, doesn't it?
It's just like me and you know. I don't know if you love me anymore, but I still show up to work. Yeah, who knows, you know, maybe you're like silently complaining about me. Winter's always late for work. Wants to talk about his chicken rice, wants to talk about his lunch and dinner.
Projecting much, are we, Winter?
Feelings, you know?
Welcome to the Dirty Laundry podcast, apparently.
I'll never know, you know.
Oh
maybe.
my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Don't worry, Winter. I love you like Ame loves his troll Ags rush. Okay? Every game. Right on time. First item. Force is fine.
Okay, that actually comforts me a lot, you know. I gotta say.
Oh boy.
You're very assuring, you know. You have reassured me. Thank you. Thank you.
Ami is...
I'll show up on time for work tomorrow.
Thank you. That's, you know... no comment. He's going to show up on Malaysian time. That's when I'll show up.
You always tell me, oh no, you're... with your Malaysian timing again, you know, 30 minutes past the actual time.
Uh-huh. That's true. You get invited to a dinner or a friend's party, you know, 8 p.m., you better not show up before 8:30. Dinner reservations, 8 o'clock, be there at 8:15.
You live here long enough to know this.
It's just the way. It is the way. I mean, speaking of timings, XG, they're hitting theirs, and they're going to be pretty clean with these. XM, he's picked up a defensive item. Mage Slayer on top of Lincoln Sphere is the new one for him. We also have the full Pipe of Insight completed for DY.
Oh no!
They've missed another stun, have they?
No.
Was it just a whiff by Supreme?
He was lighting the creeps, you know, at the same time. I don't know, maybe a lot at the same time. And now Ame sees the opportunity to hit the base here.
Yeah. Knock on the door, but he's got that Dispel on the melee Whirling Axis. Of course, that's why he loves this axe so much. You can tell how comfortable he plays with that, right? I mean, it was just like an immediate run into Bramble's Dispel. Like, it was second nature for him. He was like a Slark with it, you know? Certainly really is comfortable with this item.
Now that you say that, a better version of Slark because you can dispel your enemies too.
Yeah, that's true.
Maybe they should make Slug do that with that pad.
Ooh, Ulnitz. His courier gets shot down. That had his butterfly on
Butterfly?
it. Yep.
Uh-oh. No bueno, Richie.
Not the full
They
butterfly.
place a ward here in front of the top tower.
They're going to see
no,
Ulnit. Oh, they didn't break the smoke either. They're going to let XSS get the jump in. He stole it out of the arena, even if that spear was not confidently thrown.
Yeah. He was definitely hesitating, overthinking.
Yeah, he didn't want to end up like the Gladiator 2 trailer, you know. That's not looking so great for him. It's okay. Someone will get that reference. Don't worry. Look, Ame, by the way, he's just on the other side of the map, like full confidence. Nothing is gonna stop him from rocking it. I mean,
I can't believe you just assume I don't know about that movie. I can't believe it. You're making assumptions now. This is why I can't trust you.
There it is.
anymore.
Oh, XM. I mean, he's so... And now he's going to scale into a carry as well. There's a ward back here. Yep, nicely pinged out. Bengen's not even going to bother for the D ward. They're going to try and let the creep wave get the job done. So that success leaps to its defense.
Yeah, they're thinking about setting up on a wall here with the
They're
setting.
setting up here. Sin-Q is a perfect first target. They don't have the Pipe of Insight buff either. Ame's into the base.
Good arena.
Sin-Q is still alive for now. Is the spear not really so hot, but there's going to be force. Not saved by that instance of Terrorize. The fight continues as Supreme, he gets at least a stun on out. A 1-for-1 trade, but MOUZ, they've basically thrown out everything they have already in the team fight department, and they've only got a squirrel.
Squirrel meat is tasty, but yeah, that's not worth it for the pointy-headed general trading the squirrel for that. I feel like the way they are starting the fights are not really that great. They maybe need to try to poke and prod a bit. They have to try to land the vacuum into Power Strike, you know, try to land a multi-hero vacuum.
Right.
Get the stun, and then that's a better way to initiate.
Vacuum the Terrorize or something a little bit clean.
Yeah, or even that, yeah. You stun with the Sand King, and then when they come in, you
Bengen.
vacuum Terrorize.
Bengen. Going to use the disruption aggressively here. The rest of his team will not support him in this cause. He will die. Narman.
How about Narman?
Uh-oh. Ame. Well, this is awkward. All right, he's going to go through the Twin Gate. Ame's going to try and chase him there, so we'll see you on the other side.
Actually use Shadow Realm without breaking the channel.
No. No, Ame's got the damage.
You know that?
Yeah.
Richie?
Yeah.
You can use Shadow Realm without breaking the channel on Tinker. Alright, I learned something. That's why I don't play this hero. You play this hero? I can't believe it.
A little, no, not really, to be honest, but I did know that. It doesn't interrupt a lot of things. Supreme trying to TP away, Gleipnir in time from Sin-Q, and then the dust. This one is starting to look bad, I have to say, for MOUZ. 17-5, nearly 30 minutes in, a 13k net worth lead. Extreme Gaming, I mean, look, XM, he's just pushing up to the high ground casually.
Yep, 0-1-0 Morphling still hasn't really found an opening to come into the game.
I mean, he's got his butterfly
Not sure
now.
if this is his fault or his team's fault. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he also needs BKB.
Yeah, he's close-ish. He's close.
He's close? What?
He needs like another 1500.
He needs a whole recipe. It's like close.
It's like 1500.
1500 is close.
Look, it's
Hey, you're giving me a hard time when I show up 30 minutes late, and now you're saying it's close when he has he needs
so
a recipe.
totally the same thing, Winter. Such a Winter move to say that in the middle of the cast. Can't believe it. Ame. He's just gonna be healed up here by the Sunray. People are, you gotta be careful. People are really gonna actually think we're serious about this, by the way. There's that Lincoln's coming in handy for Supreme. The Arena of Blood now on top. Back wall, pretty darn good onto 3 into the Terrorize. Sure, but where's your follow-up? Ulnit, he needs to start doing some damage here, but he's gonna be kept at bay by that Supernova. Instead, it's just gonna be another waveform on back. Ame activates his fresh BKB, still holding a battle chance, and he's gonna get just a massive heal now from the Sunray. Supreme is down, didn't get the ulti up, but he does have a buyback. XM starting to harass some of these supports as there's going to be the Curse Crown Sun onto XXS. Ulnit having morphed into the Mars, throwing that stolen spear there. Good damage, good lockdown as that's going to be a kill onto the Mars. Force credited with that one is Supreme having bought back, finds a stun there. Now looking for the epicenter. Ame, battle trance already used. He will drop, he falls, he dies. MOUZ now a breath of life into them as they chase for more. Sin-Q with the Gleipnir may just be able to TP and escape, but they've left behind the corpse of 2 dead cores, Winter. Maybe 3. XM, he's still in too deep. He doesn't have any remnants. He's going to feed a gem. 4 dead for the bottom racks. 1 buyback, not half bad.
Yeah, the Morphling enters the game. Wins his team a team fight there. That was actually a pretty bad ultimate from Troll. He kind of just cleared the illusions. I think he didn't really hit anyone with the battle trance. Got kited. Just needed to back. I think they needed to back after the first initial push and maybe overstayed their welcome for sure.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can see the ultimate. He kind of gets trapped inside that. This is why Darkseer is so good against a Troll in these occasions. When the wall is just placed like that, it's just not much he could really do.
Maybe he also felt like he kind of needed to use it to just get some
Supreme
lifesteal
back in live. Supreme, he's got Sandstorm. I assume they have Dust. They do. There's no way out of this for him. Barrow Strike was ready in a second. But what? Hold on, Bengen. Okay, he sees XSS. XSS activates the BKB, but Olmit is fighting. Gets himself spear to the wall. He's got a BKB. Doesn't have a waveform though. The wall onto 2. Terrorizes incoming. There it is. Into the fear, the vacuum. It's good enough for the kill onto DY. That'll at least stop any ultimate from him. But Ame, he's now showing up to the fight. BKB in hand. Finds himself speared by Olmit. As over on the side here next to the Roche Pit, Narman gets his TP canceled there by XXS. He's going to try and juke him around and actually has managed to at least escape outside of the Roche Pit, but they've got vision on him now. SinQ barely missing on that bushwhack. Narman buying a bit of space, buying a bit of time here, but without a TP scroll, ultimately it's... how did he... What? Didn't get hit by that Gleipnir somehow. It's a lot of space, a lot of... but I think he's now run out of time.
Still did.
Yeah.
Roche is up if they check it.
I mean, that's valuable time.
This Morphling is going... Yeah, sure, he bought some time for his team, but this Morphling has already officially entered the game. I think he's going to be a very big threat in the team fights if they don't do anything about it. And they need a Hex, I think, to kill him.
What's changed, besides obviously just his items? Is it... Like, what's changed about the dynamic?
BKB. Yeah, the BKB. Then BKB changed a lot because he can then now be very aggressive. You wave in, you just try to go into the back lines and kill heroes off. Because before he had only Manta and Butterfly, you can't really reliably do that. And now that you have it, so his strength in the team fight definitely increased a lot.
I got you. Well, we'll see how it works out for him. XXS is casually rocking an eye of Scotty, by the way, on the Mars. So a lot of stats for him, which is half the reason why he lives. And also, it's very good against the Morph, right? Be active.
And nobody wants to buy it, I guess. Troll doesn't want to.
Suppose. Yeah, Troll instead needs, I mean, he needs the MKB, right? Bulwark's not going to miss, so you're always going to be able to apply the debuff, right? That's something.
Yeah, this is a very interesting build here on Mars. Not every day you see a Mars with Scotty.
Yeah, I agree. Waveform, by the way, sorry, the 20 waveform talent is taken by Olmit. So he's got this casual Crystallis, Butterfly. I mean, he's certainly in the game now, right? Like you were saying.
Yeah, they're going to need Shivas as well to deal with the Morphling and the illusions from Darkseer.
Is this the... This has to be the first Scotty on Mars, right? I don't know. I'm sorry if the observers already have showed the...
In the pro game level, yeah. In pubs, maybe not.
The observers probably showed the stat already. I apologize. I missed the toast. We'll see here. Careful. There's a DD run on this Mars.
Level 20. Mars, level 20 as well.
Yeah. Spear Mars stun taken. About to hit level 3 Egg, about to hit level 20 on the Hoodwink, as it's going to be a swift D ward there. Ame, he's just in, man. He's not scared. Ages for 4 minutes, BKB to back him up, and of course the self-dispel's available on these Whirling Axes. You can see that in action here. 5x situation from the previous high ground hold. Not looking so great here for the side of MOUZ, right? It's going to be Supreme as well as Narman, currently without buybacks. But XG, they want to push all 3 lanes out. Remember when we thought SinQ was going to buy a Guardian Greaves, by the way? He just finished Daedalus. It's a fast Daedalus, too. 780-ish on those crits on Acorn Shot.
You do not have a hard time farming with this hero. I'll give you that much.
No, you do not.
I think they need someone to get a Hex as well to kill Morphling. I need a Disable to catch him.
Well, what's Phoenix going for here?
The Phoenix is buying Bloods here. I don't know if it's good for the troll for sure, but
XM's going for a BKB, and XXS is building Refresher, so for now, maybe it'll be SinQ's next item.
I mean, he just bought a Daedalus. You think he's gonna buy Hex?
Look, dude, I don't know. I'm just saying.
Come on, bro.
Maybe now you can buy Guardian Greaves? Yeah, sure, bro. Oh, Supreme?
Oh,
Wait,
here
what?
we go.
They're just out of the base. Okay, they're going to be looking for a fight. There's going to be the spear. The control onto the Willow is good, but she's
split up.
protected by the Shadow Realm. Gets to the low ground here, which she sees DY. She will fall there. But Troll, he's up on the high ground. The Artor experience, Chapter 2. And it's not a pleasant one here for Extreme Gaming. He's going to have to TP all the way back to the Tier 1 tower. So this fight for now, a 4 versus 5. MOUZ, they still have a ward here up on the high ground, but Troll's already rejoined the fight. That's not going to stop Supreme from just going in again. Okay, and now he's going to be trapped by the solo Arena of Blood with the Sunray and this little... Oh, actually, they don't catch him. They don't catch him. He gets a disruption. He does get down the low ground, but no, XM's on top of him there. The Supernova is just going to be too much damage. They're just going to do the refresher. Arena of Blood number 2 now. Bengen and Force, they're going to be trapped inside XM right on top of him. And now Ame dealing the damage. Hits the kill onto Force. That's the only buyback right now out from MOUZ. They still have one available on Force, but he won't have a back wall for at least another 15 wall in 85 seconds. Supreme down for 50 here as Olnet, he gets speared. He's got BKB and Manta Style both ready. He's got a lot of HP. He got off the attribute shift as that's going to be a nice spear onto the Troll Warlord. Careful though, the Gleipnir out from Sin Q, and there's going to be the damage. That's Daedalus. Bengen goes down. Olnet's trying his best here as he's stolen at least the Ember Spirit form, but I don't know. Into this one, it looks like it just might be over.
Yep, it is indeed over soon for MOUZ. Their pain and their suffering will be over. Tron's gonna fall here. Morphing's going in.
Yeah, he's
one last ditch attempt.
Tried his best. Didn't even get the BKB active, but he does have a buyback. Force as well. I mean, what can he get done here? Okay, he's gonna outmaneuver there on the blink, vacuum onto 2, but that's all he can offer. He doesn't have a wall. Olmid, he's just gonna BKB, try and fight versus Ame. That's not a winning fight. He finds out very quickly. An Ancient exposed, creeps, hitting it down. Supreme, he's back in for round 2. Good damage onto Ame, good damage onto Ame, but he still has Aegis, and he's got the Satanic. He's beating you down. The rest of Extreme Gaming focusing on to the throne as they get the kill onto the Scorpion. The MOUZ, this is it for them, though. They're going to fall to 1-9 here. They're not GGing out of this game. This is their chance to remain in Riyadh here in the group stage, but it's falling apart. GG, well played. They have to throw in the towel here, Winter. Extreme Gaming, they'll find the 2-0 win. Congrats to them.
Yeah, well played, you know, Extreme Gaming. Just a class above MOUZ, you know. MOUZ, I feel like they just couldn't really match Extreme Gaming's like team movement, especially in the macro game. They needed to be better in terms of connecting heroes. I think out of the first 2 games, the same and recurrent problem that I see is they are not really connecting as well as Extreme Gaming when they are sending heroes to shove out the lane and they are trying to connect to a move. I feel like they don't really do it so well, and in the team fights, you also kind of feel like I think Force and Supreme, they're not really on the same page in multiple occasions when they're deciding to back off or take the fight, and that kind of cost MOUZ a lot in the team fights.
Yeah, it really did. And that's just truly unfortunate here for MOUZ, because now, well, they're 1-9, which means they have 2 matches remaining, Liquid and Quest. I'm not sure how Quest games are going at the moment, but Quest has already 2 more wins than them. So the highest MOUZ can end up with is going to be 5-9. Quest,
they might end up having to play tiebreak.
I mean, I think that's what they're hoping for here. BB team as well. I mean, it's a little complex here. We'll roll some highlights here while we try and figure out what's going to happen here. Entity did beat BB team in game 1. And but Quest beat Tundra in game 1, so it's tough. It's going to be pretty tough, to say the least, here for MOUZ to stay in it. What it really means for them is this has to be it for them. There can be no more losses going forward. They've only drawn against BB team, and with Liquid and Quest the last 2 to face, they've got to be finding some wins here, Winter. Another strong game from Extreme Gaming, right? Weibo Gaming, Extreme Gaming. Just look good here overall, right? Ame, well, really, I think the story is that Extreme Gaming, they feel like the solution to a first pick Darkseer is just first pick Troll.
Yeah, I mean, also the other parts of the draft around it, I feel like they have drafted usually quite balanced lineups, not really too much team fight. There's always some catch, there's always some form of like ticking the boxes. You know, you want to tick as many boxes as you can in a draft, not overcommit to one. I feel like overall their jobs have been pretty standard, like very well-rounded, and it's easy for them to play. Maybe you can make an argument about the itemizations, or at least make some valid points about it. But overall, I think as a team, the way they played, the way they moved, that was as good as it gets at this level. There's some minor mistakes here and there, but overall, I think as a team, they have a vision that everyone sees and everyone's moving towards that vision. And that, I feel like, is the problem that MOUZ has. They don't really have the same vision among their 5 players, and it's really making it hard for them to progress.
Yeah, no, certainly. We're about to get going with the interview, folks. I highly encourage you to stick around. We do have Jin standing by, ready to grab one of the XG players. It's just going to be in just a bit, of course. But last time they gave very insightful answers, right? XXS was saying, oh, yeah, the reason we lost that last game was because I gave shared unit control to SinQ and he couldn't micro the boars, so we lost. So there's always a lot of interesting insights to gain, especially when we do have a language speaker here to interview with them.
Yeah, I lost the lane because my support didn't want to buy Tango for me.
It's funny the way that breaks down.
That's something you hear a lot if you talk to players. Yeah, he just refused to buy Tangos. You know, I told him to buy one extra set of Tangos. He told me, no. I'm this close to my boots of speed.
Right.
Don't make me buy a set of Tangos.
90 gold, takes forever to get here. What's the point? For Extreme Gaming, just to kind of say what this match means for them, it means that they rise to 6-4. They're currently in among tough competition. It actually looks like Liquid, they're already done with their series. So Liquid up at top with 7-3. Tundra, they've already lost game 1. But for Extreme Gaming, this victory means they rise to 6-4. With a player from Extreme Gaming now, we do have Jin. Over to him for an interview with the winners.
Hello everyone. Hello everyone. I have the superstar of XG, Jin-Q himself here with me today, and I certainly have a few questions for him. So first off, a lot of fans and the casters have noticed something, is that you guys, no matter who your opponent is, you guys tend to lose lane a lot. But is there like a weakness or a feature of your team where you guys, lose lane and win game? 所以第一个问题呢，就是很多粉丝以及就是那些解说人员都注意到你们战队的一个特征，就是你们经常就无论你们对手是谁，你们都可能会打的。就是对线期结束之后都会打出一个线列，然后呢后面再翻盘获胜。就想问你个人认为这是你们战队里面的一个弱点呢，还是你们的一个特征？就本来就是选一些比较线弱但是后期强的英雄呢？
因为我们之前训练的时候经常线优，然后输掉比赛，所以我们就觉得我们可能不太适合那样吧。然后有些时候也是自己没打好，所以线列了。然后有些时候就是因为选的是比较偏团战阵容。
So Jin-Q has told us that apparently in their scrims they tend to lose a lot if they win their lanes. So this is actually something that they are actively keeping in mind in their drafts. And another one is, indeed they kind of sometimes when they choose to draft around a more team fight oriented lineup, it does indeed affect the laning phase, which is why they tend to have a result where they tend to usually do not so well during the laning phase, but eventually win the game, as they have done so against MOUZ. Now, second question, XM. On the first day that you guys played in the group stage, you guys drew 1-1 against Team Liquid, and XM revealed something to us. He told us that you guys lost game 1 because XXS, on his Beastmaster, he shared unit control with you, and apparently you are terrible at microing. And the second game, XXS didn't share control with you, and he dominated the lane, and carried the whole game. So, is that true? Do you have anything to say about that? 就想问世界 Dota 先生，当时呢，第一天，毛哥当时说了一句话，就是说你们当时是第一把输给李逵战队，是因为 XXS 把他的兽王跟你共享控制了，然后但是你操作那个小猪操作的非常差。然后导致你们直接线炸裂，然后就输掉比赛了。第二场他没有共享控制，然后经济就第一了。就想问世界 Dota 先生，你对这句话有什么说法吗？
我告诉你，就是在那场比赛之前，我从来没有操作过那只小猪，但是我不知道为什么打比赛的时候，我突然间就是被下达指令，我要操作那只小猪。
Apparently, Jin-Q has never microed the boars before ever in his life. And when during the match itself, it wasn't his decision. It was an executive decision by the team to get him to control the boars. So it was his first time and it was an understandable kind of performance. Now, final question. You guys, before this series against MOUZ today, you guys lost 3 in a row, 2 to Tundra themselves. But do you feel like you're mentally reset now? Have you guys grown from those losses? 最后一个问题呢，就是说，在今天这个系列赛之前呢，你们已经尝到了一个3连败，其中2场也是输给了 Tundra 战队。就想问你们，是否感觉就是睡一觉之后心态都调整过来呢？包括对前几天的这个比较差的战绩呢，都有所吸取教训，都有所进步呢？
确实是有所，就是大家有讨论为什么输，然后Tundra也打得挺好的，就是我们输给他们之后，也学到他们很多东西。
Indeed, the past few days, even though we lost those games, we have indeed made a lot of discussions within the team, and we've also learned a lot from our losses, especially against Tundra, knowing what we did wrong, what they did right, etc. And we do feel even more confident now that we are a stronger team. So we very much look forward to a future performance by Extreme Gaming. Thank you very much, Jinkyu, for this interview, and I'll take it back to the cast.
Lovely to hear from Jin again. Fantastic interview, honestly. I was really happy that he followed up from the previous insight onto the team. Winter, your reactions to the interview, because of course you speak a little bit of Chinese, don't you? So any extra tidbits there that you could bring us?
No. I think it was pretty much everything Jin said. It was nice, you know, that he followed back up. Oh, it's not my fault, you know. It's an executive decision that somebody, he didn't want to say who, but somebody told me to control the ball. It's not my fault, you know. I tried my best, but I failed, you know, because I've never done it before.
How, if you could just give us...
I like that he didn't out anyone, you know. He just said it's an executive decision.
So he said that like a little bit shy, right? Because of course the tone, it really matters. And he was like, oh yeah, that's true, but you know, I didn't want to do it. Like he was like a bit guilty, right? Or how?
Yeah. Go wash your face.
Go wash your face. No more hero micro control for you. Well, I'm sure they won't be doing that anymore. But it's okay. Who knows if this was the man giving him the executive decision, but the executive MVP for our series here at Winter, we're going to go ahead, I believe, and give that to XXS. Played himself a mean series here on the Mars, a peculiar item build, the Blink Rush, BKB Refresher, Scotty. I mean, I don't know. The confidence. It just bleeds confidence, doesn't it? It oozes it.
Yeah, both games he had very, very outstanding performances. I think he was the reliable rock that his team needed, like the backbone. He held everything together, and he was there when his team needed him, and he was also scaling at the same time, making sure that he goes into the late game as a threat, you know. He's not just like, oh, I'm this Blink Dagger initiator, I do my job, that's it, you know. But he's also making sure that he scales into the game, which is really, really impressive.
Yeah, and he looks good. I mean, a lot of crucial catches, good arenas here early on, and was able to be a driving force behind Weibo Gaming's, that's Weibo Extreme Gaming's victory here. And I guess I also like the team fight. I think something else that Sinkyu said in the interview that was really fascinating, I think the question asked half in jest, but we still got a really insightful answer, was you guys tend to lose lanes but win games? And the answer was something along the lines of, yeah, but we like to draft a team fight. That leaves us with weaker lane stages, but it leads us to results like we saw here. And that certainly rings true a lot for the type of heroes that we see XXS play, right?
Yeah, I feel like it's not really just that, you know. I just feel like their drafts are well balanced, you know. Sure, they don't have the strongest laners, but it doesn't mean that they don't really draft for the lanes, you know. They're picking Throw into Dark Seal, right? They don't tell me you're not doing that matchup because of the lanes itself, you know. I mean, sure, there's a lot of emphasis put in the Aghanim's rush so he can dispel the Surge, but at the same time, I do feel like they have some sort of priority onto the lanes.
Indeed. Well, priorities in teamfight or priorities in lanes, either way, it has led to a 2-0 victory here for Weibo Gaming, Extreme Gaming, as they now rise up to third. Let's go ahead and check in how the rest of our matches have played out and get an update on our standings, Winter, as we can see now Group B starting to get more and more updated now. Oh, okay. So we have more matches that have just finished up, it would appear. So Tundra 7-2. So there's still one game to be completed there between Tundra and PSG Quest. Indeed, Liquid 7-3, but Entity 8-2. The Estini buff, they actually just 2-0'd, huh? That's impressive. Who'd they just?
Yeah, this team is definitely on the rise right now. They are a very big threat to everybody. You know, they play very, very strong and solid Dota. They have good drafts, and yeah, they are gonna be a team to watch out for in the next phase. You know, in the playoff.
Absolutely. On the other hand, for MOUZ here, this 2-0 defeat is not going to help their chances to try and get into that lower bracket. They're still in it, but with PSG Quest up to 3-7. And Beast Coast as well at 3-7. They need to get victories. Crucially for them, they're going to be playing PSG Quest later this day. That's actually the last match on this stream because Group B plays again today. So they really, really have to, lock down and focus. But fortunately, they have a bit of time. We have a Group A round to play in between and Winter. Also an extremely important match for our combatants as it's Team Spirit facing off versus Aurora Gaming here. Winter, yesterday you said Gambate to you called them your friends at that point now, didn't you? For Aurora, and they got a draw, didn't they?
Yeah, today they're gonna need more. They're gonna need more power today against Team Spirit, the Juggernaut.
Yeah, it was our highlighted match as well during the pre-show. Spirit and Aurora here still currently holding on to those top 4 slots. We need to get some representation guaranteed in the playoffs out from the C region here at the Riyadh Masters, and that is going to be a big game to determine whether or not they'll be able to do it, Winter. We are going to switch over. It is actually Cryptic and Z Quixotics this time who will be taking over for us, as Winter and I are going to go ahead and kick up our feet and relax and watch that game very closely. We'll be back tomorrow, of course, for the last day of the group stage. But like I said, folks, after a long break, we'll be back with our next match, Spirit versus Aurora. Make sure you guys check out the main stream where you'll have the panel to fill the downtime now, and join us in about 40 minutes for our Spirit and Aurora game. We'll see you soon.
This might bang a bang a bang a bang a dang dang. That gang a gang to maintain. This might slang a thing, change the game, it's insane. Bring the pain, ayy.
I'm joined with Diór from Team Spirit here at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a nice chat about the history of Team Spirit and obviously your career as well. But we're going to talk about the most recent thing that's happened is the name change, no longer Yotoro.
Yes.
Yeah, well, how did it come about and why Radin specifically have you gone with?
I just, like on the last few months, I watch a lot of streams about Elden Ring.
Okay.
Yeah, and I liked the nickname of the one of the boss. His nickname is Redden, so I took that.
Nice. Favorite Elden Ring streamer?
You don't know him.
Of
He's
course.
like underground, kindly Michela. His nickname, yeah.
Well, no longer underground, you know? You've leaked it.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's then jump into it, Radin, and talk about Team Spirit. First thing that's obviously most notable is that you guys have stuck together for so long. The only roster change being in your mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
So how exactly have you been able to stay together and be as strong as you are?
Actually, I think we're just in a good relationship with every each of us, and we can like clean the split our friendship and our team. So when we become some tough parts of our career in this team, we understand our problems and we try to fix it, which means we don't care about what we are friends in the team. We need to fix it and we do it like very tough in situations.
Tough love, you just tell them how it is.
Yes, yes. And it's I guess it's the reason why we stuck together so long, and that's because we're friends and we know how to use it like perfect. I don't know how to say it. Yeah.
So you'd say that's the main thing that gets you guys through the tough times is knowing that you are still friends and everything that's being said is just to improve how you are as players?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. No other secrets, nothing else that really helps stay together?
I don't gonna reveal it.
Okay, all right. There's something out there, but we won't get to know it. I love that. What do you think is the end goal for the team? Because you won the first TI back in TI 10 for yourself. You won another one in TI 12. So where is that end goal for you?
I think when we all decide what we are done, our job is done. So because we don't let some of our players let go by his side. And when we all decide, I think it's going to be the end goal, yeah.
Okay. So it's not like, 3 TIs, 4 TIs, or even, you've already won a Riyadh Masters as well. It's not like 3 Riyadh Masters you want to win.
I think it's like we just enjoy our play style, our game, our time together, what we split. So I think we just handle good and we all love to try hard, like in the Dota, because that's all what we know to do in life. Yeah.
You guys have had a bit of a rough start to the year, especially when it came to qualifiers. You ended up not making it to the most recent Dream League.
Yeah.
How was the pressure in the team environment when you were in that lower bracket match, when you realized like there was a chance you might not be making it to Dream League?
I think we all realized in the times what we are in bad like form. We can beat like some CIS teams, and we lost a lot of clan wars against tier 1 teams. So we just all understood and we tried our best, but nothing gonna happen in the times. But I think it was good time because we understood our mistakes, what we done, like and we a bit remind us the same situations what we got before, and we just through that. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You talked about that you guys can separate the friendship compared to being co-workers, but is it the same for having fun? Are you always very serious when you're in your official matches, when you're doing scrims, or you like to have some fun as well there?
No, we have fun only outside of game. In game, we always focused. We are joking only when something curious is gonna happen in game, but in the like all the times, we very serious. We don't trying to troll each other or do some meme, and we just try hard in games as much as we can.
I love that. What constitutes as fun for your team? Like, what do you guys do outside of Dota and outside of all the hard work?
We are not gonna talk about it.
Oh, so that's where the secret is, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That's all good. No worries about that one. So then we always talk about this power up that Team Spirit has. You guys might have a bit of a rough start to the year, but when it comes around to the important events like Riyadh Masters, you start performing. What gives you the strength? Why are you guys so strong during those moments?
Actually, I don't know. I thought about it the couple of times, and I don't know actually why it gives like that, because we always try harding as like entire of year, but maybe some teams gonna feel pressure about the big tournaments because we don't have pressure like never. And maybe because of this, maybe because we have a bit more motivation than on the regular tournaments, like DPC leagues or something else. So I think, yeah, it's maybe about our motivation and over motivation of our other teams, what's gonna be stressed, and it's much easier to play against them when they're stressed. Yeah.
I mean, something that's normally a stressful situation for people is playing in grand finals, but you guys have a great record once you make it to that grand finals, almost always winning it. is it this ability that you have to not feel pressure, or is it almost this joy that we've made it to the grand finals and that's where the wins come?
I think it's because when we become in grand finals, we're already the best team on the tournament, and all what we need to do is just beat another one team. Because I think we have only two modes. It's like lower bracket, top 16, and the other mode it's top 1 and winning everyone. Yeah, I think it's like nothing middle. You know?
Yeah, that's kind of true. I mean, we saw it
Yeah.
at Birmingham, and then you go on to win the next LAN event. It's always one or the other. How do you mentally bounce back from that, though? One event, you're coming last, and then the next event, you're winning it. How do you deal with that?
I think we just trying hard always on the every tournament, but in some tournaments it's gonna be bad because some situations not gonna happen, like someone not gonna play good, someone gonna play bad, and that's why I guess we lose some tournaments. But on the winning tournaments, every one of us is playing in good form, and I think that's the one of the reason. Some tournaments we are not much in the meta, and yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And you guys won at Riyadh Masters last year.
Mhm.
You've already kind of alluded to not feeling pressure, but is there a small amount of pressure that you want to win Riyadh again 2 times in a row? No one's done that yet.
I think we are. It's not our goal. Our goal is just playing good as much as we can. We are not putting the win in the main of our goal event. We just, if we're gonna play good for ourselves, and we're gonna be top 3, top 4, top 16. I don't know. Top 16 is impossible. That means we're playing bad. So it's not our goal to win tournament. If we're gonna win tournament, it's gonna be great. But we are focused on our performance, I guess, as a team.
When you say playing good, a lot of people just assume that means winning. But do you remember moments or games where you think you've played well as a team, but you still end up losing?
I think we got tournament like Belly Major.
Okay.
We played good. I think we must be in top 3 minimal on the tournament, but some situations did us playing bad, and that's I guess the tournament like Berlin maybe, but on Berlin we have ourselves team problems, so that don't give us to win. So I guess Belly is one of the tournament which I think we played good, but something not gonna be.
All right, and then last question is, how prepared do you feel the team is for this event? Like, how was your boot camp leading up to it?
We boot camped like maybe 10 days. We played something around 50 clan wars, 1,000 matchmakings by these 10 days. And I think we prepared well. We are trying to do some performance. Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like it. Raden, I'm very excited to see how you guys are going to be going in Riyadh Masters. But thank you so much for joining me and spending your time. Thank you.
What's up, everyone? I am joined by 23 of Aurora, where I was hoping to go back into your history a little bit, because I consider you to be quite a young player, but even the youngest players have their origins. So I was wondering if you could take me back to how you even first started playing Dota 2 at the very beginning.
At first, I was playing with my brothers when I was 12 years old.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He introduced me to play Dota. I was playing Hero of Nowhere on, and then he showed me Dota, and then I played with him. And after that, I played with my school friends. And
Were
then,
you better than them?
Yeah. I'm like 3.5K, they were like 1K.
Oh, no.
So I stopped playing with them. And then I compete in some school tournament, and I won.
Wait, you had tournaments at school?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
How many teams would you have?
There were like 4 teams.
What? You could get 20 people to play Dota?
Yeah.
What, the Thai scene is popping off. Oh, wow. Okay, so how do they even put that together? Like, does the school put it together, or like a couple of the kids were like, dude, what if we like put some money on the line and played together?
There's a couple of kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, in there's called like a community.
Okay.
Yeah, they put it up, and then I win, and then after that, I try for like a real tournament in Thailand, but I lose it like the first round.
So you had professional player aspirations pretty early on then. There wasn't a long period where you were just like, I'm just pubbing for fun. You're playing out here for money at the school right now. You're hustling, kids.
I got like $10, I think.
Yo, that counts. Put that on his esports earnings. Revise his esports earnings page right now.
Yeah.
Wait, what was the name of your school?
Oh, it's kind of long.
Oh, okay.
It's called NTUN, but Inton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Check it out. Those were the origins, and then yeah, eventually well, not even eventually, almost immediately, you start progressing in the ranks. So what was the tier 1 Thai scene like? How many players could you make a competitive roster with?
There were a lot back then. Like there were like 5 or 6 teams that's been paid, and I didn't really win the Thai scene that much. I struggle because I guess I'm not working with Thai people well. I think they're more chill.
Well, also at this point, you're like, what, 14, 15 years old? How old are you?
I was like 15, 16.
Okay.
Yeah. I was studying also as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like studying in the morning, and then when I come back, I script at like 10 p.m. I think.
Wow, that's an intense schedule. What were your parents saying at this time?
They weren't they weren't supporting that in, but after I get like top 10, they start.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then how do you start branching out from just the Thai local scene to Southeast Asia as a whole?
I think it was in 2016. Forev was coming to play in GSC Thailand, and he's playing pub. And then I was like, I think I was ranked 200. And then I told him, if I'm able to get top 5 the next time we meet, let's make a team together.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then on TI9 qualifier, I think Forev and March got moved out from J-Storm back then. And then I have an opportunity with him because next time he saw me, I was rank 1 in pub.
So you stuck to your promise.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he held up his end as well?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, and then we had Gunner, Febby, Forev and March, and we got 2nd place. And after that, I got
Team Genesbros.
Yeah, it was Team Genesbros.
Fond memories. And that was a little bit of a setback, though, because you were basically 1 game away from making it to TI. At the time, how did you handle it? Were you like, it's my first try, you know, we got close, or were you like, it's over?
I was pretty stressful because I'm sure we're a better team than Mineski back then.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But Ninja Boogie took you down anyway.
And Moon.
And Moon.
Yeah. So it was pretty disappointing. But it was a good run because before that, I never even get like top 16 in any major qualifier or anything. I always lose at like top 60 or some shit.
Yeah.
But that was like my first good tournament run, I guess. Yeah.
So that begins, I suppose, your tier 1 journey. What was the first roster where you were taking it very seriously? Like you had scrims, you had a schedule, you had a contract, you had salary. Which team was that?
It was in Thai team, MS Cerberus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I got like 300, I think, a month.
I mean, for a kid, that's game-changing.
But it was kind of struggling because I didn't ask for my parents' money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No allowance.
Yeah,
Just
no
salary.
Well, then it's fine because I learned a lot there. Like,
okay.
I just play a lot of pub with them. I got rank 1 with them.
So then 2020 rolls around. It's online Dota for everything. How did you handle that period as a player?
The COVID?
Yeah, I guess when no LANs are happening anymore, and honestly, like the entire landscape of Dota is a little bit questionable right then.
back then I was in T1, and at first it's not really like I'm not so used with it because you gotta stay home for like too long, and I don't know. I was staying home for like almost a year, and then I feel like it's kind of boring.
Because I've known you as time progressed. You're quite extroverted. You like to get out there.
Yeah.
And so compared to most gamers who are just like living in their room 24/7, that must have been a pretty tough period for like an extroverted person.
I mean, back then I was still introvert, but
oh, you've grown into this person.
I just like meeting people when I'm older. But back then I was introvert, and it was pretty boring because I like to travel and see a lot of new things in the world.
So then, at least on this time on T1, you guys have a lot of successes. I remember your Animajor run very fondly. That was probably, I guess, now getting experience winning consistently on a Tier 1 team. So what was that like?
It was really good. I still cherish the moment because I really like Wyman. He's my best friend, and we had a really good time together. We've been friends for like even before we were pros.
Really?
When we were like 15 and he was like 17.
But he's Indonesian, right?
Yeah, but
so,
we meet in pub and then we talk a lot.
Really?
Because he's like funny.
Yeah, he's hilarious. I love him. But I didn't know that you guys had known each other even before T1.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've known him since I'm like 8K and he was like 7K or something.
And you guys have been keeping in touch ever since?
Yeah, he's my best friend in Dota. And we've won a lot. And I mean, not a lot, but we won only like ESL 1. But we've been to our first TI together, our first Tier 1 win together. And it was really good time.
But then eventually you did have to go your separate ways. You
Yeah.
went to North America. What a traitor.
He went all the world.
Yeah, he went across the world to get away from you.
Yeah.
But you stayed in Southeast Asia. Was there any point that you were considering changing regions at any point?
I mean, last year he also invited me to NA with him. But I feel like in C there's some potential. Like,
okay.
And of course, I don't want to be that far from home. Like, it's kind of like a long flight. And as long as we have like decent roster, I'm still gonna be in C. Yeah, and I think we still have decent players like Q, Oli, in total. Jabs.
Yeah, if you didn't mention all your teammates, I was gonna be like, oh, I see Jabs clearly isn't still good enough.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've been on competitive rosters pretty much ever since T1. Like Talon was top tier, Aurora's proving to be top tier. So the rigors of being on a Tier 1 team, have you gotten used to the routine, or are you finding that like it does take quite a bit of stamina to maintain being the top of the top?
At first it's really tiring, but now I think I'm getting used to it. You just need to be professional about.
Were you always this professional?
Oh, when I was like 18, I think no. When I was 19, also no. But maybe I'm like when I was like 20, when I start joining Talon, like the first roster.
Yeah.
I think I start being more professional.
Okay, what does being professional entail then? Does it mean being on time to scrims or stuff like that? Like, how did you have to change your lifestyle to match the expectations?
It's just like 1 pub before scrim and like 4 pubs after scrim. But in the tournament, it's kind of hard because you have a lot of schedule to do.
Sure.
Yeah. But usually, if we're like at home, I try to play at least like 4 games a day if I'm not taking a break.
So are these routines that your teammates, like is Jabs telling you to do this, or is your coaches telling you to do this, or you just took the responsibility yourself?
I mean, they told us to do, but I also did it before. Like,
Mhm.
I try to always keep in shape, like not too much fun in life. Need to balance it well.
Yeah, I'm glad that you are confirming that you've become extroverted, because I did an interview with you on the Singapore major, and that was like one of your first real events, and you were very shy back then. And I also imagine that you probably weren't as good at your English either. But time has progressed, and you've really grown into yourself.
I guess so. Yeah.
Would 2019, 23 look at you and be like, it all worked out?
I think so. I think back then I just didn't try a lot of things. Like I didn't try go out. I just play the games in the room. But after I travel and see a lot of things, I think it's more fun out there than it is in the room.
Well, it's exciting to see the man that you've turned into, 23. I love seeing the growth that you've shown, and I can't wait to see how Aurora does here at Riyadh Masters.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
It's another wonderful day here at the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Z Quixotics, and we are going to take you guys through the next two series here this afternoon. Before we get to it, Zach, always, man, how you feeling today?
Feeling good. Slept well. Ready to watch some Dota. How about you?
Dude, very excited for a few reasons, right? Aurora, Team Spirit coming up first. Very exciting series, but I know you're especially excited about our second one.
Yeah, you and I have never cast a Liquid game. I'm excited to like add another team to that roster, you know, of things we've gotten to cast together. So it'll be a fun one. Just the way it worked out. We never actually officially watched a game.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to investigate Blitz for this one and be like, all right, have you been avoiding us? Like, what's going on here? You know.
He must be.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's thinking about, not actually managing the team. No, it's gonna be exciting. Yeah, it's been a while since. I mean, we've been working together this whole year, and I mean, I might have covered a Liquid game here at some point, but yeah, I don't remember the last time. It's been a hot minute. But second series should be a lot of fun. But back on this first series, Team Spirit versus Aurora. One of these teams needs to start separating themselves from the rest of the pack here, right? They are both kind of in the middle. We've got some audience predictions here so far, so I am curious to see like where everyone's going to be kind of leaning. But yeah, for those of you who want to participate, if you didn't know, you can head over to stcplay.gg and start, okay. So that is a heavy Spirit favor. 3-1 though, is that too much? I feel like that's too much.
It depends. Like, Spirit at top form, I think this is very understandable. But I don't think they're quite at their top form yet. But neither is Aurora. Like, there are times Aurora has looked very dominant as well. And both teams are near the top of their group, I want to say. But actually, the entire group is within, like, 2 games for the most part. And then Blacklist International is actually 3 games away. So I think it's probably a little closer than that at the least, and maybe it depends on who's feeling better right now.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Let's take a look at our teams. We're going to kick things off here with Team Spirit, and a roster I think a lot of people are pretty familiar with. Now, I know Yotaro has changed his name, but you're going to have to bear with us. We'll be kind of bouncing back and forth between Yotaro and Rada in this whole series, just because it's hard. You know, you seem the carry player of Team Spirit. You're like, your brain has connected and built the synapses that it is Yotaro, right? So name changes always mess things up.
The legend himself. We'll see if he keeps it for longer. He already said he would change it back at some point.
Yeah.
I think it's just to like mix it up. We talked a little bit about it yesterday. He feels like, Yotaro especially feels like he's got like these little things that help keep it fresh for him to stay on point. So I'm all for it, right? A name change is pretty simple. You know, it throws us through a loop, but doesn't bother him at all. So if it helps him play better, then I think everyone is ready for that. But sounds like he'll go back to Yotaro eventually. It sounds like that's the name he likes the most.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this team is super fun to watch. We got to talk with Mira a little bit yesterday, and he was pretty calm after their win. He was very relieved after their win because it was another drawn series for them, and not in like a really solid game 1 performance, right? When they were up against LGD stomped them game 1, 26 minutes. It was not close. And, you know, their recovery for game 2 was fantastic. But, like, hearing from Mira in that interview, he's like, yeah, we're just never going to pick these 2 heroes again together, ever. It was a bad idea. It's like they recognized it, you know?
Yeah, that's I'm glad to hear there's some things that are similar between like pub players and pro players, which is like you pick here like, well, that was the worst decision I've ever made. Even in the professional scene, you know, it can happen to them too.
I love it. And their opponents, Aurora Gaming, of course, 23, Lauren Jabs, Q, and Ollie. It's, to me, the creation of this team is so wild because obviously, like, SEA had some pretty major adjustments after the DPC ended, right? And then Aurora was doing okay. They were qualifying, they were making some progress, but it was a pretty competitive region in terms of like securing your spot at the top, because very similar to like South America, there's little spots in a lot of events, but a pretty deep player pool and a lot of really competitive teams. So you're just like, well, how do you consistently secure yourself spot at the top? They end up scrimming with Lornov, or kind of having Lornov stand in for an event, and they're just like, this works. Let's do it, run it. And here they are.
Yeah, it seems like ever since he joined, they've just become a lot more consistent. Again, it's nothing like saying one player's better than the other, but sometimes just how 5 players work together just happens to be a little bit better.
Whoa. Okay. Sorry, there's some issues with the lobby, but it's okay. It caught both of us off guard, I think, for a moment. And I was just like, what is happening? But yeah, I think for the most part, I am pretty excited for like just how these teams are gonna like prepare for this draft and prepare for this game.
Yeah,
Alright,
and I think you can mute it first while I'll fill. I'm pretty excited. I actually want to see. I really want to see what Spirit does because I don't know if you noticed a little sneak peek. They were priority pick, and they actually chose Radiant, which is extremely rare. Almost every team picks first pick or second pick right now. Usually because you're going for like a broken opening hero, or you're confident like whatever they take we can handle, and we're gonna get the final counter pick with second pick. You know, that's what I don't know the exact number. It might pop up during the draft. Like 95% or higher has been going for on the teams. So it's very rare to see a team actually pick a side. And if Spirit does win, we get an interview. I really want to ask them about it. But we'll see what we can tell from the game. You know, like maybe they have a certain plan. Maybe there's certain heroes that they want on the Radiant side. I don't know.
Yeah, I think I think you're right. Sorry, we have a little bit of I'm getting caught up now. We have some production issues that we had to sort out with the lobby. I guess some bugs with Dota, but it's all right. The game is it just happens. I completely forgot where we were going though. What was the conversation? There we go.
I am excited for Spirit Dota and Aurora Dota. That's the conversation. Everyone's excited. Everyone's waiting. Don't worry, guys. It'll start soon.
That was sorry. It was a very weird bug that happened in the Dota client that I don't think I've ever seen before. So
probably a lot of players don't see. You guys trust us, guys. You see the bugs in regular Dota. Just imagine the matchmaking side of it in the private lobby. Some of it carries over occasionally. It usually runs fine, but every now and then it's a little funny.
Yeah, my brain I got like mind flayed immediately. I was just sitting there, and then my brain was just like, "What if we did this to you and you were not prepared?" And you know what? I wasn't prepared. My brain stopped functioning for a solid like 10 to 15 seconds, but we're good now. We are back. We have an actual game underway. I want to talk a little bit about the potential drafts here for these two because, like you said, Spirit has opted for Radiant, and I think that is, like you said, definitely not something that's very standard. So Aurora get first pick. I'm wondering how this is going to affect the second game, you know, like if like Aurora is just going to take first pick again, and then we're just going to get a run back of the same like draft, which is very, very rare. Like very rarely do we have like the same, you know, potential first pick inside scenario 2 games in a row.
Yeah, could be. It's always actually really fun to see those because you could give two teams the exact same draft, like 10 games in a row, and each game would look a little different. Is the theory, but we almost never see it because the draft always changes every single game. So it's pretty rare to see drafts that even have, you know, like 6 of the same heroes. But you're right, because they took Radiant, it could happen, and yeah, that'll be fun. You know, maybe it depends how nerdy you are in Dota, but I find that kind of stuff very interesting.
Absolutely. Now, we're going to see the Primal Beast get some attention in this first phase ban. The Sand King removed as well. Sand King's been rising on the stonks lately. More and more teams starting to pick up this hero, realizing like, hey, when you have a 1200 AoE Sandstorm, that's pretty good.
Pretty good indeed. Team Spirit is one of the teams really running the Sand King, though. I'd say like not every team has really caught on to it, so I can understand why Aurora, you know, maybe they haven't tried it so much themselves and they're like, yeah, I'm not dealing with that, ban it out. Same way Primal Beast, actually, not every team is doing it, but Team Spirit and Aurora both happen to be teams that are running it, and looks like they want to respect it. They know that because Aurora took first pick, they are probably willing to just grab that Primal Beast, not only because it's something they like, but to also steal it from Team Spirit.
Beastmaster, Clockwork, the next 2 bans, as Aurora is going to pick their last before their pick. Now, there's some really good options left in the pool. Of course, the Phoenix could be a high contender considering the Snapfire ban. You still have Weaver. Darkseer is still in there, which we haven't been seeing as much first phase Darkseer, but still something to consider.
Yeah, Hoodwink has been extremely popular.
No,
I know
they banned
Aurora really likes Gyrocopter as well. Oh, of course, the Shadow Fiend, because we had so many offlaner bans. Then, yeah, Shadow Fiend's available. And go ahead and grab it themselves. 82% contested. Yeah, it's not too surprising to see him picked up here.
It's crazy that this hero isn't the like. There's still several heroes that are the highly contested. The primary one being Tiny, right? That's still in the pool because I think Monkey King is probably still #1. Tiny, I think, #2 in terms of contest rate this tournament so far. But the Shadow Fiend, absolutely in that top 5. First phase pick for Aurora. And an Elder Titan. This is cool. I love this. Now the question is, where are they going to run it? Because I think, was it Spirit that went offlane Titan earlier in this tournament?
Ooh, I can't remember if that was them. You can only do that in the right games, though, I feel. So we'll see what heroes come up. But I think it's an excellent pick because, 1, he's just been a solid hero overall this tournament. But 2, stealing him away, that SF plus ET combo is really strong, especially if you end up running SF mid. Then the Spirit is much easier to throw into fights rather than the main hero, so you're reducing the magic resistance. That's great for magic SF, and especially if you just land a Stomp, which is super easy to just constantly throw out, see if you hit it. Then SF, as soon as he sees a sleep, he blinks in, casts his ult, and he just deletes a hero right off the start.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who ran it. I'm not 100%, but somebody this tournament ran an offlane Elder Titan, and it was really cool. They get rid of the Zeus. Love that. Combination with Elder
Tons
Titan.
of free damage with the ET, yep.
Yeah, we've seen it. It got picked up a lot a few tournaments back when people were, I guess, more abusing the Zeus. Like, Zeus was just, like, way stronger, right, with the Arc Lightning on the Spicy Fingers build. He just generally was a better mid and all around, and Elder Titan was kind of starting to get a little bit of attention because of that, right? And it is a combo that you can absolutely fall back on, so you got to be careful.
Team Spirit, I don't know if they want to reveal their support duo too quickly. Maybe grab a flexible core coming up here. I think a fun one could be Sven. Okay, the issue is, like, Sven ET are both preferably position 5, so that part's a little awkward, the support duo. But I do think he's like one of those flexes between support and core, so it doesn't reveal too much right off the bat. And I feel that Sven versus SF is like not too bad because of the armor aura kind of countering Shadow Fiend's aura.
I like that. You're right.
But that's not what they want. They want Spirit Breaker.
Another
Actually,
highly
this could
contested
be a flex
hero.
for them. Yeah. This one, Spirit Breaker doesn't really get banned all that much, but once he's like that next tier of hero, like not quite worth banning, but once all the broken stuff's banned, you're like, yeah, Spirit Breaker's pretty good. So this could just be their position for Spirit Breaker, but we've seen Collapse play it before. I don't know if he's done it recently, but I have distinct memories of him playing Spirit Breaker in the past, I'm pretty sure. So
It was definitely in that broken patch where like Octarine and Ags were like kind of bonkers. That's a good Enchantress pick. It actually works extremely well against both of these heroes. You can remove Bulldoze and you can remove the Spirit buff. That's really nice.
Yeah, and even if you aren't using it on them, you can just run a creep at them, and these two heroes are not the best at dealing with those early game creeps. And if you do decide to use the slow on them, then that could set up for Shadow Fiend's Raise. At least if you're running carry Shadow Fiend, which they haven't revealed at all yet. Probably going to grab I imagine a position 4 here, who is good versus these two. I'm trying to think, like, who messes with Spirit Breaker? Like, Dark Willow, if she hadn't dropped off, I'd say is up there. Maybe do
Rid
like
of Malice
Shadow
from
Demon.
Underlord is good from like the core position, but in terms of supports,
Oh, Shadow Demon's banned. What am I saying?
Yeah,
that would have
Shadow
been
Demon's
good. I
banned.
feel like that would have been good versus these two supports and good setup for Shadow Fiend. Plus, this is Aurora. You know they're gonna stack like crazy.
Phoenix?
So, yeah, it's true. Phoenix is still available. These two heroes aren't good egg hitters. You can't really stop them either, though, from doing anything.
yeah.
Oh, you know, man, I can't believe Weaver, wasn't banned. All right. That's a really cool synergy with Shadow Fiend. Because Shadow
Good
Fiend, whether
flex.
he's spellcaster or right click, he gets the negative armor. So you're still not really revealing where you want the Shadow Fiend. It's like, oh, we need that negative armor synergy. He's got to be carry. Nah, that part doesn't matter at all. Weaver could be your 4 support, could be your carry. I almost wouldn't be surprised if Jabs rented off lane as well, actually. So a lot of options here.
See the puck come out for Spirit. Now this is something that at least trades relatively well into the Shadow Fiend mid lane. You have good poke, you're great at securing runes. You don't farm as fast, so if this ends up being a mid SF, I think for the most part it's just a trading lane. Like you're both just gonna farm and try and make rotations, and puck will rotate way better. Shadow Fiend's gonna play the farm game. So that is one of the benefits of like the puck into the Shadow Fiend matchup is you can apply pressure to your side lanes, and they're gonna match it with a really strong off lane tempo hero, the MOUZ. Great against Shadow Fiend and Weaver. This is really difficult for these two heroes to play around. Shadow Fiend typically likes to greed out for BKB as his like 3rd or 4th item, right? You want your Blink, Kaya Sange, and then you're like, okay, time to go back for BKB, then Aghanim Scepter, but MOUZ might force the BKB earlier.
I also think it's, I don't know if it's enough, but it might be a preemptive pick versus like a sniper, because that's what Aurora could grab right here. And I don't know if it's an overcommitment, like sniper or TA could set up an insane negative armor synergy, but it also means you're really in on right clicks between your first 4 picks, and your last pick has to just be some straight stunning hero. But the arena would help protect you. You'd lose the lane, but you could maybe just block out the sniper from fights.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like having a Weaver and a Shadow Fiend, an Enchantress, like adding a 4th kind of like squishy-esque type hero into the mix, could be a disaster. But I know, I get what you're saying. Like you would crush the lanes, and then it just comes down to whether or not you can, you know, like kind of snowball it. But they'll go for the much safer route. The Ursa Warrior, fantastic against heroes like Puck and MOUZ. Once he has Shard, you can use the Earth Shock to instantly break coil, and then just get stunned for like I don't know, a half second maybe instead. So
yeah,
good
though
stuff.
I gotta say he's like another right-clicking hero, so we still have a little bit of concern on that front. Like you could build a bunch of armor potentially on Team Spirit, and then you'd be reducing a bunch of damage. I'd actually love to see the Ursa lean a little bit more into like some of the utility Ursas we've seen, where it's like you have crazy uptime on Enrage, you're super hard to kill, but you're less like all in on right click burst to add a little bit of diversity to your lineup. But I suppose with that Ursa pick, it is going to be SF mid, so he's going to be going a spellcaster build. But you still don't have great setup, so I feel like this last pick off lane, you need someone who's just going to like jump and stun.
Yeah, you need someone to go in to set up for the Shadow Fiend, because there's been so many times we've seen these mid Shadow Fiends kind of fall flat when you don't have a stun to basically guarantee your Blink BKB Requiem, right? If you don't have that, your Shadow Fiend is kind of just playing the waiting game, like waiting for Spirit to run to him to initiate, and then he gets his spells off. But in a game where you're against like MOUZ, Spirit Breaker, Puck, I don't know if you want to play that style, because they will get you. Like Spirit Breaker's gonna get to you. So I will say I think they need some form of an initiator, some hero that can go in and start the fights for them. Faceless Void's a pretty good ban here. Obviously really great against the Ursa and Rage and all that. Kind of non-effective against the Chronosphere. Time Dilation also exceptionally good against heroes like Weaver, who never build a Dispel. You basically just play around that Sakuchi. So let's see here. You could just look for an Underlord. You don't have last pick on Aurora though, but at least the Ursa is in your own hands. You see Elder Titan as the 5. So you could look potentially for an Underlord. And it's not a stun, but Pit of Malice is pretty damn good still in terms of setting up the Shadow Fiend, right? Global range, Fiend's Gate into a Pit of Malice, which usually is the case when you get Aghanim Scepter. But man, Phantom Assassin.
I wouldn't hate it. Slardar could be interesting. Oh yeah, Pango.
Blink stun.
I was gonna say you need something like stable because the last pick from Team Spirit is the carry coming up here. So if you pick something that's too weak to something, you know, you could get countered really hard and just not have your stun playmaker because they just have such a bad game. Pango with the double jump facet, pretty good. We'll see how hard he can be punished because he's gonna be running into an ET5 plus something, whatever Team Spirit ends up going with, so he could have a hard time. But Weaver's a really strong support as well, so should be able to get Pango through it.
Yeah, Pango just never loses his lanes. That's the thing, right? Like, this hero, it always feels like, oh, we might beat the Pango lane, and then he gets like level 3 and level 4, and then he's just crushing you in terms of damage. Terrorblade's going to be the final pick here for Spirit, and it is a pretty good Terrorblade game. That being said, I do worry that it will lose against this Pango. It's not that great into the Pango lane.
Yeah, it's got a lot of armor, which Pango is now heavy physical damage. So maybe it'll go better than like it used to, especially like Weaver. A lot of his damage is also physical from the free Geminate attacks and constant poke. Shikuchi's magical, but Shikuchi's just smaller amount of damage compared to like the constant right clicks plus Geminate. Although I guess Geminate reducing your armor is kind of cool with the physical damage from Pango. I guess we'll see which one wins, the physical negative armor combo or just having tons of armor on the side of the Terrorblade.
Yeah, that will be interesting for sure. I am curious where we're going on the puck here because Laurel currently has the curveball queued up and Collapse has swapped over to the Victory Feast, which is never the case for MOUZ. I think this would be the very first pro game I've ever seen where the MOUZ would take this facet. So that would be a little interesting. We'll have to see some very like experimental type facets being picked on Team Spirit. I think when it comes to the Terrorblade though, he's doing my favorite. I love this one, the Soul Fragment. I think this is by far the better of the two facets. It's just taken a lot of time for players to kind of get used to it.
Is he really going to take Curveball?
I mean, yeah, he did.
Oh my god.
Curveball puck, baby. I mean,
trolled?
If you don't do anything different with it, it does make the orb very fast. Like, say you make 0 changes and actually using the curveball feature and you're just playing around the faster orb, that part's kind of cool. Because it is a lot faster.
That's true. I just thought being able to push or pull targets would be really cool with some of the AoE combos his team already has, as well as kind of kiting this Ursa, right? Just being able to push him away or he's trying to run away, you pull him back in. And it's just what we see the most, because you can potentially snap your own coil when you ult someone. Yeah, we'll just have to see how Curveball ends up getting used. It's an extremely low pick rate. In fact, you're right. Like, I don't think I've ever seen it in a pro match along with Victory Feast, which is what MOUZ went, which I was trying to think, if you have an easy way to get vision in the arena, then the other facet actually doesn't do that much in the end, which maybe he's thinking like, oh, Swarm could always just be used and then they'd be able to see inside, so then what's the point? Or like Pango rolls through, SF's definitely going to get, like Ursa and SF definitely going to get BKBs, at which point you can see them inside the arena. So maybe he's feeling it's just not enough? I don't know. Never seen it.
Collapse is like kind of a Chad gamer, I'll be honest.
That's
and
true.
So I kind of feel like his goal on this is to kind of just beat people down, and just take advantage of the attack speed and heal. And I'm curious if it's going to come into play this game. We'll find out for sure. But this is something, I mean, I just never see these facets at all. I am so curious to see how they're going to play. And I think in the mid lane specifically, like these early levels with the puck, I want to know how he plans to actually utilize the orb at all. Like maybe it's something specific with the Shadow Fiend matchup that he's like, okay, well, because I'm against Shadow Fiend, maybe Curveball is going to do something unique in the lane. But at the moment, it's not feeling that way.
He missed the first curveball, but I'm sure he's just calibrating. He's getting ready. The rest will all connect.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spirit Breaker's going to have a rough time to start, but if he can get a good game going, I feel like he can really pop off. I mean, like, what can really stop you charging around this game? It's pretty much the roll. But I actually don't know who... I think you bash the roll, but then you will still get stunned as you run into the roll. It's actually not an interaction we see too often.
It's like roll and then just like a random Gleipnir that's going to come out eventually from the Weaver, right? But
yeah, but I think a big thing, like, you'll be using Bulldoze when you get hit by the Shadow Fiend Fear, which that fear is like so powerful that it then usually sets up other combos before you can do anything. But with the Bulldoze, I feel his status resistance will be high enough that he can then like ult the S. Well, mid? No way, Laurel? He's gonna Lauren off real low.
He's got a waning rift. Yeah. So this is what I'm most curious about with this curveball, is if the idea against Shadow Fiend is because it's faster and he can maybe position himself in a way that, you know, you can't get like multiple raises. I don't know. I'm like theory crafting, trying to make sense of the ability. Like everyone I feel like who has seen this facet has gone into a demo mode and kind of messed around with it just to see how it works. Bottom lane falling quite low here on this Terrorblade, but they do turn around onto jabs with that meta. Polishka also fairly low, but right now just trading. But I mean, that's meta forced, and you didn't really get any CS out of it. It was mostly just used here to try and trade, it looks like.
They might be able to get the lane to push out to go secure the Lotus, although currently doesn't look like it's happening fast enough. Oh, maybe. Yeah, not much of a lane pushing out, one range creep.
Oh, that's huge. Oh boy. Okay, so Lornov really starting to stack up the damage onto the puck in the mid lane. We haven't really talked much about this off lane, right? Oh, well, more action bottom as Maposhka still made a play for the Lotus. Did he get it, or did he already use it?
Jabs got it, and he just used it.
Okay. So Maposhka is going to have to TP back. Yep, there it is.
Got some tangos on the way, so he'll at least be able to heal back up.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Aurora's getting the damage in down here, but Terrorblade's still farming decently. We'll see if they can get a kill to actually like change this lane into their favor.
The more and more I'm watching this puck, the more and more I'm thinking like it might have just legitimately been I wanted a faster orb. There's no more like complicated than that.
Okay, but maybe Pango's trying to roll on him later and he's trying to like follow that orb, but you're curving it, you know? And then you like curve it into a cliff, Pango can't follow you. Maybe there'll be something cool like that later.
Gotcha.
Is anyone else hungry?
Kingslayer falling a little bit low in the top lane. What is with carries changing their name lately, by the way? What is going on here?
Just be coincidental.
Meta comes out in the bottom lane. It is kind of a zoning meta. Like, he just wants to see us here, I think, with this one.
Just farms the bugs.
Yeah.
The bugs are worth a lot of money, actually.
I feel like the ET here hasn't been getting a lot of value in the lane, right? Like compared to a lot of times when we see ETs, it's picked for a specific reason. This time Aposhka playing against a Weaver, it's probably one of the more difficult matchups for this hero. Top lane, Mira. One more auto attack, not there. Makes it out.
Mission success, though. I feel like I've seen the Enchantress chasing the Spirit Breaker quite a lot. It's just letting Mars have a pretty decent time. I mean, it's pretty even top lane. So, I believe that was the Ursa counter pick into the Mars.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He's just chilling. Mid lane, here comes the Spirit Breaker. Gets on top of this Shadow Fiend. The raises connector onto Laurel. He's trying to just survive up on the high ground, but first blood, it goes to the puck. They die almost at the exact same time. It's going to be a 2-for-1 as they bring the extra support from the side of Aurora, but yeah, very, very nice rotation mid. Level 2 Spirit Breaker gets it done.
Do lose a good chunk of CS in the mid lane to that, and he did get a double kill on Aurora, so maybe not too bad at the end of the world, at the end of the day. SF is pretty ahead of puck at this point. I think the raises plus the high base damage is starting to add up. They might need to bring in even more rotations.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of worried about this like matchup in general. Is yes, you know, puck is better as the game goes on, I think, but in the early stages, you don't really have a tool to stop the Shadow Fiend. Like, you have Coil, but he will just stand there and, like, attack you and throw a raise, right? If he gets the time to throw a Requiem, he will. But the lane, so far, slightly favoring Lorinov. He's just going to continue to farm it up.
Oh, dude, actually, what if... In talking about like weird facets, what if Spirit Breaker had taken his other facet? Okay, forget all that. Top lane, going for Kingslayer.
Beautiful.
Definitely killing Kingslayer.
That is just
nice.
great
He's been left
usage
alone.
of the arena.
Yeah, he's been left alone so much by the Spirit Breaker that he's hit 6 first. Ursa was not ready. He has about a quarter left, so just a couple more creeps and he would have been 6. So really good work by Team Spirit there to get that kill.
Collapse has what, like 300-ish mana? How much mana does he have?
Right now? Yeah, about 300.
So he gets 20% of the mana pool, and Arena is like 50%. So I guess
no, he has totally has 500 mana. I thought you meant like literally right now.
Oh, okay. So because it is max mana restore, which is interesting. Bottom lane, big fight comes out. Laurel's gonna get the coil, does catch the Pango, who goes down first. Sunder out from Radon here to try and keep himself topped off, but the chase continues. Lorinov really wants this kill on the Shadow Fiend. He's going to continue to go. Does have the Requiem. Nice dodge on the raise, but you're right. Choo-choo. Here comes Mira. Gets an extra bash for fun. That's going to put a stop to the pressure here. Well, maybe. Kingslayer.
This is 23, by the way, guys. Not a stand-in. He just changed his name.
Yeah, he wants the tower, it looks like. They're bringing everyone for the tower. He's going to commit for it. Pops the Enrage. One more auto attack to secure it. The Weaver's dead, but now Jabs. He's back on the Pangolier. They get the Spirit Breaker. He's be able to TP out on the Terrorblade. His Rolling Thunder was not available. Was still level 5. Okay, that's being a pretty worthwhile rotation, but... Are those like early deaths on the Pango like okay because you get the tower, I guess? Maybe?
I guess you're kind of okay with it. Collapse was free farming top. He was getting in some tower damage himself, but not that much. Not sure. I don't think either team feels like too bad about that, how it went. And on the side of Aurora, at least took a tower. So.
Yep.
Oh, I was going to say, if Spirit Breaker had taken that other facet that increases forced movement, and then Laurel had taken the usual puck coil, or the knockback on the Waning Rift, I feel like that could have made snapping coil super easy. And it would have been really funny to watch.
Do those ones work? Because I know they changed the type of movement, right? There's like force movement and knockback now. or something.
I'm not 100%
I don't know what's
sure.
considered what
I
anymore.
did not memorize that list. I'm a fake Dota player. Didn't memorize the entire patch notes as soon as it came out.
I'll be honest, I read that they made a change to the types of those and didn't make a note, like a mental note of a single one of them. I could not have been...
Four staff's in there.
I could not have been bothered because I was like, well, this Spirit Breaker facet is just substantially worse than the rest of them, and this is the only thing in the game that affects it, so it was not worth my brain capacity.
Magnus as well. Reduced effect on all that.
True, actually. Maposhka just gets ran down here by the Shadow Fiend Pango. And again, we saw yesterday Spirit do something similar with the Shadow Fiend, making sure that the last hits actually go to the Shadow Fiend on these heroes. So he's up to 22 souls. Wasn't it 40 that we got to yesterday?
Yeah, that had to be some kind of record. At least for a professional match.
Yeah.
He only died at the end when they got called in by the fountain. They couldn't resist. Really early Roche attempt here, by the way.
I mean, Maposhka's here, but is it in time? No, Stomp comes out. It does at least catch Lornov on the Shadow Fiend. The Earth Splitter's there. The question is, can they get anything else? Mira with the charge on in the arena. The Spear's got one collapse. He's got that buff going, baby. Looking to take down the Shadow Fiend, and he does. 20% attack speed on the Mars. Is it going to make any difference right now? We'll find out. Coils out, does manage to catch Lornov. He needs some help and fast, trying to heal himself through this, but the arena, or I'm sorry, the Spear to push him back and snap it. It's there, and a nice double kill for Laurel with the orb. Q still in this, as well as Ollie. The supports try to clean up anything that they can find right now, but Collapse, he's hiding in the trees. It's a really good God's Rebuke bash from Mira, also hitting onto the Weaver. The time lapse is gonna save him as Jabs rejoins his team bottom. Stomp out from Maposhka, looking for the Weaver, trying to beat him down, but the enchant just removes that buff, and he's gone.
Trying to decide if that was good for them or not. I think that was a win for Spirit, because even though Aurora, yeah, a record time on Roche, 11
I'm not
minutes,
surprised.
24 seconds. Trying for a speed run here. They got it. You get some gold XP from that, but you lose it pretty much instantly, and it's a lot of the cores dying on the side of Aurora compared to more of the supports dying on Spirit. So again, another exchange that ends up being really close, and I think both teams are going to be like, okay, I guess. You lose the 2 souls you had on Shadow Fiend. It's not the end of the world, but it's a little sad. I want to point out, some of you might be upset, like, why didn't he ult on Lornov? He was saving it because Puck was saving silence. So really good from Puck to, like, not throw everything, like, burst him. Like, he was holding the silence to see the channel come out. And then once Lornov got low enough, then he's like, oh, it's fine, I can just commit it at this point. So there wasn't really a time for him to be able to use the Requiem there.
Yeah, he's just wasting auto attacks and like raises in the fight if he tries to channel ult. Because he could, like you said, he's gonna get silenced the second, like, not like he starts channeling and he gets silenced. It's like he's gonna wait for you to waste your time channeling the ult, and then right before it goes off, it'll be like, nope. So it's just, yeah, it's like you said, good play from both of the heroes there, both of the players. Wow, he actually just got the enrage, pump faking the Nether Strike. That's kind of cool. Amplify damage rune in the top side of the map. You're going to be grabbed from Laurel's Puck. He's also finished up his Witchblade. And with this, could probably find just about anything. Slightly slower than average, but not by a whole lot. Did go double Null Talisman this game. I was going to say, I feel like the Puck's actually pretty farmed. So the double Null Talisman, Treads, Wand, like this investment into early items may like slow down his Witchblade a little bit, but I think it's still pretty good.
Considering the laning stage versus SF as well,
yeah.
I think it's a pretty good recovery.
Weaver with a completed Vessel. Definitely necessary this game.
Yeah, it'll be good. And it's an interesting net worth distribution because of the way these fights have been going, where the cores on Aurora die, but the supports pick up some kills. These are actually two really good scaling supports. It might actually work out for them, like having a really farmed Weaver and Enchantress. I'm not sure. The cores probably don't feel that way, but the support players, yeah, it's okay. It's okay that you died. I got the kill. Don't worry.
They're gonna charge the Weaver. I feel like I was gonna say I feel like they want to get him, but there's a ward that scouts this rotation. They know as soon as this charge came out, the Weaver bails, so Mira's gonna get a free D ward here. Oh, wait a minute. Needs to be a little bit careful. Q's here. Okay, he'll back away. They get the D ward and they're gonna bail. Blink done on Pango. Okay, that's kind of quick. Did he go the Echo Saber this game, or what's his build at this? Ooh.
No, he got a mech into the Blink.
Okay. Typical for the offlane to go for the mech. Ooh, they're gonna go ahead and will just punish this Weaver finally. He's been poking and prodding for quite some time. Pig mode activated on the Elder Titan, but cannot get away from the Kingslayer. Laurel here, no coil, but does have that amplified damage rune running, and walking up onto the high ground, you are not getting away from these heroes. Radon now turning his attention on over to Ollie, the Enchantress. With these extra sprites, I mean, you heal up a lot, you can't finish the job, and Ollie will be safe. These are 4 points Nature's attendance with the extra spirit facet. He's actually so difficult to kill.
That's true. He's building tank items as well. He's getting a pipe for his team, not going for a scaling build like we sometimes see. He sees the 3 right-clicking heroes on his team. He's like, okay, someone's got to build an aura on this team. So with that pipe, he'll be extra tanky.
I like the pipe in that regard, but it also allows the Pango to go this Blink Dagger, which a lot of times we've seen Pangoliers just do the Guardian Greaves pipes, the Crimson Guards from the offlane. Like, that is a pretty standard offlane build for Pangolier nowadays, but the Enchantress, like, making the decision, like, I'll build the pipe. It allows him to get this Blink Dagger, which we mentioned in the draft. Like, you desperately need a Blink stun initiator if you're going to play a Shadow Fiend. You have to have someone on the team who can start these engagements to set up the Shadow Fiend's initiation, or follow-up, rather.
Yeah, and I think it's how you're going to kill the puck, too. Roll right on top of him, surprise him. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty tough, especially with that curveball. How can you follow him?
Yes, of course, the curveball. I haven't seen it have an effect yet. I have been watching. I'm trying to see, like, when is it gonna make a big difference? But at the moment, he's just zooming around the map. Puck though needs to be careful. Ooh, Kingslayer looking for the 18-minute runes. Not gonna find it. They get the Enrage out, but there's the Rolling Thunder from Jabs. Will connect onto Mirror, but unfortunate, catches the side. Oh, 3 heroes stuck in the coil. The entire smoke gank not gonna connect. Look at the ward coverage here in mid as well. Like, they really want to connect off of this gank. And Laurel even denies the tower. Lorna, the Invis, gets the Requiem, just pops the puck. Beautifully done.
Some pub stuff right there. Yeah, they've got the wards down. That's their second smoke attempt, which hasn't really netted them much. The Invis rune is what worked there. Part of that is, we're going back to it, like, the annoyance of Bulldoze getting you out of, like, what few stuns Aurora does have, Puck being mobile. Making a play on this.
The supports?
Support duo?
Bro, his Enrage came off cooldown like 1 second before that play. Oh, man. I mean, they would have killed him, I think, with the Earth Splitter damage if he didn't, if it was not ready. There it is. Collapse comes in. The Yules, the Blink, the Spear. He really wants Kingslayer. They're going to just trap him against the walls and Collapse sets up a kill onto the Ursa. Jabs on retreat, but Radon's got the damage. He's looking for Lorna. The Thunder comes out just before the BKB. It's a double kill for the Terrorblade. He's looking for the triple, and he's going to get it, baby. Terrorblade is online, and a beautiful team fight from Spirit. That's tier 1. That's going to be tier 2, and potentially your Tormentor. You are sidelined for 20 seconds.
Ooh, that That's true. It looks like they're kind of leaving the area though, so maybe they feel they don't have quite enough time. And actually, I suppose, not usually something we got to think about, but the Roche is about to respawn soon, so maybe you want to go posture for that. Yeah, look at this fight. We're seeing... So this is like the weakness of the draft we were mentioning. Very low on stuns versus some very annoying heroes like the Puck, Spirit Breaker, even like the Stomp from Elder Titan. Not like an elusive ability, but just makes it really hard to like actually just run at people and get kills. And because of that, they have to layer their stuns perfectly to actually get a kill. And if not, it doesn't work. You just use your abilities. And that's what Spirit capitalized on. They're like, oh, they just threw out what they had. Let's just run at them. And I mean, it worked, right? There's no roll to break up that fight. Nothing like that at all. So they just run it all the way down from the tier 1 into that tier 2 area.
They do manage to at least claim their own Tormentor on Aurora. And I do want to point something out about the Terrorblade build. Like, he is running the Soul Fragment, right? So the one that costs health to summon instead. But when you go the Soul Fragment build, the biggest thing that you can do is actually pick up the Shard early on the Terrorblade. So he's got his Demon Zeal already online, and you'll see him kind of just having this up off cooldown in the jungle, and then you kind of rotate it with the meta. So you fight with meta, as soon as it ends, back to the jungle, pop the Demon Zeal, and you have like this full minute of like meta and Demon Zeal together of just immense damage output and farm potential. So it's why he's sitting so high up on these damage, or on this net worth as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Good ward sentry out here bottom, actually.
Scan connects. So they know they're there. This is a good placement of the observer, though.
Maposhka's trying to pop the smoke. He sees one. That's sentry really well done, an aggressive sentry. Look at the D ward.
It's really tough. You can't force Roche without getting something, because that Earth Splitter going through will destroy you. Earth Splitter in Arena.
One thing that's so wild to me, we're 22 minutes in. A lot of times this is like the posturing for first Roche. For those of you who maybe missed this, we had the fastest Roshan of the entire event by several minutes. It's not like it was like, oh, by like 12 seconds. No, by multiple minutes, an 11-minute Roshan. Okay, it was 1 minute and 20 seconds. I was looking at average time originally, but that is a huge difference. All right.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, showing average time of 1944, like this would still be considered like, oh yeah, this is a decently early Roche at 22 minutes, like for the first one, let alone the second. And that makes it extra valuable with that Roshan's banner. Not something that you usually see come out at this time, so I can't even say how like likely you are to use that for a tier 3 push at 22 minutes, but you could save it for later, which would be good for you as well.
I think with Spirit's draft, they actually can take advantage of it, right? Because you have like Mars Arena, you have Spirit Breaker you can dive in, you got Puck that can dive in, and then you just have Terrorblade, who just stands on the banner and just rips through the barracks. Like, because of the fact that Aurora is lacking stuns, I feel like they can get away with it. The Atos there, but the charge angle from Mira! The Arena's caught 3, Kingslayer stuck in there with the enemy team and collapse. He's got all these resources going. He's back up to full HP. He's ready to fight, and there goes the Ursa. What a charge. What a wraparound from Spirit there.
That was such a good angle. Something cool about the curveball actually there. I guess depending how you angle it, it lasts a very long time at the end. So he throws it into this tree line near the Lotus Pool. We might see it at the replay here to kind of give them vision. Oh, I think it's right before this. So they kind of know they're not in that area. They're further up here. So the rest of the team cuts in from this angle, immediately deletes 2 heroes, the supports, who are pretty squishy. They're not quite farmed enough yet to be tanky. So at this point, I mean, you got no saves, right? The roll is used to just get out of there. He's like, good luck, buddy. Like, even if he goes in and stuns, you can't get out of the arena, you know? So you just leave the Ursa to die. And now Team Spirit is going to secure themselves that second Roche with that banner. And like you said, they're building up this 6k lead, especially if you pop meta. Like, you wait for your cooldowns, of course. Take the tier 2s maybe. And then if you go high ground, you pop meta, drop that banner, you don't really have the best banner killers on the side of Aurora. And if you ever commit in, you could just you could see that same combo again. The arena charge through Earth Splitter wasn't even used in that Roche fight, but I mean, you'd use it at the high ground. That's really scary to push into. Oh my god, look at this axe time.
I feel like very rarely do we see an actual first item Aghanim Scepter on an Elder Titan. He does go Phase Boots in the Windlace, of course, because that's just kind of the standard items for an Elder Titan. Your Spirit movement speed is based on the movement speed of your hero when you cast it. So the Windlace and then the Phase Boots active is pretty much how you get all of that move speed and scouting potential out of an ET. So it's a nice little combo. But yeah, you get this early Aghanim Scepter now. They're going for a Greater Healing Lotus, now available for Mira, as he finishes up his Shadow Blades. So the supports, man, they're getting some good items.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, though, it's not some kind of aura item, especially armor versus high physical damage lineup. But I guess when I click on Terrorblade and I see he's got 39 natural armor, if you just stick him in the front,
health.
I guess you don't really need to give him much of an aura. Like, he's fine for physical damage.
I really like what he's doing here on Mira. He's just trying to stop TPs. He does put a ward up there. He's just gonna stalk this Lauren of Shadow Fiend, maybe. TP's coming back. The blink in into a Yule's Enchantress. Yeah, you don't get stunned, but it's just a couple of auto attacks to finish the job. The banner's there, gonna protect the creep wave, as Radon's just gonna get to work here on the tier 3 tower. Roll. Being held for now. Again, you have 2 lives on this Terrorblade. Shadow Fiend in trouble. Charge comes in from Mira. The Nether strikes out right away. Can they get the kill? The stun. It doesn't come through in time, but he gets the BKB, but Collapse finishes the job. He's got a buyback, but for what? Jabs on the Rolling Thunder, just has to run away. He can't even escape. There's just too much damage coming out from these heroes. They're just going to go for the throne. They want to end this game. Tier 4 is under siege. The Terrorblade doing the job. Yeah, meta ends, but here comes the Demon Zeal. He just needs to summon an illusion and sunder. Yep, there it is. Full reset, ready to fight. Ursa's in, does have an enrage, will pop it. 1 tier 4 tower is down. Will Spirit stick around? Looks like for now, respecting Aurora, they respect the buyback of the Shadow Fiend. They get so much out of this. Just looking at the difference in gold gained since the Aegis, 8.6 thousand gold, a full lane of barracks, both fortifications and a tier 4.
Yeah, they've set themselves up to win here. Specifically that buyback. Like, SF has to be so careful. They're coming over here too. If they find SF, I think it's just done.
I mean, they have a ward in the triangle, right? And Mira with the Shadow Blades just scouting everything. Silence comes out. No, Laurel doesn't get it in time, but he does get the coil, trapping a Q anyway. And it's just a few auto attacks from this puck. The early Parasma pickup on him as well is absolutely owning.
Do you just go back top and go for the win? I think the safe play is still just take the other lanes. Still have Aegis for 40 seconds.
Maybe you just plant Terrorblade mid, right? He's got
looks like it.
Meta coming up right now. Yeah. That's the thing, right? You use the Demon Seal, and as soon as Demon Seal ends, your meta's off cooldown again. So you just go right back into the meta and get to work. Ranged barracks. There's just no stopping this. The Aegis for 20 seconds makes it way too hard to approach. That's going to be 2 full lanes of barracks. Well, Radon just sunders the Kingslayer immediately. He's like, yeah, what are you going to do? It's time to back away. 2 lanes down now. As Spirit have full control over this game. Nearly 11,000 gold gained during that Aegis. And 21,000 building damage coming out from this Terrorblade. Enchantresses is always deceiving, right? Because Enchantress, it doesn't count the creeps.
Yeah, they do have 2 towers from those creeps. It's not going to make you feel that great when you've lost 2 barracks, though. So this is a bit of a desperation smoke. They've got to find some big kills here. Unfortunately, might be running into Maposhka.
Collapses Invis rune popped the smoke, too. It's just the worst rune that Aurora could have walked into.
So they're gonna grab just their triangle. I mean, it's something, but it's not really quite enough to get you back in this game from the side of Spirit.
I mean, Home's got a butterfly. You can't catch this Terrorblade anymore. You really need
tough.
this Aghanim Scepter on Lornov, and you have to get the initiation from the Pango onto the Terrorblade into the Requiem. That is the only way.
That sounds about right. But the hard part of that is you're going to try to do that, and the Spirit Breaker is going to just charge right
you.
in and interrupt. Yeah, as soon as he sees that starting to happen, he's just going to look for the SF. And I think he should make it on time. Like, he's got enough move speed items that the charge should connect.
Yeah. I mean, he's just stalking with this Shadow Blade, you know, looking for anybody. And he's doing the exact same thing again. He's looking for this Shadow Fiend, but he making the right call here to retreat further back into the base. As they know Tormentor is up again soon, or it is already up.
Is there a shard that changes this?
I mean, Lornov's is...
Weaver got it. No. I was going to say if Weaver got it, then he could maybe cut creeps pretty quickly, although it's really scary versus Spirit Breaker, but that's kind of what you need at this point.
Wait, what is Shadow Fiend start again?
Raise. She reduced Shadow Raise cooldown.
Per active, or per unit hit or whatever, right?
I mean, it's good for Spellcaster SF, but I don't think it's really what they need in this particular case.
Yeah, I was going to say, it feels a little bit slow for the Aghanim Scepter this game. It's not even like he's that low on net worth, right? It's just... Normally, when you play Shadow Fiend, you want to be ahead, right? He is a snowball-type hero. It's one of the reasons that people love to play it. You get ahead in the mid lane because very few heroes can actually contest it, and then you just kind of snowball from there.
Which he did win, but I don't think... I mean, Aurora drafted to win lanes, win game. Like, a very quick tempo push. They went for that really fast Roshan. So they were playing to that idea, but getting found at Roche, honestly, like 2 seconds later, and Aurora probably gets out clean. So Team Spirit made it at the last moment possible, and although it wasn't a total stomp for them at that fight, kind of killed a lot of the game plan, which is like, oh, we're going to take this super early Aegis, and we're going to use it to just be able to run at objectives and force things off of this Shadow Fiend having a really good start. But after that, kind of flopped. Team Spirit bought themselves so much time that they reached a point where Aurora is like, yeah, we don't really have stuns. So that makes our game really hard. And look at that. Team Spirit's got a bunch of stuns, so they just pick us off. And we have no stuns or saves to help those heroes. So this is kind of what happens if you draft for this.
What the heck is that Spirit doing? Okay,
You can like
just having a
spam
little bit of fun.
Echo to like delay the Spirit to like extend your vision.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
It's something like that. I forget the exact mechanic because I don't actually play ET, but...
that looks like a very dead Pango. He's going to pop the mech. He's going to pop the Crimson Guard, but it's just not enough. Larl's got an Amplify damage running.
Yeah, I can't believe they got that kill thanks to Curveball. Amazing.
I mean, not wrong because of the fact that he got there faster, right? It is one of those things that, like, at the end of the day, yes, you don't have, like, Jostling Rift, and you might just be, like, not using Curveball all that, you know, amazingly, but it is way faster. A 700 move speed orb is pretty nuts. Laurel in a little bit of trouble here. Lornov goes for the blink in to get the second fear, but he dodges it on the phase shift. It was a good attempt, but now it's all going bad for Aurora. They need to get out of here. They get the blink out on the Ursa. He's trying to run the distraction campaign here on Ollie, but Laurel's not falling for it. He wants to go for more. He wants this Ursa. Maybe blinking a little bit too far. Does coil down to the low ground, but here comes Maposhka into the base. The Earth Splitter's got 2. He's looking to take down Jabs and Q. Can't finish the job, but they've got to leave. Collapse. Walking in here on the Mars. He's got his eyes set. It looks like it's going to be on the Shadow Fiend. He's got a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it, but Mira's here to chase. A scrappy fight from these guys, just throwing everything at the wall, just hoping to find something, but Aurora's managed to dodge it all out. Here comes Ronaldo on the Terrorblade. He's the objective gamer. He wants the Mega Creeps. The banner is down. The meta is out. And Kingslayer's into the back line and immediate Yules from Collapse. No BKB. It's just going to be this Enrage to try and keep him alive. Still, Laurel surviving on a sliver of HP as he really is just going to try and grab a Wisdom Rune. And Laurel has just been playing with his food this game. Survives the entire engagement on near to no HP, 2 dead as the Terrorblade continues to chase. He's just diving the base here. He's still got a Sunder, he's still got a BKB, and an Aegis to boot. The man cannot be stopped.
We could grab Megas just to play it safe, but this is looking like,
Oh.
no buybacks on any of these cores. There's the Weaver.
6 spear.
There's the GG.
Yeah, it is indeed. Really well played from Spirit. Just a really cohesive draft. Like, we look at this and we kind of just see the game plan. Really good heroes that can just go in and take the fight on their own terms. Terrorblade, obviously just a Yatoro classic. Like, this is one of his favorite and best heroes. It shows, right? Like, he just farms so damn fast and, yeah, pretty much flawless execution.
Yeah, this... I kind of like the idea from Aurora, but it really had to be like win lanes, win game. And as soon as you fall off of that, the draft just kind of falls apart. So it's a lot on them to execute correctly. And it started okay, but yeah, that Roche, that very first Roche just kind of like threw it all off after that. And these are some of the lowest stacks we ever see from Aurora, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I don't know what that says. I don't know what that correlation is between like winning and losing and how good they look, but they did not get to stack very much this game. Possibly because they're trying to play so fast, which is a little bit different than their usual style.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going for an 11-minute Roshan, the thing is you're going for an 11-minute Roshan as Diór, so it's on the Radiant side, where they have the outpost to TP into, and it's gonna be slow because it's 11 minutes into the game. So,
look at that.
It's one of those things that, like, yeah, I get the idea behind wanting to just push the tempo, get this Roshan early, and then get to second Roche, but it ends up just benefiting Spirit because the second Roche is on Radiant side.
Yeah. It was, I don't know how many times we could say it, but like, it's an all or nothing play. The facets, curveball, once or twice he did make it down to like a ledge because the orb is going faster. And I saw a couple times, I really don't understand it. I'm gonna go test in a lobby between games. It seems like there's a certain way you can cast it that the orb lasts a long time at the end of the path for vision. So that's a cool use of it. I can't say I noticed the feast from Mars like whatsoever. I don't know if, maybe I was just too focused on curveball.
That last fight, actually, where he traps 3 heroes in the arena, he gets 2 instances of the heal, the 20% max heal. As the Ursa jumps on him, he took 0 damage from the Ursa because he's just max life heal 20%. So it's like, it plays a little bit of an effect. Whether or not it's better than the other one, it's hard to say, but you can't argue with the results, I suppose. Like, they just played so clean.
Yeah, I think it was a really good game from Team Spirit here. Nice draft.
So when it comes to the orb, I have tested this because I know it's a little bit interesting. When you vector target the orb, you can throw it at like max range and then have it do a complete U-turn. And because the orb lasts so long now, it will go to the max range of the reticle, right? As long as it doesn't leave the actual max cast range, it stays alive. And then it will spin all the way back around. So you can keep the orb running for like 4 seconds or something, which is kind of wild. But it's one of those things where it's kind of hard to like use in a team fight, where is sometimes you're like, I just need to like reposition and close and gap close. So
yeah. Well, I think it's cool to see, right? There's so many facets. We have not gone to see all of them in official matches yet, so it's cool to at least see it tried out. Like you said, I don't know how much better it is than the original, but the results speak for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well played. Game number 1 here from Spirit. But we're going to go to a short break, everyone, and we'll be back with game number 2, Aurora versus Team Spirit, coming up in a moment. We'll see you after the break.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, I'm second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah.
Team Spirit, the winners of last year's Riyadh Masters, are back. Let's take a look at how they got here. First of all, as expected, they've made no changes to their roster. They've still got Yatoro, Lal, Collapse, Mira and Maposhka, the team we've all come to know and love. Team Spirit ended last season, as mentioned previously, by winning Riyadh Masters 2023. Against all expectations, they came in looking mediocre and came out looking like the best team in the entire world, and kept up their momentum by winning the first EPT event of the season, Dream League Season 21, and making it look easy. After this, they decided to skip ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur to rest up. Understandable after their massive success. However, their success didn't last too long. Team Spirit gradually got worse and worse results throughout the season. 4th place at Dream League Season 22, not too bad, but 10th place at ESL 1 Birmingham 2024 and failing to qualify to Dream League Season 23 were much worse. The EPT points Team Spirit secured early on in the season were just barely enough to qualify Team Spirit to Riyadh Masters by the skin of their teeth. Had the final results at ESL 1 Birmingham or Dream League Season 23 been different, Team Spirit could have been overtaken in the EPT leaderboard and lost their spot. As we've seen time and time again though, Team Spirit is a very cyclical team, and maybe they will be back at full power for Riyadh Masters 2024.
Hey everybody, welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters of the Esports World Cup. We are jumping into game number 2 of Team Spirit versus Aurora here, and this first game, it looked kind of close for a bit, right? Like, it was doing all right for Aurora, they were off to the good start, but then what happened? How did Spirit turn this game so fast?
I don't know how they knew to check for an 11-minute Roche attempt, but I guess with enough heroes missing, and I mean, you definitely have the heroes capable of it, right? Like Ursa, Shadow Fiend, you could have Weaver for the Swarm, you could have Enchantress with her ult. So I guess they just knew it was on the table. They take a look, they rotate in just at the nick of time, and they just kind of stop, I think, a lot of the game plan for Spirit. The grab Roche, like just to set the stage for everyone, at 10 minutes, SF had about 6k net worth. He was easily over 1,000, the next highest hero. So really powerful SF. You put the Aegis on him, you start running at objectives with the Enchantress creeps, you just sit behind the SF Aegis. That's really hard to fight into. You have to commit so much, and that's where like the roll could come in, the Weaver Swarm hits, all that. So it would have set the tone. You run down a couple buildings, get yourself a nice lead. You don't have the Aegis. And then what? You know, like, what's the playmaking potential? It's tough. They tried a couple times, but really good movements from Spirit then after that. I think 2 smokes in a row after Aurora, like that Roche fight happened. They then tried 2 smokes in a row, both whiff. Like, I think it was like, it ends up like 1-for-1 trade another time. Second time, they just get nothing. So their early game just really, they tried, it just did not connect. What you want to point that to, draft or execution, I'm curious, maybe we'll hear from the teams later, but that was a draft that they needed things to go their way early. They tried their best later on, but we just saw they just did not have the tools to do much.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of surprising thing to me is if that first Aegis was actually used better, like if there was a scenario and when they kind of just sneak the Roche and get out, I think the game is very different. But like you said, the fact that pretty much after then you don't have the Aegis to make plays with, and Team Spirit are the ones kind of on the aggression, it made it so difficult. And you're actually quite farmed on the Spirit Breaker this game. Like he's gone for these phase boots, drums, gets an early Shadow Blade, which is not something you see all that often on support Spirit Breakers. Like you eventually do go the Shadow Blade, but sometimes it's just to get the BKB because you have to make sure you can get through teams to actually hit your charges. But against the roster that Aurora has, there's nothing that stops this Spirit Breaker. So he can just go this Shadow Blade and just walk around the map hunting these people, which ends up doing a lot of work this game.
Yeah, I think it was a really good item for him. I was surprised by Elder Titan not just picking up an aura to like end the game. You know, maybe we can ask about that later, because he's like, yeah, I just want to smack people with my team. I want to go Ag Shard, but I don't play that much ET, so maybe that's just the build right now. It is something we've been seeing more and more lately, so it might just give you the survivability you need to get in there and start applying that negative armor aura to the team fights, which it was strong for his team.
So one thing we talked about in the draft for game 1 is that Spirit were actually the ones that chose Radiant side. And this time in the draft, I think Aurora have chosen second pick. I didn't actually quite see, but we have Spirit on Radiant side once again, but this time with first pick. So it's going to be interesting to see how this ends up playing out. So let's go ahead and jump into game number 2. We've got the draft about to begin. In terms of the bans, slight changes, very slight. The Phoenix removed in the first phase here from Spirit. Primal Beast being left in. The Hoodwink, Beastmaster, Snapfire, and Monkey King all the same in terms of those phase 1 bans.
Yeah, I'm curious what it says, because Aurora essentially got to pick first or second pick again. And for game 1, they go first pick. And after that loss, they go second pick. So I wonder, I don't know, maybe they lost confidence in that first pick, or maybe they had a strategy for first pick and it clearly, you know, just did not go their way that game 1. So they're like, okay, pivot it to our strategies for second pick. I don't know. This is something that I find very interesting, always looking from the outside perspective, like how the teams think about the draft, what pick priority, or like what side priority. It seems Team Spirit wanted Radiant again with their pick.
So they get rid of the Sand King here once again, which we've seen a lot of success on Sand King lately. So this hero has looked pretty solid. I'm surprised it's getting first phase ban attention. I didn't feel like it grew through the ranks that quickly, but clearly it is. So Spirit actually very kind of like flexible with their priority selections. We have Radiant, first pick, and second pick, never selecting Dire. I don't think any team in the tournament has selected Dire. That'd be an interesting stat. But this game, I think this might be the first time Aurora have gone second pick, because this would be, you know, roughly their 10th game, I think. So
yeah, it could be first or second. I don't know if that includes like the play-in stage or not, but yeah, it just goes to show they usually prefer first pick. So
yeah,
curious what they have for second pick. I will say for Spirit, like when I try to look through their draft, they have, yeah, there's some heroes that overlap, but it's often very unique. The openers change. I think this is a team that has played together for so long, and including the coach, that they have specialized drafts per team, and they take into account what heroes do our opponents like, what types of openers do they want, and they go with a very flexible approach. And I think that's why you see a pretty even mix on their first second pick. It's not completely about, oh, we want first pick because we always want to run these broken heroes because that's our style. They're a very experienced team that they adjust. And it's like, this team, I think first pick is better. Against this team, we think second pick is better. Against Aurora, I guess Radiant is the play. You know, maybe they know they like to sneak Roches, so they wanted the Radiant side. Not sure, but this time they're going to get the first pick, and they're going to grab the Primal Beast, which, like we mentioned in the last game, this is a hero that both teams like, so a little bit of a deny pick, but also securing themselves something they like. Mars, pretty good versus the Primal Beast, at least until BKB comes up, because you can Arena to mess up the Trample Onslaught. You have like the Spear to push him away. Could also interrupt the Pulverize. So we're going to have to see a fast BKB out of the Primal Beast to start ignoring the Mars.
I think this is a pretty cool idea, because this is exactly what LGD did to them yesterday, right? They first pick overall the Primal Beast for their off lane, and they kind of just didn't have a good answer to it out of the lane. This hero can flex between mid and off, and is so difficult to push out of the lane. If you don't have a specific set of heroes that actually counter Primal Beast, he's going to go through the game uncountered. And the biggest two are the Clockwork and the Shadow Demon from the supports. Now, there are some carries you can pick that actually do okay against the Primal Beast, but yep, you're going to get rid of the Crystal Maiden. It really is just banning out the 5s that cause damage for the Primal Beast. So I really like these ban decisions from Team Spirit. It is leaning more towards Collapse's hero based on this draft, but it is still just something that you could put mid, and you could give, you know, a little bit more of like a greedy build. Go for like your Blink before, you know, and maybe go like Blink Kaya Sange before picking up your BKB. But I think a lot of times it's just Blink BKB on this hero.
Yeah, we'll see where we get to. I imagine they'll pick the supports and the carries first to keep that flex, but I suppose it depends what Aurora shows. Aurora has the next pick. Let's see, Clockwork's out. I mean,
I think you just pick a
Elder
Rubik.
Titan. You could steal it. Yeah, I like Rubik too, but it kind of reveals the Mars or like that off lane completely. This
Yeah.
ET, yeah, so they do go for the ET. So it could be position 4 ET, you just run it with the Mars, but you could still do position 5 ET and you don't totally reveal your off lane. I like this. He's also just been a good support, and you can stomp from pretty far away, so prior to having that BKB, you might still be able to interrupt like the Pulverize. And actually Earth Splitter goes through BKB too, right? So even after that comes out, if you've already placed your Earth Splitter at the start of the fight, then you might still be messing with the Primal Beast combo.
Now seeing that, I kind of like Rubik for Spirit, because like there's a couple of really good spells you can steal this game, right? Getting the Spear from Mars or getting the Elder Titan. They'll go for the Enchantress, similar to the counter idea from game 1 that we saw, right? You can remove the Astral Spirit buff immediately. You kind of now have to dodge the Enchantress lane as the Elder Titan, but just generally a very strong lane hero for Team Spirit is why they want to pick it up here.
Yeah, even if you don't, like, you now dodge the Enchantress. I mean, Enchantress is still just such a strong laning hero, and against the Mars, like, he doesn't have an escape. He'll have to hit the spear to knock you away, but
smart.
if he misses the spear, then like he just has to slowly walk away, and you'll be able to get a ton of damage in on him.
This is cool because the Sven we've seen as a very good counter to the Elder Titan, right? Giving your team a lot of bonus armor from the Warcry is absolutely essential, whether or not this be a core or a support. But it does mean that you can't really know where any of these heroes are going at the moment on Spirit, right? Enchantress, we've seen flex 4-5, Sven between 1-5, Primal Beast between 2-3. So you can kind of keep that flex hidden for the moment. They pick up a Nyx Assassin, which I've only ever seen paired with a Darkseer, and versus like specific mid lane heroes. But yeah, I guess versus Primal Beasts.
Well, Primal Beast and the Sven Cleave, sure, but it's a lot about this Enchantress because you can just one-shot the creeps, so you'll be able to get by that lane now, and then you'll be able to like go around, set things up, and against like the Primal Beast, I think that Spiked Carapace, it's a good enough game. Plus, it's a stun, man. I'm just glad to see a stun on Aurora. You know, a second one besides the Mars. So I think now you can pick 2 greedy mid carries with no stuns whatsoever, and you'll have enough to work with on your current draft. Plus, think of the burst damage potential with the Spirit on a target, and you just show up with Vendetta, Stun, Dagon, Mana Burn. There's just gonna be so much nuking damage coming out.
I actually really like that idea. Yeah, the Spirit Scout into the Stomp, and then just set up for an instant Vendetta kill. That is kind of cool. And Zeus is still in the pool as well if they want to grab themselves more magic damage into the mid lane and then hold their last pick for carry. It's not something that we see a ton, but right now, like, you're like, oh, you've got Primal Beast, you can close the gap, but Primal Beast actually has a really hard time getting on the Zeus. Okay, they go for Storm Spirit, a different kind of like magic mid laner.
Yeah, he'll be able to work with the Nyx though. Even though Nyx has one-shot potential, he likes help, so either a global hero who can follow in, or someone who has high mobility, such as the Storm Spirit. You can zip in as soon as the like Vendetta stun starts coming out, and then make it in. Plus, you have very dodgeable stuns on the side of Team Spirit right now. So their next pick, whether it's the off laner or the mid, they need something that can actually catch this Storm Spirit.
Okay, a lot of stolen heroes here in this draft. Love that.
I feel like Primal Beast will do okay versus the Storm if you want to send it there and get a fast BKB, but they think that idea is stupid. So they're gonna grab the Ember, one of the top mid heroes, and he'll be okay versus the Storm, and the route from your chains is very tough to dodge, though it's also not guaranteed if you're near a bunch of creeps. But it'll at least be the initial setup to maybe get a stun in from one of these other two heroes, which will be enough for now, at least till BKBs come out.
I'm just shocked that you're confident enough to pick the Ember into a Nyx Assassin now that you cannot turn off Flame Guard. So previously you're like,
true.
I'm going to be careful. I won't use Flame Guard if I don't see the Nyx Assassin. But now you're like, I really wish I could not be burning in this AoE around me so that I could. It's like you just buy a Radiance, you know, on Ember. It's like buying a Radiance on any hero against a Nyx Assassin, right? It's super scary. Now, the AoE on it is very close. It's very close range, but it's still not hard for a Nyx Assassin to just get on top of the Ember, pop the Spike Carapace, and set up the stun.
Yeah, that's going to be scary. I suppose if Nyx is not there, though, all the other crowd control is pretty easy for Ember to dodge.
I really like the support bans from Aurora. Do you see these? Disruptor Grimstroke?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I guess that's assuming Sven carry, which, I mean, you could definitely do. We did see mirror play position for Sven, which I've been a little iffy on. I feel like carrier 5 is better, but he didn't feel like it was the issue. He's like, that was the game where he's like, yeah, Faceless Void and Doom, horrible combo. We'll never do it again in our lives.
Yeah.
So he doesn't
It
feel
did
like
not
it was
look good.
yeah, he did not feel like it was the Sven position 4. So if they want to run that, I would love to see like another attempt at it to like really show off what it can do. I think this game looks fine for carry Sven right now.
Agreed. It's not bad into Mars. Like, you can survive the burst from the Nyx Assassin. I think carry Sven is perfectly fine. You'll still be able to contribute with Warcry to your team. It's just sometimes you want that barrier, and you don't really go the barrier on carry Sven. Okay, and it's going to be tag team Tusk for the off lane. I mean, I'm sure it's tag team. You don't have like a normal tag team hero, so maybe it's Drinking Buddies. I could see Drinking Buddies this game. Could be interesting. Aurora have last pick here for the carry. They got rid of the Faceless Void of the Troll Warlord. They have about 20 seconds of reserve time to think about their decisions here. Into Sven, you have some options. In general, this is actually a pretty good Naga Siren game. And I know you're like, but Ricky, there's a Sven. It's not bad into Primal Beast. They will just go the Morphling. Okay, I kind of just forgot this hero was in the game.
Water hero like Naga, though, on the right track. Morphling, very good versus the Primal Beast, since you can always just waveform away. You don't have much kill threat on the Morphling, plus he's like turning into strength as he goes. He currently has Flow selected as the facet. You usually see carry Morphlings take Ebb, but that could be pretty interesting. You could stay at high strength to not be burst. He might change it, though. There's still time. I don't want to get too hype for it.
There's no way he doesn't go Ebb on carry Morphling. I'll just be honest. But this is one of those games where there are some really good spells to steal in the form of the Ember and the Primal Beast. So if he actually feels like that's the necessary one, like that's more important. Okay, good. He changed. I was gonna say, I'm gonna try and make a case for you, but I don't know.
I mean, you say that, but we got to see Curveball and what was it, Victory Feast last game?
Yep.
And an 11-minute Roche. It's the series of new things here, Ricky. He's gonna change it back. Change it back. Come on.
Look at the Tusk, dude. Look at the Tusk.
Drinking Buddies. Tell me about Drinking Buddies.
So this game, like a lot of times when you see Tusk, tag team is what you play around specifically. You're like, okay, we've got like a hero in lane that we can just take advantage of tag team, do a bunch of bonus damage. You're laning with a Primal Beast, right? Like this doesn't really help. So in general, the way Drinking Buddies works is it just gives bonus damage and pulls them closer. And Primal
move speed.
And move speed. Primal Beast loves movement speed and damage. That is how the entire scaling on his trample works. So this is just a really cool combo. Like you like in terms of like actually like kind of having still an offlane like partner with a Tusk, like it works with a Primal Beast because of how Drinking Buddies works. So it's a very cool like setup.
Yeah, that could be interesting. And I guess Sven as well, right? He prefers to hit hard, gets that crit damage, so he might also prefer just bonus damage being given to him as opposed to like the extra on hit effect. I say that Sven's hit pretty fast nowadays with the builds I go for, but still think you generally want just raw damage.
All right. Here we go, everybody. For those of you that are just tuning in, it is Game 2 of Spirit versus Aurora. We're halfway through the day. You know, we still got a lot more Dota to be played, but yeah, there's going to be some fun facets in this one. We saw some interesting facets in Game 1, as you alluded to, right? You know, the victory feast on the Mars, the curveball on the puck. The only one that's kind of new in this is the drinking buddies, and I am really excited to see how this is going to work with the Primal Beast, right? You tag an ally, you pull them closer, you and the ally gain movement speed and attack speed, which is everything a Primal Beast wants. Trample scales off your current damage and does more damage the faster you move. So it's kind of like a rebound scenario, right? So I like this. Oh yeah, and he has Romp and Stomp, which is fantastic. So gives movement speed to himself and allies upon activating.
Both of them are going to be so fast. Actually.
These guys are going to be zooming.
Actually, you know, this could be pretty cool because now you could do something like Tusk walks to the Morphling, tag team pull in the trampling Primal Beast. You have to waveform away, but then you've saved Onslaught. You could Onslaught in the same direction. I don't know. Maybe we're cooking too hard, but Mira's literally got a fire cosmetic, so this is the place to cook. Let's go.
I feel like even if you don't go for the Morphling, the Elder Titan is a perfectly good enough hero to get out to go for.
That's true too.
And you're gonna have the movement speed to just walk out of Stomp and then walk back in.
Oh, we're gonna have to wait till level 2 because he started with Uproar.
Yeah, I think that's pretty normal, right? The extra damage you get from this helps a lot in terms of last hitting. Mira gonna try and maybe drag the wave here. Ollie, some really good body blocks. We'll be able to block the small camp with the creeps, trying to hide the fact that there's a sentry already there. But nice pull from Ollie on the Spirit. Very nicely done on the ET.
Both lanes, side lanes doing a bunch of creep dragging.
That's an awkward stomp.
Neutral? Question mark?
Dude, neutrals are the not so neutral creeps. I'll be honest.
They're chaotic and neutral, man. They
Do it
just cause
again!
Chaos.
Dude, I
Stun
will.
one of each. Chaotic, neutral.
The Wild Wing Rippers are definitely the most chaotic.
Evil neutral.
That is just like, no, dude, that's evil chaotic.
Chaotic evil, I mean.
Yeah, like chaotic evil. That thing is a menace. It like sees, it doesn't even, like there'll be heroes in Fog of War that you can't see, or even Invis. Like say a Nyx Assassin's roaming by under Vendetta, it will hurricane you into the Nyx Assassin. It wants to see blood. Like that creep. Q? This is a sick creep drag, but whether or not it was worth like 3/4 of your health pool, we'll have to find out.
This bottom lane is so funny. There's like a triple creep wave for both sides. They ran theirs into the top tower, but Radon still has like a mega creep wave. He might get dove.
Dude,
honestly, like rotate the ET over. You have like 6 heroes worth of damage down here with this amount of creeps.
There's no way he doesn't just tank this to the tower now, right? Yeah, okay.
Now he does, but he ran it around in circles for quite a while.
Yeah. I was going to say, you've got there are 2 range creeps and like 3 waves of melee creeps. Like, you actually have to get this into the tower. And for him, so far, CSing very well.
Unfortunately, Sven's got some good base damage.
Now I jinxed it. I said he was CSing very well. Like when I kind of meant like in general under the tower. Mars kind of came and put a stop to some of it. He's the lowest on the CS for the team.
There's still a bunch of creeps walking in though, so he might catch back up if he can finally secure this wave.
Part of it is is it Wrath of God? Is that what it's called? His facet? What is this thing called? I don't know.
Yeah,
Wrath of God. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
Wrath of God.
You lose 20 base damage at level 1, but you can make up for it pretty easily with just like a couple early like stat items. So he's got the bracer, the 2 sticks. By level 4 with these items, especially now that he has a Giant's Belt coming out, he's gonna basically have washed the 20 base damage reduction away. It'll be even. So he'll end up transitioning just fine. Really nice spear there from Jabs.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Nick's doing exactly what you mentioned, just zapping creeps every time he gets the chance.
It helps him farm.
Oh, nice dodge from Laurel. Does get the water rune, but he is taking a beating here in the mid lane. And that is going to be first blood for the Storm Spirit. Maposhka going to try and prevent the water rune pickup. Yeah. Meanwhile, top lane, collapse on this Primal Beast, having a pretty good time. We haven't really seen the drinking buddies come into play yet. And I want to see it.
Almost
Once you
level
get
3 on Tusk, they might try something.
I was like, I wonder if he goes for shards and just plays for Ollie instead.
Here we go. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, well, he waveformed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I thought it was like, okay, bait out waveform, and then you get a couple
onslaught.
creeps. Yeah, but Kingslayer walked in, so it's like, oh, maybe we do go? But yeah, he's like kind of fast. He's got his boots right, just steps away.
I think
he doesn't have a point
even...
in ice shards.
Yeah, he went for the second point drinking buddies. That's true.
I guess you're just playing for CS. You do have 10 CS over the Morphling right now, which is not usually what you see, because Morphling usually has such high base damage from the attribute shifting. So, well, maybe just using Primal Beast's got really good damage plus drinking buddies. So,
And they
maybe
did a pretty good job in like wave pulling initially as well.
Yeah, actually, both sides have not stopped wave pulling. This is a bunch.
Well, the enchant creep. Yeah, I think he's just using it offensively now on Maposhka. Like, he's just realizing he's like, I'm not going to be able to catch anyone from this. So, top lane, Mira steals a regen, a very big rune for the Storm Spirit. The question is, can he get out? The Drinking Buddy's movement speed's a lot, but the Impale from Q. Great wraparound from him. It's one of those things that, like, that death might be worth it just to deny the Storm Spirit that rune.
Yeah, regen is super good on Storm. He does at least get a galvanized charge for the trouble, though, which I think he's sort of okay trading for. Especially, yeah, Ollie went home. He's going to TP mid to get that bottle refill.
He has to sit there and wait for Storm Spirit to come
not.
back. No, he's like, all right, you're going for the bounty rune. I'm not sitting here for another 20 seconds.
Yeah, because the bounty was there. I think they went to go check. It's like, if the bounty's here, you're free to go. But save your TP in case I need you. So Ollie's walking out.
Overall, pretty good start here for Aurora. Up 2 kills. We're going to see both teams get their own Wisdom Rune. No real contest for these. So, even play there for the supports. I'm curious which of these teams are going to get more active with their support soon, because we've been seeing Q actually make some worthwhile rotations early. But to me, it's got to be this, like, this Drinking Buddies, Primal Beast. Like, I'm wondering when they're going to start making these rotations. Lornov is owning mid.
Yeah, that first blood helped a lot. And the rotations, then he got a second kill. So he's got 2 galvanized charges that often you don't even see Storm with any right now. So he's got a little bit more mana to work with than usual. Putting it to good use. I don't think I've seen a bunch of stacks, but maybe that's where some of this net worth is coming in. Maybe Storm's already cleared them out.
I don't know if there's been stacks as much as he's just been doing a good job of farming the jungle. Here we are. 8-minute power rune, top side of the map. It's not going to be there, and it's going to be an arcane for the Storm Spirit.
All the good stuff. Next one's amplify damage, man.
I mean, they miss out on a smoke gank for this, and instead it's going to net them a kill onto Lornov. He didn't pop the arcane knowing the enchant was available. Spirit chains out from the Ember, trying to be able to just kite this one away. Does throw a defensive remnant, so he should be okay. Nice movement from Laurel there. Yeah, they were making a smoke gank top for that, and he just gets an arcane instead. That's rough.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the RNG and Dota comes into, right? Both teams set up, pick their sides. Sometimes you get a bit unlucky on those. So far, 3 runes kind of going the way of Aurora. Regen, I know like technically Spirit denied some, but it's like, oh, we died for it, you know? So Aurora coming out ahead on these first couple spawns.
Good. Stupendous.
Sven's actually farming quite well on the bottom side of the map. That being said, Q has actually done a really good job of planting a nice deep ward. Both teams scanning the bottom here like, all right, there's something going on. They see Lorinov. You do not want to show on the Sven at the moment. And I really like what... Oh, yeah. Top lane? Are they going for the Morphling here? Mira trying to get some vision. There's going to be the waveform. And oh, wait, did they... They already used the combo. Never mind. Jabs is going to come in, trap down Maposhka, and get the spear instead. I was like, where's the drinking buddies and the trample? But I guess it had already been used.
Yeah, all these early movements all go in the way of Aurora. This is a little bit like what we saw last game. Ooh, the spear not quite connecting on the stun.
But
doesn't
they win
matter
the
because
RNG
it
anyway.
spawns bottom. Illusion though, not the. I was expecting all the best ones to come out right away. Although actually, I say that Illusion's not
It's
that
good.
bad versus the chains. Yeah, you can have a free dispel now.
You can also disjoint Stormhammer. You can potentially like. I don't know.
The disjointing Stormhammer's hard though, because it still does the AoE stun where you disjoint it, so you can still be hit after. You have to
Yeah.
like literally disappear as it connects, which is
Exactly.
pretty tough.
Yeah,
Looks like he's gonna get another charge here. Okay, what's the record on Storm? Because we were talking about SF Soul records. Not that we know the exact data, but we were pretty sure 40 souls is at least in contention for most souls collected in an official match. How about Storm? Because he's up to 4 already.
The thing is it's a little bit deceiving. Oh, yeah, they're gonna be able to just snowball on over, trying to bring down the Kingslayer. They got him. The waveform, a good tool, but here come the
Mass
TPs.
rotations.
Aurora want to fight. Q is in, looking for the Primal Beast, the Vendetta, the stun. They get him. Laurel on the backside. Safe for the moment, thanks to Mira. And a little bit of extra movement speed, but Lorinov, he wants
half
another
mana.
hero. But yeah, he's so low on mana. He has his Orchid, though.
Time to go win the RNG mid rune again. Come on,
Something-
gang, follow me.
Yeah, something I hadn't actually considered. Drinking buddies with Storm Spirit's actually really, or with Ember Spirit is very strong because your Remnant travel speed and distance is based off of your move speed, right? It's a multiplier. Mid lane, Orchid's out. They've got the Ember. What a grab!
It's Roche time. Let's go.
It's 11 minutes, guys. We've done it. I mean, mid tower. It's going to go their way, but they are going to get themselves another power rune for the Storm Spirit. His 4th of the game. Good players get good RNG. That's what I've always said.
Lorinov is a good mid player. Keeping his eye on bottom. I think Enchantress is showing down there. Primal Beast and Sven are nearby. So maybe Storm will overcommit here.
I mean,
but he's playing it pretty safe right now.
Scouting Kobold, one of your favorite things in the game, right? Just
yeah,
trying
pros
to
who
get
don't.
vision.
If you don't scout with the Kobold, you're falling behind the meta. You're failing. You gotta use your Kobolds for vision, not for 20 GPM. That's garbage. I stand by this. I'll die on this hill.
Ember, Storm Spirit into the mid lane. Lorinov just gonna make quick work here. The Soulbind, it's actually not enough. They managed to take him down. Lorinov will barely survive. The Haste Rune is what's getting him to safety. The Arena, the Spear doesn't connect. And a stomp from Ollie to try and stop him. Collapse can't make it in time. Dude, the Soulburn was so close to finishing off the Tusk, but a really good response from Spirit to try and punish this.
Yeah, you'll pick up that Nyx kill and maybe get yourself a mid tower. It looks like they're going to successfully defend. You get a little bit of damage here. Ooh, actually, might lose this Tusk.
They're gonna, I mean, Storm TP'd in originally, so he doesn't have it. Oh, collapse. Grabs the spiked carapace. Can't throw him into the ground.
Just playing for time right now. Just farming up on Sven.
Oh, would you look at that? Another power rune for Aurora. Shield rune. The haste gets him out previously. Now you have a shield rune to kind of do the same thing. Scouting the triangle with another kobold. Beautifully done. It will potentially scout the Sven coming in here. They have the sentry to block the ancient camp. But scouting the Sven here will be really nice. He actually goes to
They actually have
D-ward.
heroes together. They could smoke. Never mind, no one has one. No, Ollie's got one.
It's so deep, though, going in there with the tier 1 top still standing.
That's fair.
Kingslayer on his way to his Lincoln Sphere.
Radiant's top tower is under
I think he's
attack.
got it now after that creep wave. There we go.
Pretty quick Lincolns. That'll protect him from the pulverized tusk punch. Sven's done.
There's some good
a lot more
spells. It's just
survivable now.
value.
Yeah. Once he gets the Manta too, he can dispel root, and it's not gonna be easy to lock down this Morphling.
So very different build from Collapse in this game than what we've seen previously on Primal Beast. Like a lot of times Primal Beasts are playing as like this initiator, this like tank, right? Going for the blink BKB. He's queued up the pipe. He's gonna build auras for his team, which I'm not sure if I like. I feel like that it's like you're kind of losing the identity of the Primal Beast if you go for something like that. But auras are pretty damn strong right now.
I think it's sort of okay, especially with the Sven. It's something we used to see a little bit more with, like, when Eternal Shroud was busted. Rather than get Blink BKBs, we were seeing Eternal Shroud. Because it just let you go in first and bait reactions, even if you couldn't get the full combo off. And that might be some of the idea here. It's like, I'm just going to go in. Maybe I can't kill people. Speaking of killing people.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good setup from Jabs on the arena. Beautifully done. It is
Hey guys,
just the
it's
two
mid-rune
supports,
time.
but
Let's go make a play.
I mean, you're right though. Like that has been Aurora's plan. Every single power rune, it has been a play into the mid lane. They know this last rune is the amplify damage. We've gone through the full rune rotation, so why not make a larger rotation, secure the amplify damage, and we'll use it on our next set of big spells.
He's up to 6 extra charges.
Yeah,
it's
I'd
really
be
nice
curious.
to have these early charges. I mean, it helps you farm so much and be active. And he's gone the Orchid BKB. The BKB not done yet. That would be insane. But it's only like 1,000 off, actually. So they can get online real early.
I really like the call to go for the early BKB this game. It's one of those things where it never really feels good to build a BKB super early on a Storm Spirit, but when you have this many galvanized stacks, it's so much more important to protect them. Especially now that your ult doesn't give as much as it used to, right? I think that was one of the really good nerfs to Storm Spirit is you were just getting 5 permanent galvanized stacks every single time you leveled your ult, which felt like a little bit too much.
Yeah, they're going to go for a smoke up. They do have this amplified damage to work with.
And they have the
They don't
arena coming up here in a moment, I believe, for Jabs, right?
Yeah. 2 seconds off of this arena. They might run to Ember. He has a safety remnant down. Oh, but it's actually like next to them, so not a safety remnant. But he is gonna make it out. I don't know if he actually caught sight. Oh, he definitely sees him now.
That's one way to do it. Jabs with the Blink Yules, baby. Very good catch for the Ember Spirit. The follow-up damage is there, and another rune for the sides of Aurora. The only rune this game that has gone Spirit's way was the initial steal of the regen, but it cost them the hero.
Yeah, Ember broke the smoke there, but didn't actually have vision, so he didn't know. He was still playing it safe, but
good ward
man, they
drop.
just go for the dive. He blinked under tower. Did he even have vision? I think he blinked Yules without even knowing where the Ember was. So just fast reactions from Jabs.
Yeah,
He was gonna give him the Roche.
he just knew he was there somewhere, right? Like he dropped the ward in the jungle there to see that it was the Ember Spirit, and I guess they just made the call like this one's worth going for. Roshan attempt. They know that this Enchantress is behind them. They're going to try and find this hero first before making an attempt at the Roche pit, as Miposhka just running through the trees here, trying to get away. They will scout him now. The stomp is there, but Spirit, the rest of the team's behind him. The engage from Collapse. He's looking for his opening. Isn't going to get it, and they will just look to finish off Miposhka first. So he's dead. Meanwhile, you're really split on Aurora. Q and Jabs rotating to the other side. They do have vision here thanks to the Watcher. They need their team to get back over to them, though.
Fairly defensive observer by Aurora. I think it's from much earlier, but it really helped them out in this Roche fight here. And now they're even going to get a kill on the Primal Beast, maybe?
Ooh, Yules to stop the onslaught. Very nice. He's got pipe, but there's no real escape here. He can't. He's got nothing left in the tank. Spear comes out from Jabs. Another kill. Beautiful find here from Q on the Nyx Assassin.
Aurora navigated that really well. So the vision from this observer sees Team Spirit moving in, so they decide, okay, finish off that Enchantress. The rest of us will back off, split up, see what happens. And because you see everyone split up and then scattered, they then go in for another kill. Oh, finally that Storm Spirit, taking away some of those charges.
That was such an aggressive play from Lornov. His team was not quite there yet, and he went in on no mana. And it was just a really good call from Mira. He's like, go, buddy. I'm going to give you drinking buddies. Just get to work. Hit this guy. And it works. A little bit of extra damage for the Sven goes a long way.
This Sven's got 700 damage right now because of amplified damage.
Dude, it's a... Drinking buddies is so much damage, actually.
One tap that tower up. This might have been too aggressive, though. Baits out the BKB.
I guess
Still
like
has amplified damage.
Yeah, it's like he's still got amplified damage and drinking buddies, dude. He's not done. They just run right through the Mars. That BKB, I'm so curious as to how that BKB even went off. The spear connected, but I guess BKB can.
Yules is funny though. I feel like when you fall from Yules, you're usually able to get off the BKB, even when there's like an ice path underneath it. I forget the exact coding, but
he was stomped is the thing. Like he was just asleep from the ET, and you just speared him, and as soon as the spear hit him, he just BKB'd.
He might have waken up from the Yules though, plus Yules does like some damage when it drops. It might have like woken him up, and then you can BKB. I don't know. That's some interesting interaction. Q's just like solo killing Tusk back here. Is he out? Oh my goodness. No mana on Ember.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he could maybe chase for a kill.
Nyx Assassin's farmed, dude. He's been involved in a lot of early kills. He's got level 2 Dagon now. 3, 1, and 8. Yeah, that's quite a few. And it's one of those things that Nyx Assassin is typically considered a really weak laner, but you pointed to the fact that it's picked exclusively because of this Enchantress, right? She wants to bring creeps into the lane, can't really do so because Nyx Assassin just kills them. So, it's good stuff. And an Arcane Rune for Lornov.
He's making his way in. Alright, they're sitting here waiting for him. They have their sentry placed, but good senses. He's gonna back out. I don't know, he maybe saw them coming in with the ward they placed from earlier.
15 runes activated? Bruh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I knew he had a lot of runes this game. Obviously, some of them being bounty runes, but he has gotten all but I think 2 power runes since the power runes started spawning.
The fantasy points for Storm would be off the charts.
It's true. Okay, clearly fantasy points are working. Thank you, Val.
It's a very even game.
Ollie doing a little bit of a different build on the Elder Titan. We've seen a lot of Aghanim Scepter rushes lately. He's just going for that Solar Crest. He wants to make his team just a little bit stronger. Kind of absorb some of the physical damage coming out from the side of Spirit, as well as a Blink Dagger. Now finished up on the Primal Beast following that pipe. Now he doesn't have a BKB still. So it's kind of easy for them to cancel that initiation, but
Radiant's top tower is under
Q
attack.
hunting around, still has Vendetta available if he wants to use it. Both teams smoking. They're going to get some eyes on Mira. Storm Spirit under a ward with an Arcane Rune, but Kingslayer nearby. The Mars TPing in as well. They're going to just jump. They go for it. Can they actually bring him down? He gets the BKB off the Yule's perfectly done. But now it's the Mars that's going to go down first. Can they actually turn this fight on Aurora? No, they're just going to back away. A lot of ults already committed. They do not want to risk it. Very good catch from Spirit.
But Poshka has an Orchid. I think that just finished, but really nice Orchid on the Mars there to make sure. Couldn't interrupt the Pulverize, but still managed to get Storm out of there. But you at least pick up a Mars kill. You're pretty happy with that.
Dire's middle
Yeah,
tower is under
I think
attack.
right now, like Spirit are doing pretty much everything they need to be doing to try and get themselves back in this game. Roshan is bottom, but it is moving in 10 seconds, so I think they might just be warming up the Roshan before going through the gate here. Well,
They
maybe
might
not.
have enough stuns to interrupt it and finish the kill.
No, they're gonna go through the gate, right? You want it on Dire side anyway. Look at the Radiant scan though. Does it connect?
They've got to be really fast. There's no God Strength for 10 seconds. I think they can finish Roche before it gets there. So just bashes Kingslayer to death.
Yeah,
they're good.
they got him. Both
I like the
teams
Solar
scanning.
Crest.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Solar Crest with Morphling's going to be really good because he sits at such high armor that the Solar Crest goes a long way.
All right. Very good Roshan this time from Aurora. A little bit more delayed compared to last game, you know.
Second Roche was dead at this point last game.
Yeah, it was. But the benefit is that this time they get it on Dire side, which means, you know, it's likely to spawn on Dire. They get it right at the 25-minute mark, so it could still spawn Radiant, right? Like, there is still a potential to spawn on the Radiant side if Spirit are ready and waiting, and it's a low spawn timer.
Yeah, I mean, it will spawn there. It's just a question of, like, how quickly it would move. Or it'd be very unlikely. Oh, forget all that. Nyx? Found by a sentry.
Very good.
Oh, so quickly.
This is just a heads-up play from Mira. He just puts a ward sentry down, just thinking that there might be someone looking. Happens to find the Nyx assassin. And I love the shard pickup from him. It's actually really good this game. I don't know if he got it from Tormentor. He might have. But it does work this game. He did get it from Tormentor. Okay. Whoa, a Daedalus. Monkus.
I mean, he's gonna have the Solar Crest to help tank him up. So going for a bit of a greedier choice here on that early Daedalus. Maybe also required to get the damage in through the Sven armor, the Uproar armor, all this armor coming in.
It does give you a lot of kill threat against the Enchantress as well, off of just waveform, right? Like, you can just waveform through the Enchantress, like, hope for a crit and see if you can just, like, pop her as soon as you come out on the other side.
That's true.
So, it's not bad there. Q using that facet to good use right now. Looking, oh, the pipe comes out. Very nicely done from Collapse. The quick snowball blink away from Mira. The supports are tanky now. They've itemized quite well on the Tusk to try and, I guess not. He hasn't even built any tank items. He's just Tusk.
He does have the Gossamer Cape, which is really good to dodge the...
Yule's out. They've got the Primal Beast. The Earth Splitter comes through. It finishes the job before they can even get that. Nicely done. Great find from Jabs.
I will say the last couple movements from Aurora have been full team movements, like 4 to 5 heroes, and they often only get 1 kill, which is still nice. And you're getting like core heroes. At the same time, this is why it's only a 6k lead, despite it feels like Aurora has so much momentum. But Team Spirit is doing a good job of splitting around the map, just farming up. And I guess waiting for timing, having decided, you know, we are behind early. We have to be very careful with what fights we choose to take. So we'll just drag things out for now.
It's a really good Gleipnir game here picked up on the Ember Spirit. It's just generally one of those items that increases his damage output pretty substantially.
It's got a Hex queued next. It's not something we see too often, BKB Gleipnir Hex, but it would be great to help get these kills on these elusive heroes like Storm and Morphling, and in that time, your Sven probably can just kill them if he gets a lucky crit.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. It's like they're just playing the enabling game here. Like they're just going to give Radon like a couple seconds to just try and kill a target, and that's all he's going to need. That being said, you are farming quite well with this Aegis, right? You're up a little bit, about 3,000 since you picked it up. Is there any big items that we're looking for on the side of Aurora? Because Kingslayer, like we said, okay, he's almost got his BKB. And then Lorinov, looking like he's going a Lincoln Spear himself.
Gonna make the Hex a lot worse when this Ember finishes it. So it's a while. He's a Hex away from a Hex. So
yep.
I wonder, maybe he'll change his mind if he already sees that Lincoln's. Well, I mean, he already knows Storm's working on it. I guess he still wants it.
Shielder in top lane, grab from Lorinov, gets the Orchid here onto the Ember Spirit. The Spear comes out, they get the sleep onto the Tusk. He can't save him. Beautifully done from Ollie. Snowball comes through Mira, nowhere to go. 2 kills for Lorinov, a really sick play from the side of Aurora on the tail end of this Aegis. And now Q gonna use this time to try and scout. I think they might have seen him under a ward sentry. They actually drop another sentry. They actually pinged them. They're like, oh, there's heroes up here, but maybe afraid to go in.
Quick escape. Aegis does expire. They didn't take too many objectives, but they did get a lot of like general farming and pickoffs. Very nice arena spear. Tusk almost had the save, coming in with the blink. Snowball, pick up the Ember, then Ember probably gets out. Tusk might still die, but the stomp timing just pretty unfortunate there for Tusk. Gets put to sleep right away.
Dude, having the Dagon and the Mind Flayer is really funny for Creep Secure. Collapse. Gets the Pulverize here onto Ollie. He's going to go ahead, pop the Solar Crest, try and survive, but no. Way too much damage between these two. As he does know there's a ward there now.
His sentry's in the tree, so I don't know if... don't think Team Spirit's going to find it in time.
Lincoln's now Hex queued up for Lorinov himself. Okay, I mean, some pretty powerful items coming out from both teams eventually. We're going to see the Daedalus nearly done on the Sven. Enchantress did go an Orchid herself. You talked about this. Ooh, Lorinov playing with fire, trying to go for that power rune. Ends up spawning top. Meanwhile, team fight breaking out over here. The Nyx Saxon caught out. They've actually trapped Kingslayer as well. He's going to be forced to BKB. Try and lay into collapse. The Earth Splitter's coming through. It barely misses, but Kingslayer with the Sleight of Fist trying to find an opening. Radon stun off the mark. They even bait out the God Strength. It's a 1-for-0. As Aurora's going to be able to disengage, but you've got this God Strength running. If you can get some objectives, a tier 2 tower would be quite nice.
Their spells, but Aurora has all their BKBs besides the Morphling. I don't know.
That is a spear off the mark, but they still got the Orchid, and Laurel's gonna go down. Jabbed so many times this game, finding initiations with his Blink Yules. I mean, does he have any defensive outside of the BKB on the Ember this game? Like, he doesn't, right?
No, so once that Yules comes out, unless you can get that Remnant out, you're dead, which is dead for a while here. We'll see if it's a quick Roche spawn, because this could just be an uncontested second Aegis for Aurora.
Super late
Pretty
spawn.
long one. Yeah, so it's going to actually make its way top as well in that time. And we'll see. It'll have to be another fight out there, which Aurora shouldn't feel too bad about. Like, as long as they're in position, you got that ET Mars, AoE for these fights. I guess maybe you're a little scared of Sven Cleave, but 12k advantage helps you feel a little bit better about that.
A little spooky there. Kingslayer going for the Tormentor, but the Daedalus crits, like, actually killing it so fast that he almost dies. He's like, oh, gotta hold on.
That'd be a very unfortunate death. Okay, this isn't BB team. Probably no Tormentor deaths here.
BB team catching strays. It's kind of funny, though. They are just, for somehow, the team that always dies to Roshan. This scan, actually unfortunate from Aurora. It connects for a moment, so they think maybe they are doing the Roshan, but they did see them walk out of the pit, so they know they have to contest. Aurora smoked up here. Jabs looking for an opening. They go in. They manage to find Mira on the tusk, but actually doesn't connect onto the Vortex. There it is. Jabs gets the arena, gets the spear. Radon holding his BKB for the moment will pop, but he's trying to just get his hands onto anything. Kingslayer, his BKB's up, but a great pulverize. There's the Earth Splitter to try and hold them back, but Kingslayer's just morphing on through. They take down the Sven. It's a buyback on the Tusk. Larl's BKB about to expire. He needs to run. His Mira Snowball buys him a little bit of time. But guess what? The Morph's not done. He pops that hammer, goes right onto Mira. That's going to be a dieback. Laurel now in trouble. The Orchids come through. They've tapped him down once again and collapsed. Try to onslaught away, but you can't get away from the storm. 4 dead, actually 5, thanks to the dieback as they now look for Maposhka. And it's only a matter of time. The Hex is out. A couple of auto attacks is all he needs.
The gem.
That is a massive win from Aurora. 6 for 1 plus a gem. Over 4,000 gold in total heading their way.
Tusk being the first one caught means he can't act as a save, can't pierce Lincolns with a punch or set things up with a shard. So Sven tries to go in after that, and he was actually on top of Kingslayer. They pop the Lincolns, get the pulverize. But Kingslayer recently finished his Butterfly and picked up an Elven Tunic. So there's enough Sven misses that he lives. I didn't count the exact amount. We might be able to see here in the replay. But he misses enough time, steals the Warcry as well, so has even more armor. So he's actually surviving through this. If you imagine no stolen Warcry, no evasion, he's dead there.
Yeah. And someone also force feeds him a Greater Lotus at the tail end of the fight too. So it's like he goes from just like a third HP up to like over half. And that's just kind of like the green light of like, all right, yeah, we can just finish off the rest of these heroes. Like Lorinov, yeah, he's out of mana, but we've got a really strong Morphling. We can kind of do whatever he wants. And on the live feed, we can see them obviously taking the Roche there. I mean, that's kind of an appropriate response there. You see that fight happen, and I think that's the kind of recognition of this game is very difficult now. A level 25 Morphling. He's got his waveform cooldown. He's got his shard coming, so he'll be able to morph during these stuns, which hasn't even needed this game because of the Lincolns and the BKB and just the good play.
Yeah, Sven's the only one close in net worth, so he is a massive amount of the damage. And if he cannot get at least like 1 major kill before he goes down, you just don't have the damage to take the fight. So you can't count Team Spirit out. That's the scary thing about this team. You could always slip up and then some giant cleave comes in, kills 2 heroes, massive comeback. So Aurora's gonna have to be cautious with how they take these fights, and a lot of it is just around keeping track of the Sven. Can we pick him off? Can we kite out his God Strength, his BKB? And if we can handle the Sven, we can win the rest of the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The smoke from Team Spirit here, it feels a little bit of like a desperation play. Like they know they've got to stagger some deaths here on Aurora if they want to actually, you know, protect their high ground from a push. It is going to pop. Q and Maposhka will see each other. They get to D-Ward.
Radiant's middle tower is
That means they know Aurora, the rest of the team's got to be nearby. They do have some good wards here, at least to try and scout this one out, but
Dire are scared.
it's so hard to kill the Morph, man. It really is. Radon has to kill someone else. They give him the drinking buddies. This is it. They want to go. Will they find them, though? In the trees, hiding? No. They'll wait. And Ember clearing the wave, the zip in from Lornov. He doesn't quite get the Hex. Lornov's gonna be forced to BKB as well. But now Morphling's coming in. Laurel has to leave. So BKB
Two
for
mid
BKB.
laners just 1v1ing while the teams watch. That's pretty much what goes on there.
Good
No
start.
BKBs.
Challenge you to a duel.
And Morphling comes in, no respect for the 1v1. I think that favors Aurora because I feel you need this Ember and this Primal Beast to be the ones scouting out the fights. You want Sven to be able to join at the right time. You want Tusk to be able to wait back and jump in with the save, the right kick, the snowballs, all that stuff. So the fact that one of your fight starters in the Ember can no longer really go in without his BKB. You could say the same thing for Storm, but I mean, they're the ones in the lead, and they're the ones who get to just pressure the tower like this with the Aegis, so you don't feel as much pressure to be scouting things out.
Yeah, not at all.
Oh
But Poshka needs to be very careful.
Morphling.
Ooh, yeah, that's it. I was like,
Two-shot.
I'm pretty sure he one-shots the Enchantress on a waveform. So much damage. Mira comes in. He gets the Glimmer. He's going to live for now, but Lara, like you said, no BKB to protect him. He's going to hit the sideline. It's a buyback on the edge, trying to get into this one, but guess what? Kingslayer is doing whatever he wants. Into the backside of the fight, the collapse almost gets jabs, but he cannot finish the job. 2 dead on the side of Spirit and no buyback on this Ember. And guess what? Miposhka just styled on by this Morphling. Earning his new nickname, Kingslayer. Just getting to work
Going
onto the
straight
tier
for
4
it.
towers. You should, right? You got Aegis for another minute. You got Satanic. Your BKBs are going to be back up soon on your Storm Spirit. And who stops him? Who can actually do the damage? It's only the Sven.
You gotta do it twice, too, because there's still a minute on this Aegis left.
He gets the science,
yeah,
but an
that's a
immediate
lot of
Hex!
damage.
Oh, and in BKB, the snowball doesn't come out either! Radon hits the sidelines, and that is it. GG is out, and Aurora will draw the series with Team Spirit 1-1.
Now we see in that very first hit, Sven, even at this point, even 10k behind, he has the damage if he can actually attack, and that has been the problem for them in those last couple of fights. Just the rest of his team was too far behind. It was too hard to just get the lockdown, especially multiple Lincolns, BKBs come out. It's so hard to actually just sit and hit, and then he can just waveform away if he needs to. So they just weren't quite able to find the damage they needed. A lot of that probably starts off the momentum that Aurora got from the early game and like the 20 runes in a row they secured for the Storm Spirit.
Yeah.
It's a really good play. It seems this game, instead of like the stack priority we often see them, they put more emphasis on securing the runes, which if you think about the mid matchup makes a lot of sense. Ember versus Storm, these are two extremely rune dependent heroes.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked a couple times about like the way Aurora focuses on their team sometimes. Like in certain drafts, they're like stack everything. You know, we can do that. This is a game where they're like, we need to enable
Runes.
Lornov. It's all runes. Like every time there's a power rune that comes out, they are rotating at least 2 heroes into these lanes. And the only rune they lost in the first 24 minutes was a Tusk stealing a regen, and he dies for it. Like, think about that. In 24 minutes, they got every power rune except for 1 for a Storm Spirit. Like, that is
Or
how
a
you...
Storm Spirit.
Yeah, it's arguably the best rune hero in the game. Like, it is so impressive from Aurora to put that much attention and to have it work every time.
Yeah, and he did great with it. He found a lot of key pickoffs in the early game. In these late games, jumped the Tusk a lot of the times, set things up. Yeah, once you see Sven's out of the picture, they just don't care anymore. They're just going to keep zipping in, keep waveforming in. They do whatever because they know there's just not enough damage without the God Strength Sven hitting us that we're really not going to die. Or like maybe the supports die, but who cares, right? Storm, Morphling, they're all going to get all the kills.
Yeah, it's just a sick game from them. The Morphling pick is obviously kind of a like perfect fit for this game. Like there's a lot of heroes that you can get spells from. The Ember Spirit with just the multiple chains, and it actually kind of prevents him, like whichever facet he goes, they're both really good for Morphling, right? Like if you get the chain gang, suddenly Morphling has 4 heroes he can chain. If he goes for the double strike or the double impact, suddenly Morphling can just double hit a hero, which is also really good. So it's just a fantastic hero for him to morph into. And then the other option is the Sven, right? Stealing Cleave, stealing Warcry, stealing the stun. Like, he has a free game, finishes 10, 1, and 11. And, you know, when people think of, like, best Morphling players in the world, like, 23 Savage is up there, right? Like, this is just a hero he is known for.
Yeah, really, really consistent Morphling performances from him. And this game, I think, yeah, Sven armor steal is probably the best thing he can get. Even if it's not Sven, I mean, like, Ember's actually a great steal. Primal Beast is a great steal. You know, he was really set up to have a great game here.
Yeah, it really was. Fantastic performance from Aurora. I am curious, you know, later when we get a chance to talk to them, like, kind of how they feel about their performance so far. I think this was definitely more of the Aurora that we have been seeing lately, like this game specifically, where they just draft, like, really smart lanes and then they just kind of try to snowball off of it. I think game one, they did it the same idea, right? They definitely started to win the lanes. They tried to snowball to get the fastest Roche of the entire event, but it was just slightly off. And that Roche, the deaths following that Roche on gave Spirit a really good kind of momentum to kind of come back into that game.
Yeah, we'll ask him about that. I don't know who we've got for the interview coming up soonish, but that'll be. I want to hear about it just because you rarely see those such fast Roches.
Yeah. Let's go and take a look at this series MVP here, which it could be a couple different heroes, but for Aurora, looks like, yeah, Lorna, beautifully done. I mean, his Storm Spirit this game was so sick. I guess, like, part of it is being enabled by his supports, right? It really is. Like, the Elder Titan and the Nyx Assassin, even Jabs on the Mars coming mid multiple times to secure runes, like, it just makes his game that much more powerful.
Yeah, and even in the game one they lost, we saw the Shadow Fiend having a really good performance to start, right? So we were talking about, like, Lornoff just being a really stable mid for this team, constantly strong performances to then go help out. So well-deserved MVP in this series.
Yeah, I
another
absolutely
1-1 though. I gotta say, this group stage is really close.
This
when
group
we see the standings
specifically,
later
Group
on.
A.
Yeah, Group A. Group B is starting to have a little bit more of a split between the top and the bottom, but Group A is very close. I think the other series are still being played out, but I mean, if they're all having 1-1s as well, then you could have, like, tiebreakers for, like, the whole standing, like, to qualify or beat.
Run the whole group again, baby. Let's go. I mean, we've seen stuff like that. It looks like we have an interview. I'm super excited. Let's go ahead and talk to Aurora, as we are going to be graced by the presence of, I believe, Jabs.
Hello?
Hello? Do we have him? Hey, Jabs. How you doing? Congratulations on a really clean game 2 here.
Thank you.
So I got a couple questions for you. I want to start with talking about your guys' rune control in game 2. You guys got every single power rune except for one for 24 minutes straight. Like, how do you guys make these decisions, and, like, who's making the calls for these types of things?
I think it's just that, like, they have Ember, we have Storm, and we doesn't want to lose a rune, so we just go on, like, every rune.
Yeah, you guys are typically a team that plays around a lot of, like, stacks. Like, we've seen you guys have some insane stacking potential on heroes previously. Is not as much in game 2. Is that because of the focus on the runes, or were you guys just off to such a good start in the lanes you just didn't feel like it was necessary?
I think it's just that we do well in the lane, and you don't need to, like, really stack. I think if you're winning, you just play fast.
Love it. Thank you. Zach, up to you, man. What do you got?
Yeah, so in game 1, you guys had a decent start, and then you guys went for a really early Roche. Was that always the play? Was that just something you decided to go for in the moment? And because it didn't quite work out, do you think that kind of, like, affected your entire game plan?
I think at that moment it's not really, like, affect the whole game plan, but it's quite hurt our game plan quite a lot, because, like, we're supposed to finish that loss, like, earlier than they come, because we just kill Elder Titan and we have, like, a lot of time to finish it.
Got it. Oh, I had another question for, as a team, you guys picked Shadow Fiend in that first game, and it's something we've been wondering about. Shadow Fiend only gets the souls when he gets the kill. How much emphasis do you as a team put on making sure your Shadow Fiend player actually gets the kill for the soul, or is it just still, you know, do your best, buddy, if not, I'm just going to take the kill?
A lot of time I think just like do your best, because maybe like if you're trying to give him a kill and we miss a kill, and it's kind of bad for the game.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
I got one more question for you here. So Group A is very close. Like a lot of teams separated by maybe 1 or 2 games. How are you guys feeling going into, you know, your next days here, your next couple of series?
Not really sure, because like I feel like every team belong in this tournament. They are good team, and it's like it's kind of competitive. It's like just take it day by day.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Yeah. Well, of course, you go take it day by day. Good luck tomorrow in your group stage. I just want to say thank you so much for joining us for a quick interview. This was a super clean one, man. Wishing you guys the best of luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Jabs. Again, thanks for joining us. We've got more Dota coming up next, and it's gonna be another exciting series. Now, you were mentioning we've never had a chance to cast a Liquid game together, so we finally get a chance to do so. But let's take a look at the standings. See where Group A is kind of, I guess, settling down after these first set of games.
Yeah, so looks like... So here's the crazy thing, right? Blacklist is at the bottom, but if they were to pick up a 2-0 in their last series, I mean, you see how many teams are at like 6-5 or less, right? So there's still a decent chance that if they can 2-0, they might still get a chance at qualifying at least to the lower bracket. The upper bracket's probably looking a bit rough for them at this point, but they're not fully eliminated. And like Heroic's in that same boat. Rough start for them because they were looking pretty good to begin with. Maybe losing some of that momentum, maybe some teams seeing them at the top, studied them pretty hard and started to figure stuff out. But again, they are not, you know, out just because they're at the bottom. They just 5 wins. It's only 2 off from like the top of the group at OG and Team Spirit right now at 7.
Yeah, and OG did win game 1 over Falcons here, so they were 6-4. They are slightly pulling ahead, but that game 2 still underway. And Gaming Gladiators actually dropping game 1 to Liquid, or to LGD, puts them in a you know, potentially scary situation, falling like further down in that bracket. But like we said, so close between all of these teams in Group A is going to make for a very exciting game or series tomorrow. Let's take a look at what's coming up next. We've got our final series of the evening, and like we said, exciting for both of us. We get to cover a Liquid series for the first time. It's going to be Liquid versus MOUZ, and a must-win series here for MOUZ. These guys, they need to get at least one to, like, they're not 100% eliminated tomorrow if they you know, don't get a win here, right? They could get a 2-0 for some tiebreakers if Beast Coast and BB Team have you know, rough days tomorrow as well, but it's going to be close.
Yeah, it's really, it's completely out of your hands if you do not get at least 1 win here, if not 2 for MOUZ. So they're going to do their best, but it's going to be tough. Liquid is going to be a strong opponent.
Absolutely. All right, everyone. We got 1 series left here today. We're going to throw it to a short break, and we'll be back with Liquid versus MOUZ. Stay tuned for more here on the Riyadh Masters at the Esports World Cup. We'll see you after the break.
tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. The sun went down, I made my home. I rested my head on a stone. I see the stairway in front of me. Who is this being in my dream? I was tripping, uneducated, buzzing, riding the wave, spaced out. I left the room, came back again. It's almost noon. A sea of people, their hearts beat. They saw the sounds, witness the crease. They're impatient, couldn't take the weight. And after 40 days, they met their graves. From when a new generation rises, the truth in their hearts reside. From the east to the western lights, they'll rise up and claim their right. It's in the stars, my friend. Look up again. No time to pretend until we're dead. We fly when we can. Get down with the plan. Adrenaline. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. They keep on selling us dreams to get this higher. It's in the energy all around us. Man, it's divine. There's a million shining stars. I don't wanna be alone tonight in this darkness. There's a million shining stars, but it's divine. They keep on selling us dreams. It's in the energy all around us. All around us.
welcome to another Riyadh Roundtable. I am Sir Action Flex here with Insania and Boxy on Team Liquid. So good for you guys to join us here today. Welcome to the podcasty thing where we don't talk about Dota. So
thank you, Slack.
Thank you, my friend. What have you been doing outside of Dota, Mr. Boxy?
I mean, I can tell you what I do.
Okay, let me just tell you.
Yeah.
The last 2 weeks, I've been at boot camp playing Dota.
What is that like?
And then before that,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just playing Dota. It's
Okay.
like wake up, you play Dota, you eat, you sleep, you go to bed.
How
and
many
then
hours per day?
too many.
Too many.
And also not enough.
You don't.
But before that, it's like too long ago, so I don't remember.
What?
I can tell you what I did though.
Okay, what'd you
I
do?
went camping for the first time since I was like a kid.
That's Wow. crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So neither my girlfriend or I are like big camper type
Okay,
people, you know.
flexing.
Okay.
Flexing.
No problem.
We're
Continue.
not the camper type people.
No,
like,
but
I
you
mean,
have
like
a
we're
girlfriend,
like.
it's-
That's not flexing.
I don't know
That's
how that's
flexing.
flexing.
That's
I'm trying to like set up the set. The scene.
Just continue, continue.
That's
And,
only
like-
flexing for depressed people. That's not a
I have no idea how that's flexing. But anyway, so we decided.
Someone loves me. That's flexing, bro. You need to.
That's, I mean,
Wait,
that's
is
flexing.
that what you meant?
Yeah. That you have a girlfriend.
I thought you meant
That's
that,
not
like.
flexing,
I thought
bro.
you meant
That's
like the
just
camping
talking.
part is the flexing.
Are you okay?
No,
Like,
that's
like you
okay.
don't go camping.
No, okay.
You're like.
No, it's
That you go like.
Let's just continue.
Okay.
I'm in love. That's flexing, bro. Don't say that.
No,
All right.
Anyway,
We went camping.
so we decided to go camping.
Yes.
In like a tent.
In like a tent.
That's
and
great.
So we like bought like the cheapest tent,
Oh no.
and it was like one of those you just like pull it out of the bag and it just pops up. You don't
Oh,
have to do
that-
all the sticks
What
and
are you
stuff.
talking about?
It's like a pop-up tent.
What?
Yeah, those are real.
Okay, so
things.
it's like in a circle.
It's like those, you like,
you know, you go to like a festival.
when you like spin like
no,
a little
no,
wooden
no, no.
box and like
you
springs
unzip,
out.
You unzip like a thing.
It's not
You
a
pull the
Jack in
tent
the
out,
Box, it's just-
and then you like take off the string that's holding it all together, and then
Uh-huh.
it literally just pops up.
But how do you repackage it?
It has like a way that you package it
don't.
down. I can show you later.
You leave it.
It's
in
kind of
the
genius design.
Okay.
The bears take it. They live. They raise their family in there.
Okay, yes.
But you know, like normally, you know, I assume like experienced campers, they like look up the weather, they figure
Sure,
out like you know all this stuff. We didn't do any of that. We just sat in the car, put all the stuff in the back, drove. At some point, we like call up the camping place. We're like, can you guys hold this
Call the
place?
camping place.
Yeah, like we called like a camping. We didn't
What do
just
you
camp
mean?
in the
I
woods.
feel like you're going to like a hotel.
No, it's like a camping place.
Like, what
You
do
know,
mean?
but you don't listen to this.
If
He's
you
just
go to like a
griefing.
public park, you have to like tell people you're going.
No.
No, what?
Not in
No,
Sweden.
okay. You like
Wait,
pay
what?
somewhere to go to like a
You
camping
pay
place.
to
You
a
pay.
camping.
I mean, last time I went camping,
You just went to
me
the
and my
woods.
friends just went into the
Yeah.
woods near a trail. I
You can
didn't
do
bring
that
a
too.
sleeping bag. I almost like died from like freezing to death.
Yeah.
And we were just camping. No, they didn't call anyone. There was like a German guy with his kid like waking me up in the morning. He was like, "Hello." I was like, "Hello."
That was your camping experience?
Yeah, he had like a really big RV, that guy.
Who is the German?
There was actually, so the
There's
camping
a lot
spot we
of
did go
Germans in
to,
Sweden.
it was like legit only Germans.
Okay.
Every license
Yeah.
plate on every RV was like, it had a like, you know, German license plate.
Sure.
There's a lot of German RVs.
There's a lot to unpack here, but let's continue with your story first. I have a. So
You
guys,
called the camping place.
What's
So they
a
called the
camping
camping place.
And they like put up your tent.
Like-
They made you dinner.
Oh my god, dude. I can't, this is like a
brush
mockery
your
of like,
teeth.
no, what is this? So we went to the camping place, we set up our tent,
Yeah.
and it's like Sweden in
Yeah.
the middle of the summer. So the sun is up and it's like,
Of
you know,
course.
1 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
We go to sleep.
Mhm.
It's pretty nice. We blow up these like air mattresses that we got from my parents. And they're like, my mom told me, like one of them leaks. We don't know which one, but one of them leaks, just so you guys know.
No.
So like about 3 hours after we fall asleep,
Mhm.
I can feel like the ground on my back.
Oh no.
And like, it's like, there's zero air left.
Oh no.
My girlfriend's like in the car because she's freezing too much in the
She's
tent.
in the car.
She's like put on like the heater. you know?
heater?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
In the
yeah.
car?
She's ditched.
Isn't
it's
that,
like,
like,
pouring
dangerous?
down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You didn't mention that. So it was raining
It
too?
started raining in the middle of the
Okay.
night at some
Okay.
point. And it's
Did
like,
you call the camping people? I would have.
yeah, we called the
I
camping
would've
people.
did-
The AC is not working
I
as
would have
it's
called them and
supposed.
been like, "This camping experience is not up to par." I don't
It
know.
says 5-star camping on the
Yeah.
website, but this is not the weather we booked. We booked sunshine the
So it's
entire
just like
way.
it's just a location that like they keep track of, but there's no one
You
else
really
there.
hook up on these
There's a
camping.
bunch of other
Let's
people
finish the story first. So
Okay.
what
There
happened?
is no story. You just asked me what I did. This is what I did.
What? So she's
That's
in
a
the
good
car.
story.
It's
She's in
raining.
the
But how
car,
did it
it's
end?
Tent?
How did it
you-
end?
It ended up with us like packing up our stuff and then leaving.
So
As
it went to
all
shit.
camping. No, like we stayed the night.
Okay.
And then we
And you
left.
woke up, you had a nice breakfast.
We woke up, we sat in the car, we drove.
Did you
to
stop
Norway.
stop at McDonald's on the way?
No, okay, so we actually learned that if you go to Norwegian gas stations,
Yeah.
the hot dogs they serve are way nicer than the Swedish ones. And I never thought I would say anything good about Norway ever in my life.
Wow.
Wow.
That came out of nowhere. That's a left
Yeah.
field one. What's wrong with Norway?
But that's just like
It's just like a Sweden,
that's a
Norway,
Swedish
it's
thing.
like banter, you know, like.
Okay. Sure, sure.
Mhm.
All right. That's a lot to unpack. Congrats. I hope you had a lot of fun. It sounded not fun.
I enjoyed camping.
Okay. That was a camping.
It sounded like a better camping trip than the one I did.
I mean, I've done that kind of camping trip too, but I feel like there's like a lot of like camping places.
Yeah.
That's the thing in the
That's
US
not
too.
a thing, no.
I
It
don't
for
know.
sure is.
No.
A camping place, in my mind, is just there's like a fire.
Have you never been to like a camping place?
Yes,
There's
but
not a
there's like
camping
there's
place.
not other people there.
No, but like a camp, like where you like a. What do
You
you call
literally
it?
just drive into the wilderness and set
Kind
up.
of.
That is one way to
Kind
do
of.
it, and then there's like places in the wilderness that are like, you know, they take care of this area where people set up their tents.
So you're like,
Mm,
And there's like a
other
bathroom
people?
in the middle of like the place.
That's like a commune. There's like a bunch of tents setting around.
Like you can go pay like 10
You
bucks
pay
to go
them.
there
You pay
and
them
set
to
up your
go
tent.
to
Yeah.
sit in the grass.
They were like mow the lawn and everything, so
What
it's like
is
a nice
this? What are you
camping
talking
spot.
about? None of this is
I think
real.
Aiden just went on Airbnb.
Yeah, I think you got scammed.
I'm being professionally gaslit.
You're
Oh,
not
good.
being
2 clouds.
professionally gaslit.
Oh, good. I do remember what I did now
Huh.
during my break.
Oh.
I tried out like no. I can't say it.
What?
No, but it's like it's not good.
Oh.
Not good for me. Not good for you. I went on a bicycle and it ended great.
Okay.
Okay, move on.
We'll
Move
just
on. Ask
leave
me
that,
something
whatever
else.
that dark disturbing tale
That
was.
means something you don't want to know.
I don't want to know any
Ask
of
me
it.
something else.
Okay, you got it. Why were there so many Germans on your camping trip?
Because Germany has a much higher population than Sweden on a much smaller area. So when
Okay.
they want to go and like hike or go buy a summer house or something, they go to Sweden or they go to Norway or something. Same with the Dutch,
Sure.
because they're like concentrated, and Sweden has a lot of like area
Okay. Thank you.
and nice nature, I guess.
All right. If you two were stuck in like a wilderness survival
Boxy.
scenario
Mhm.
together,
Who would you eat first?
Yeah.
Okay, we've had this question in our team.
Sure.
Like, who would survive the longest?
Yeah, yeah.
And what feel like most people don't know about Boxy is he would live like
I
forever.
don't know
if,
about that.
If like
The thing is,
all
I
of-
don't know. Like I will look at a
The-
plant and I will be like, is this like the
But it-
most common plant in Sweden, or is it like a rare toxic plant? And I'll have no idea.
That might be the case.
Unless there's a blueberry.
But I feel like okay.
or
if
like a
it's-
strawberry, I would just die.
I feel like that's not true. I feel
don't
like you
know.
would fight your way to survival. Like if a bear attacked,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you would
maybe
look at William. You're like he's pretty big and strong.
Sure. He'd be the first
He'd be
one out.
scared, so he'd die.
Yeah.
Boxy would like befriend the bear.
But William does just. I feel like he doesn't do well with like physical altercations. You know.
Sure.
Every
William's
time
the
I
kinda
punch
guy
him,
that-
every time I punch him, he's like, "Ow."
As one does.
Yeah.
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 He'd be the guy that would probably throw someone into the bear's path while he's running. I would.
He'd already like set up the deal with 3 other people on the team on like we're sacrificing Aiden when
Yeah,
the bear pulls
before
up.
the
Yeah,
bear's
yeah.
not
I mean,
even in
that's good.
danger yet.
That's
He
He's
just
like
thought there was
scheming
a
behind
bear.
everyone's back. He's that guy. Boxy's like the guy that would just run off into the woods, like somehow create his own house,
Yeah,
like have like these animals that like live alongside him.
I can see that.
He
Like a
is that
druid.
guy. Yeah.
I mean, when I was 8, we did learn how to make like a wind,
Were you a scout?
little wind. No, that was in school, like mandatory training. I wasn't a scout.
You made a what? A wind?
Like a wind shelter.
Wind shelter. You like take a bunch of sticks, you put them on the side, you put a little tarp. It rains,
you've
it's
done
like
this
dry.
stuff.
A wind shelter?
I mean,
You don't know what this is?
it's like sticks and a tarp.
Isn't that like a house or a?
No,
No,
a
it's
house.
like a you just like put.
So if you told somebody you bought a house and then you showed them a picture of
My
like,
wind
sticks and a tarp.
shelter.
No, it's
No,
like
yeah,
if
yeah.
it starts raining
That's like
and
a-
you don't want to be wet and
Yeah,
cold,
dome,
you build like a little,
little camp, you know?
yeah, like a little wooden tent
A
kind
little
of.
wooden tent.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow, Sweden's crazy,
Just
man.
a curriculum.
This is wild, man. That's
Have you ever gone penguin sledding?
what is that?
Like you hop on the back of a penguin and then you go down like
In Dota?
slides. No,
Yeah.
Mm.
Like what do you
like
mean?
in Sweden.
Like with a physical penguin, like
Yeah.
a real penguin,
Yeah.
and screaming the
There's
whole
like
time?
a place in Stockholm. No, they're
There's-
really friendly.
No, you don't go on a.
It's like
penguin.
riding a horse.
Why are you trying to
but it's like a
gaslight
penguin.
me? This is insane. There's not a.
Okay,
giant
next time you
penguin.
come for Dream League and we're knocked
I'm
out
not
in the
gonna
group
get
stage,
gaslit by you about
we'll
a
go
giant
penguin sledding.
That is the stupidest
it's not
thing.
giant. They're small. I mean, maybe you're too.
That
You're
makes
gonna
it,
crush
that makes
the
it even
penguin.
worse.
That's not a. You don't want that
Little
thing
baby
down
penguins.
No, it's fine.
There. Have you seen the
Have you knocked
inside
off?
of a penguin's mouth?
No,
It's like 1,000 daggers.
but
That's
they don't
very
bite.
cool.
They're friendly penguins.
No, If I sat on Penguin, it'd definitely be grabbing at the
Yeah,
first
but you're
thing it
too
could.
big. They won't let you go.
Who could
It
possibly...
literally says no
The
Americans.
Penguin's body is not big enough to support... I'm not going to be gaslit by this. It's the most unbelievable, stupid thing
Okay,
anyone's ever
if I
said.
told your son about this, would he not want to go?
He's an idiot. He's like 3. He doesn't know anything. If I told him Pokemon exists, he'd be like, oh, yahoo! And he believes anything.
I mean, that's good.
Are we done with this? Or? Anyways, thank you guys for watching the podcast with Team
cut
Liquid.
out my own thing. I haven't gotten my hand signals yet.
Oh, sorry.
So, you guys gonna go on any Riyadh adventures? Did you go last time?
We went go-karting the first time.
Go-karting, that's
I
cool.
saw in the pamphlet you can go hiking.
Hiking?
From like 8 to 15 during the day. Like a 6
I
hour
love
hike.
hiking.
You do, really?
Yeah.
You would go out.
American Eagle knows about how much I love hiking.
What's that in reference to?
I did an ad once.
You did an ad for American
and
Eagle?
they needed someone to like
hike.
have an interest.
Wow.
And you know, Dota players don't
You just
have
made one.
interest. So Joey, our like content guy for Liquid, he's like, Aiden, there's only one person I believe that could pull this off. So yeah, I went hiking and nature photography.
In jeans.
In jeans, and then they're like
That's good.
filming me while I'm doing
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah.
Did you, did it work out?
No, I think the video has like 200 views.
But
And
you
it's like unlisted now.
But you got some jeans.
Yeah, I got some jeans.
Yeah, so it worked out.
I mean, for me, it worked out. For me,
Yeah.
it was great.
Well,
that was like the
That's
best
good.
5 hours of my life.
I mean, I keep telling Liquid that we should do more outdoor stuff. I want to go snowboarding in the Alps.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get like the whole team to go.
Sure.
And then they're like, well, what if you break
Have you heard
your-"
of Michael Schumacher?
No.
Do you know who he is?
Michael Schumacher.
Schumacher.
No.
It's like a driver.
Driver. It's
No.
like a Formula 1 dude.
Yeah.
Did
And he went like skiing.
And he broke
like,
his hand?
He's like in a coma now, basically.
Oh, ooh, that's dark.
Okay, great. Well, thank you guys so much. I sure hope this video gets more than 200 views and you were not in a coma after witnessing it. Thank you, Team Liquid. Always a pleasure. We'll see more of you guys at the Riyadh Masters. Thanks for watching.
We are just getting ready to start the final series of the evening, everyone. It is game number 1 between MOUZ versus Team Liquid. And I gotta say, it's been a really fun day of groups. Group A is neck and neck. I have no idea what's gonna happen there, but as we go back into Group B, this is where things get a little interesting because there is some separation between the top and the bottom, and each of these games now mean a ton in terms of securing yourself not only like upper bracket into the playoffs, but also preventing elimination for some of these teams at the bottom.
Yeah, Team Liquid, we're watching here against MOUZ. Liquid, if they can get at least one win, I'm pretty sure they're qualified in terms of like at least lower bracket. They are still in good contention for the upper bracket, but at least one win would, be pretty relieving for them. MOUZ, I think they have to get at least one win. I think technically they don't, but like
Then it's
the
not in their
odds of them making, if they don't get at least one win, it's super bad. So yeah, a lot of people favoring Liquid here. They're looking pretty decent right now. Sometimes since 33 has joined the roster, it's been a little bit shaky, but right now looking pretty good, and looks like the audience agrees with the STC predictions here.
Yeah, I think part of it is just, it's not a Dream League event, so because of that, Liquid have a much higher % chance to actually make it to playoffs. They tend to have a rough time there, but they're looking good. Yeah, I don't know what it is about those events. It's just not it for Liquid, but they show up when it matters. They are looking really hot in this event right now, sitting in that 3rd spot of the groups at 7-3, and just barely behind Entity and Tundra. So it'll be really, really important for them if they get a win here, but a 2-0 for them would be amazing, because that, like you said, that they're guaranteed playoffs for sure, but whether or not they get the upper bracket or lower bracket, we'll have to see. Let's take a look at the roster, the members that make up this legendary Team Liquid, as some of you are pretty familiar with them at this point, right? I'd have to say Mickey, Nisha, 33 Boxy, and Insania. One of the best support duos in the world, I would have to say. These guys do so much work.
Yeah, we might get to see Morphling support. Boxy is running it. I think there's one other team that was also doing it. Tundra, I believe. That could be a fun one. Morphling also very good on Mickey. I don't know, people have been talking about this flow morph. We haven't gotten to see it. I kind of hope we do now.
Yeah, it would be fun. I think there are some scenarios in which you can pull a flow morph. There has been a mid morphling earlier that we saw picked, and I don't know if he went Ebb or flow, but picked into the Ember Spirit matchup, which, Ember is absolutely bodied by a morph mid, so it can happen. Like, we could see the morph mid, we could see it flex to the support, on Boxy, like you mentioned. It'd be fun to see. I think right now, like Liquid against their opponent's MOUZ, maybe are, tempted to try and pull out some flexible stuff here, but it is one of those things where it's such an important series before we get into the final day of, like, securing your position in playoffs is probably too important to risk.
Could be. For the side of MOUZ, though, we did hear them talk about it before. They were trying to follow a little bit more of the meta. It wasn't really working with them. They switched back to maybe more of their own style, and that's how they got some of their wins. So maybe we'll still see some like new ideas, especially because if you're like on the losing end, then whatever you've been going with hasn't quite been working. So sometimes that is where you have to try something new, even though it's not ideal.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go and take a look at their opponents, MOUZ Esports here, their roster. A fairly new one, right? This team was kind of put together not that long ago when MOUZ rejoined the Dota scene. We've got Olnit, Supreme Force, Narman, and Bangan. We spoke with Force the other day, and he was the one that mentioned, like you said, they were trying to go more towards the meta and what people have been kind of scrimming with and what they've been seeing in the tournament, and it just wasn't really fitting their style. So I like the idea of them going back to more of their comfort, their play style, similar to what Entity does, dude. Entity is not a team that follows the meta in any regards. They're just like, we're going to pick what we like, what we think is good this specific game, and we're going to execute on it. So I think if they can do that here against Liquid, that's going to give them the best possible chance of getting some very needed wins.
Yeah, I feel as they keep playing together, it will come together more and more. In the same way Entity also started off a bit rough, but they've really grown into their own style. Unfortunately, you're at the point, do or die, right? So for this tournament, how quickly can they come together? As long as they stick together, they keep playing in the future. I am really excited to see where MOUZ ends up as a team, but you know, not a lot of time. Game one about to start here of this series. Let's see what they've been talking about in between earlier today. The series they played. I think that one was an 0-2.
Yeah, they had a rough one this morning.
Yeah.
You know, up against Extreme. I think both games were pretty quick, but they gave Darkseer both games. They ended up getting the Troll Phoenix in both games. So it's one of those things that, like, if you're gonna go for this Darkseer pick, like, there's a couple heroes that really make the game difficult. But for Extreme, like, getting that Troll Warlord just fits them perfectly because they love playing kind of to protect their carry and just give them a good lane, and Troll's gonna do that. So we'll see what happens in the draft here as we are gonna jump into it now for MOUZ and Liquid. If we're gonna see, you know, more like a lot of attention for their dark on MOUZ, but for now, the band's gonna start rolling in, and it is going to be the Monkey King, the Primal Beast, and the Enigma. Okay.
Yes, I believe MOUZ had priority, and they went with the first pick. See what they want with that first pick. Gonna ban out Monkey King, Beastmaster. Monkey King's just been doing so well in a lot of the games we've seen him. He just covers so much of the map with Simian Stride. I think bringing it down to 90% was a huge buff to that facet, since like 100% pretty tough to maintain, like literally no damage on your hero, but 90% you're like mostly healthy. It's much easier to manage, and that means you can just cover massive amounts of the map, whether you're core or support. Gives your team so much vision to play with.
I actually have no idea how you balance this facet, because it's either completely garbage or completely broken. Like, there isn't going to be like an in-between. Like, you can maybe move it to 95%, but it's like, it's still going to be really good in terms of just getting around the map when you want. It's the reason he is by far the most banned hero of the tournament. Nothing else even comes remotely close to the number of bans that Monkey King has been receiving. So we're not going to see it this game either. Actually, a lot of the top bans removed the Tiny as well as the Enigma. We've seen those a ton. And it's going to be a first pick Pangolier for MOUZ, something that they do flex quite a bit between the mid and the off lane. And the real question is, do you want to pick something immediately to counter it, or do you want to just go for something a little bit more standard? Things like the Weaver, which are still in. You have the Phoenix as an option. Insania has some heroes that he likes to play that are still in the pool. Okay, Templar Assassin. Follow the Pango.
That's true. Could be carry, could be mid. Should have a decent time versus Pango. He does have the barriers from his own shield crash, but dealing with the armor reduction from TA kind of makes that barrier a lot weaker, and you yourself have a hard time getting through her barrier. I guess Swashbuckle's better than it used to be, especially now that the barrier's been nerfed a bit, but yeah, TA should be fine. Like, maybe you don't totally stomp it, depending on the supports that come out, but should be able to get what you need, whether you go carry or mid here.
I'm trying to think where they go for the bans, of course.
A very understandable Hoodwink ban.
Yep, the
Cannot
best
give
forward
that to
position in the
Boxy.
game. Dude, Boxy's Hoodwink is cracked. Him and Crit have played some Hoodwinks that have kind of blown me away. It's one of those things where the hero does make the player look even better, but those players are also just exceptionally good fours. So
yeah, they were playing Hoodwink before Hoodwink was even that popular. So
yeah,
this is one of those things. They're like happy she's strong, but also probably a little sad inside. Like, this is the last tournament. She's going to be nerfed to the ground after this. I'm not going to play this hero ever again. So every time it's available, just pick it in for me. But not this game. MOUZ says no thank you. We've seen that. We've seen that Hoodwink top damage every single game at 10 minutes. We don't want to deal with that.
I'm trying to figure out what they're gonna do to tree bounce to fix it. Probably reduce the damage on the when it bounces off of a tree would be my guess. Like, it does 50% less damage if it bounces off of a tree. The fact that you can walk up to the enemy support, right, the 5 position, throw an attack, acorn shot attack, and it does like 350 damage in about a second and a half is just not balanced, I'll be honest.
It's a lot of damage, especially if it had been paired with some negative armor we often see, and we might see with the TA kind of preemptively setting that up.
Yeah. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, you have a lot of options still in the pool, right? We do see the Jakiro ban, which this hero's been rising on the popularity for quite a bit. As the final ban comes out from Liquid, they get rid of the Gyrocopter. Really solid ban against the Templar Assassin, as they will then look for the Sven. Okay, really solid pick here. So I think this is likely the 5th position Sven. We've seen it against Pangolier a few times. It's probably one of the most impactful heroes against a Pango since his entire kit is physical damage now. So if this is support Sven, you just go the barrier, you just spam Warcry constantly when the Pango's trying to enter the fight. It's very good.
Yeah, and I think to get the most out of the flex value of Sven, this is around the point you want to pick it. Pretty early, where you could still make a case for carry or support. If you pick it later on in the draft, it usually almost always signifies carry Sven, and then you lose some of that flex potential. You can probably go for some of your supports here on MOUZ. You might want some of your own armor, some high armor heroes, or just active playmakers. TA does want some time to scale up. If you can ramp up pretty quickly, you try to take control of the game while you still can.
I wouldn't hate a Grimstroke. It's been something that plays. Oh, they finally go back for their Witch Doctor.
Witch Doctor.
So now I kind of really like Grimstroke because we've seen the Witch Doctor Grimstroke combination a few times. You go the Headhunter facet and you just throw coconuts. Let's go.
They're doing it.
So this is, I was going to say, Grimstroke is something that they've played with Pango before. Witch Doctor is a comfort pick for MOUZ, and they actually pull out the Grimstroke Witch Doctor support duo. When you're against what is likely a support Sven, this is really smart.
I'm glad to see it as well, thinking back to that interview we had with Force, of just saying, like, you know, we want to stick to what we're comfortable with. And this is such a MOUZ draft right now, you know? So win or lose, they're playing what they are good with. And I mean, if they lose, of course, they're going to be frustrated, but at least they won't have a regret like, oh, like I should have just picked something I was good with, right? They're going to be bringing out their best.
Yeah, I like it. The Weaver pick also quite good. Plays well into both of these supports. Obviously, Soulbind a little bit frustrating, as well as the silence from the Grimstroke. Like if you don't have Geminate attack up and you can't get rid of the Phantom's Embrace, it's a little bit scary. But either way, I think likely the support can still flex these heroes. Like you can put TA mid, you can run carry Weaver with the Sven in 5. Like both these heroes play well with the Sven support. So I like this draft so far, and I think you just pick your offlane here to hide that flex, kind of keep things going.
Yeah, I think you need something that just initiates for you.
And there it is, Doom.
Doom, not the greatest initiator, but Doom is pretty good versus Pango, and MOUZ could have taken it for themselves. Grimstroke Doom, a classic combo. That would have been pretty good. And Inkswell plus the Scorched Earth, pretty good at destroying TA's barriers really quickly, and then you just kind of run at her to finish killing her. So a bit of a deny pick, but I do think it means whatever you end up doing for this last pick, 'cause there is that flex. I still want it to have some kind of like quick initiation so that it's not all on this Doom. I mean, technically there's Sven, right? But if it's carry or support Sven, it's not going to be the greatest initiator.
It's actually a really good DK pick. I was sitting here thinking, like, what carry do you pick into the Doom lane? But it looks like they're going to just grab the Dragon Knight, a really safe pick. It does mean we are, well, not really, because we have seen some carry DKs, but it's likely to be mid. You're going to see the Grimstroke, Inkswell into the blinks of Dragon Knight as well as Pangolier. So really good heroes that can enable this Grimstroke pick, which is really important. You have to be able to do that. But Dragonite plays well into the TA lane if it ends up being TA mid. If it is carry Dragonite, it can play perfectly fine into the Doom lane. Shadow Fiend's going to get banned. A hero that somehow squeaked through the draft, but would have been very slick for Liquid to grab into the mid lane. Adding a little bit more
Especially
minus
into
armor.
DK.
Yeah, into DK as well.
It would have been pretty greedy, though.
Yeah. DK,
I gotta
Shadow Fiend, Doom, TA.
say- Yeah, I gotta say, this Dragonite, I feel like I'm losing faith in it a little bit the more I see it. It feels like a stable pick, like that's the classic Dragonite idea, but we see it's got like a 10-19 record. It's just not been performing that well, and I think the nerfs, like, you play it and it kind of feels the same, so you're like, oh, I think it's like, it's fine. But the more games that get played and it continues to be, you know, it's not a great win rate, 10-19, I think the nerves do get to it. Like, you don't quite feel it, but it matters in enough situations that he's just not having the same impact we used to see from him, I feel.
I wonder this game if you actually just played as a carry instead because of the Sven. Like, your corrosive dragon is not super useful into the Sven Warcry, but maybe the idea is to try and just pressure the tower early and get some momentum off of it. Because Doom is not a fast offlaner. This is a hero that typically has to greed out for some items. They ban out the carry Broodmother. That would have been actually very good this game. So they get rid of the Broodmother. They get rid of the CK as well. They do not have answers for the CK. A hero that we don't see often that I thought could be picked here is a Slark. But it really comes down to whether or not you want to kind of experiment a little bit with a Slark pick or not.
Is mid Slardar crazy?
For
into DK?
for Liquid?
Like a mid Slardar into DK or Pango. And then you would have the negative armor synergy.
I think you're all in on TA if you do that. They go back for the Terrorblade.
Scaling's kind of decent nowadays.
Yeah.
Okay, Terrorblade, pivot, do some high nuke damage that you can put the pressure on early. You're laning versus Dragon Knight.
Can you just do Zeus?
I think Zeus would be okay. It would be lacking a little bit in the playmaking department. So something like
Otherwise,
Storm
Ember.
could be good. Ember.
I think Ember. I like Ember.
Maybe Coddle.
Ooh, Coddle's also sick. It's a very good Coddle game. We'll see. They do have some options. The thing with Ember is it's one of those heroes that has typically been winning lanes against the Dragon Knight, and it does give you some good initiation tools. And it offers enough damage into the Terrorblade. Especially if he goes like the Vessel build from the mid lane.
Yeah, I think anyone who builds a vessel could be kind of nice. But I'm looking for like either high magic damage or initiation. Like one of those two categories.
Good call on the Coddle. Very good.
There it is. I mean, you'll be fine in the mid lane. You will hit your timings, and then you're going to go gank. Probably not the Pango. Pango seems like a little bit of a harder gank, but like either you rotate people in to kill the Dragonite, or you rotate to go kill that Terrorblade.
I'm a little bit surprised that we see... Well, I guess not. It is a pretty good pick. So we'll see what ends up happening here in this game. I think for the most part, like, MOUZ get a draft that they like. Like, this is something that they've been running. It is going to be the Headhunter and Instigate Grimstroke like we were talking about. So you have that double cask. And once these supports hit level 6, like once Grimstroke is online with that Soulbind, they need to play together, and then Supreme needs to have a blink, right? Like that's kind of the idea. Like you need them to just be looking for these grabs, and that's something that Coddle's gonna have to be a little bit scared of, right? Blink initiation from the Dragon Knight into an Inkswell stun is probably enough damage to kill him.
I think so. I think I'm going to be looking at how Doom does. I feel like if Doom is doing well, he's going to be your guy just like jumping in, starting these fights, because, I mean, these are a lot of backline heroes for the rest of Liquid, if Doom struggles, I think you're going to have a much harder time taking any of these fights. You need Doom to be strong, just run in. I also want to keep an eye on this Devil's Bargain that 33 has picked, because he, super nerdy Dota player, I think I've seen him actually use the tech that we talked about, where it's like you get the Midas, use it, sell it, buy Blink, use it, sell it, buy Midas, use it, sell it, and you just like repeat that cycle. Or if it's not the Blink, you like buy Veil, sell it, whatever. Like whatever item it is, I'm pretty sure 33, if there's any player who will do it, I think it's going to be him.
I mean, that'd be cool. I'd like to see it actually come into effect, because I'll be honest, I have not seen anyone really use this. So it is time that we jump into game number 1 of our final series. It is MOUZ taking on the side of Team Liquid. Very important series for both of these guys. Like Liquid, like we said, a win here pretty much guarantees them access to the playoffs, but MOUZ, they need to get some wins to stave off elimination. So take a look at the facets. Instigate, the Corrosive Dragon, double jump for the Pango, the Headhunter, the one that we really like. But Olnet's actually gone Condemned, so not looking for the... Ooh, Nisha.
I like his positioning there. Really good.
Yeah.
This is a really good read on what teams want to do versus Coddles, which is to block the camps off really early, because that's the Coddle gameplay. You play the lane, you start blasting it out, you go stack, repeat, you get to like level 3 Illuminate, and then you clear your stacks. So a lot of teams will come over here to block it, places the Observer on the high ground, positions in the trees to break the smokes, backs off, sees them block his camp. I'm sure he'll either get it himself or he's telling his supports, go deward that for me, peasant. Do as I say. I am your mid laner. Insania's already got 2 sentries.
I'm
surprised.
sure
Nisha's telling him.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't actually place the center on the back side of that camp, because if you do, you can actually see the high ground ward. Like if it's slightly further back, yeah, like kind of where Insania just placed it, he would be able to see the high ground. He'd be able to see the ward up there. They would have gotten the D ward as well as block the camp. Instead, Insania is going to get both.
Yeah, I think you need to cut that tree in the corner to be able to do both. Yeah. But Terrorblade did have one, so I think it would have been worth doing. You would know the enemy is there, though. Like, once you see that tree broken, you'd be like, huh, weird. But then they at least would have gotten their own D-ward. I'm surprised. I thought their smoke broke, so I'm surprised they didn't check that cliff with that.
It might have just expired around the same time. They didn't notice. Narman getting chased down from the Sven. This is actually a sick play from Insania, because he stayed to defend the ward. Like, he knew this Grimstroke wanted to go for it, so he sticks around, defends his ward, which it isn't super useful for them right now. He does sentry block at the last second to make sure that camp does not spawn, so really good play as well. And because of that, Mika gets an uncontested first wave. He's got an early level 2. They're going to use this to get aggressive onto Narman. Blood Grenade is out, and an unfortunate pause. Melds in 3 seconds. There's not a lot that Narman can do. He can stroke a Fate and try and slow them down.
The issue is if he turns around to do that, he's definitely dead.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do but walk.
He can maybe... It might still be his best chance. Stroke of Fate, Blood Grenade, pop your Fairy Fire, run is maybe his only shot.
Well, we'll see. He's just going to try and hide in the trees. Ooh!
Oh, the Iron
The tree plant, but no. Insania is just
fast enough.
Well, he's so close. One more auto attack, and that is it. Sven with one of the highest base movement speeds in the game, right? Like we've known this for a while.
Guy's speedy. Put some pressure onto Force too while he is left to his own devices.
He must have some thick legs, dude. He's carrying a lot of armor and a giant sword to be that fast, you know?
I mean, look at the sword, the shield, the helmet, they're huge. His legs are putting in work.
Does not skip leg day. This guy, he does the whole routine.
If he skips leg day, he'll just like tip over. It's too top heavy.
He just picks up the sword and falls to the ground.
Exactly. So leg day is the first. Every day's leg day for Sven.
Top lane Force taking a lot of damage here once again from this dual lane. They're doing a great job, Liquid, securing this TA lane.
Yeah, how are the other lanes doing? Looks pretty even across the board right now. Dragonite has a couple more denies, but that's pretty expected. Dragonite's really good base damage, good attacking animation. Coddle usually catches up more around this phase where you start, you get your boots, you're faster, you go start stacking for yourself.
Ooh, that is really unfortunate for Supreme. He wanted to freeze the lane there behind the tower. Doesn't quite happen, so Nisha, as a result, he's just going to continue stacking. Up to a triple stack on the hard camp there. Top lane, though, Inkswell out. Doing a little bit of damage into Mickey, but... Insane. Oh, dude, look at the giant barrier on Insane. Did you see how huge that thing was? Ooh, Olned bottom lane is dead. Damage out from 33. These 2-point Scorched Earth. They're going to just chase down Bangan as well. Oh, that is a really sad courier death.
There's so much on it. Especially the early Observer and Sentry is pretty painful. All right, I was saying, like, I got to see how Doom does. Top of the last hits now. Top net worth. Maybe we can get some damage into Boxy. Get a Maledict under the tower.
That's why I'm a little bit confused about the Terrorblade pick. Like, it is definitely good into the minus armor of the TA. It scales well into this hero. But it's not like a great hero against the Doom, especially when you see the Weaver pick. Like, you know these guys are strong. Cool.
How does... Oh, hold on. All that? Okay, he's fine. How does Maledict work with Sunder? Can you Maledict the full health hero and then Sunder them to like 50% for like a massive nuke? Because doesn't it just take into account the flat value?
Yes, it basically calculates based on what the health number was beforehand and the health number afterward. So it has nothing to do with percentage. If your health, like if the value of your health goes up or down, that's what's calculated on Maledict.
Maybe we'll see a cool kill around that.
Bangan
Unfortunately, we're a while away from that, and Bangan looks pretty dead.
Insania gonna get the war cry to close the gap there, and one more auto attack from the Weaver. Nah, not enough, but he will finish it off with the Sakuchi. And your Terrorblade just can't do anything. Like, they're just letting the TA solo top, and Olned's forced into the trees completely as they're just beating down the tower as well. So much aggression already from Liquid. 0-4, a 2,000 gold. Oh, he gets his courier. It had boots on it. Oh, no.
Oh, no. Between these courier kills and then actual hero kills, which Insania is still down here looking for more, the supports are really close to the actual cores on the side of MOUZ, which is not a good sign.
Yeah, there's like, what, 800 of Terrorblade's net worth tied up in that courier right now?
That's true. This guy's also super poor right now in terms of actual like value realized gold. Are they actually just gonna dive him? I mean, they're probably not expecting to get a kill, but they are making Allnet run. He's gonna pop meta behind his tower. Oh, actually,
okay.
Maledict's
That's
done.
a lot of damage from the Maledict and the Headhunter. Boxy.
Boxy's dead. He's gonna try to go for a deny. Kobold camp, worst camp to get for that. You're gonna tickle him while he dies to Maledict.
But they gave them 3 damage.
I forgot about that. Never mind. Best camp. Just timing didn't work out there.
Oh, that's a big rune for Supreme. Haste rune, gonna try and just chase down the Coddle. The Inkswell is there. We talked about maybe when you get the blink how effective that can be, but a haste rune, that'll close the gap. And Narman, yeah, he's gonna die to Boxy, but I think a worthwhile trade, taking Nisha down early.
It's pretty good. It does mean you're gonna have Weaver problems though. This is a pretty rich Weaver, though he did go infused raindrops and null talisman first. A lot of times you see Weavers just rush earned Spirit Vessel, but it means he's going to be stronger up front, more survivable, and a little bit slower of a Spirit Vessel. Oh, you know what? Actually, he probably won't even build one because of Nisha. So, oh, that makes sense then. Actually, he has the urn queued up. Hopefully, I do this all the time, but Boxy, come on. Pro team, talk us out. I don't think 2 urns is worth it.
I feel like he would have bought the components if he was going to go at this point, right? Because, like, you don't typically sit on like over 800 gold as a support. Top lane, we're going to see them make a play here onto Mickey. Nice shield crash, connecting onto 2 Force. Still has the Lotus as well as a healthy stick, so he'll be okay for now.
He is hoarding a lot of money. Maybe he's just trying to think about what he wants to buy instead.
Dude, I'm thinking he's just gonna go
He's
HS.
buying power treads. Boxy wants to be a carry.
Okay.
It's like, guys, I think I'm rich? Question mark? I think I'm super rich.
I was gonna say maybe just going for Mickey, top lane again. Another play. The silence back out. Swashbuckle. They're just doing good chip damage here. Anytime Insania walks away, they're just constantly using that shield crash into that Inkswell.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wisdom runes, one for each team. Okay, no one contesting there.
Dire's bottom tower is under
You do have Doom online for 33. That is quite nice. As he is going to go to Midas.
I want to see him use it and instantly sell it. No, wait, he needs to get a little bit of gold before he sells it to actually afford the blink. I want to see him use it, sell it, blink Doom.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's your
I
vessel.
might be about to just run it Ulnit, actually. Weaver's down here. If they get the Doom on the real hero, I mean, he'll die if they just follow him.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. He has 3 is it 4 points Scorched Earth now? He just hit 7?
Yeah, 4 points.
Yeah, there's no way.
Boxy's looking for Ulnit. Taking a peek at the back.
I mean, they know he's back here. There's a ward.
He's paying it. Boxy's like, I gained XP. He's killing something here.
Doom, thinking of walking. He wants the tower first. The thing is, you take this tower, and Terrorblade cannot come anywhere near this lane anymore.
That's true. You can take the tower without getting killed. Plus, you can just be farming up your Midas the whole time.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I was thinking about this, so I forgot to do the math on it. But I realized for pubs, there's a huge value to this, which is that you can gaslight your teammates. You buy the Midas, you piss off your teammates, they're pinging you like useless build on Doom, and then you sell the Midas, you buy a blink, you're like, what are you talking about? I have a blink, I'm ready to go gank.
I never had a Midas.
Yeah, what are you crazy? Then as soon as the guy's like, oh, well, that's weird, I swear it was a Midas. You sell the blink, you buy the Midas. You're like, idiot, of course I got the Midas on Doom.
Supreme mid lane, gonna meet that vessel timing now from Misha as the TP's coming through. Nice, Doom comes out from 33, but they can't do anything to save him. Great rotation and good force movement out from Liquid as Boxy's actually gonna just run through the enemy team here for vision. Inkswell, not gonna connect. There it is, Blink Dragon Tail though, comes out from Supreme, trying to just chase down Nisha. A little bit of damage, but he's gonna get the heal off. Should be okay. The Solar Bind preventing Terrorblade from getting close enough actually would have been enough to kill him.
And not as much activity from the mid Coddle like we usually see, but the supports being very active this game, and Doom getting to join some of this as well. He's not going to sell his Midas. He's actually just going to buy a blink as well.
Yeah.
Or is he? He's heading to the shop. Well, he doesn't have Doom, so you actually don't need to. You can just keep it, I guess.
This is a really good scan from Liquid. Like, Nisha was farming on the hard camp here, clearing a stack, and they scanned the rotation in as Supreme and Narman are looking for a blink target. Now, he is going to throw... Okay, yeah, he throws the Illuminate through, and Dragonite just steals the rest of the camp. So they at least get something out of the rotation.
And looks like they're scaring Nikkei away too, so they can make their way to this top tower. I don't know if you're defending it. Bangin down here in trouble. Solo to the Weaver, but Weaver's gonna win this every time.
Does he get any? Oh, does he get anything off the Dragon Tail? The Inkswell, perfect chain stun. No time lapse for you. Great use of the Inkswell TP.
Dire's top
a
tower
wisdom
is
rune.
under attack.
No, they both got him. Both team got one.
Okay. I'm just surprised Witch Doctor's a higher level. Witch Doctor's already 6.
Supreme
I guess
mid
got some
lane once
solo
again.
XP.
We've seen this before. Inkswell's out. Supreme trying to just hold them back. He's gonna live.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's gonna regen real fast. Now just gonna turn his attention to trying to clear these stacks in the triangle, get him closer to his next item. Force coming through as well.
They have Doom again, smoked up.
Oh, they're going to see Insania walking up here. Dragon Tail comes out. Maledict as well. The great stun, though. Insania's out, holding the Rolling Thunder.
They see the stack, but it's going to get cleared up. All right, not quite worth the risk going up that double high ground.
Yeah, they actually smoke immediately. They're going to run it back the other way.
They don't have too much time left on Dragon Form, but it might be enough to get a quick pick off.
Yeah, that's
grab Insania.
An easy one for them. Okay, MOUZ making some movements. They're going to get the mid-tier 1 tower as well with this, as Terrablade's made his rotation mid. The downside is that they're just farming on Liquid, right? You were saying Coddle not having as much of like a rotation game that we typically see. They're just farming on the 3 cores. While, like, you know, they get pickoffs onto the Sven, it's not the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I'm wondering when they're... I guess they did just try to make a play. It just didn't quite work out. They still have the Blink Doom available, so they can go again whenever they want. It might be for top, because this is where MOUZ is making their way up, trying to clear this last tower.
Oh,
Liquid's
yeah,
already expecting to lose this. Look at this observer they've placed under their tower. Unlikely to get spotted. Looks funny while the tower's up, but now that this tower's dead, no contest. Got pretty good vision up here.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Terrablade's recovery is getting there. This is the downside of the condemned facet is you farm just a little bit slower on this hero because you have to worry about mana constantly, like with the illusion spam.
Should we point out Mickey is going for a Maelstrom on TA?
This is his
Unconventional, yeah, but something we've seen him do, especially versus the Terrorblade, kind of makes some sense. Instead of trying to negative armor the Terrorblade, who, he's probably already like 18 right now, right? It's not easy, so you just bypass it with magic damage.
Dude, that ward already paying off. They were just now trying to make a gank rotation here onto the Coddle, but as soon as he gets Inkswelled, it's just they disengage. So really good ward.
MOUZ is cleaning up towers, but Liquid's still holding this roughly 5k lead because of all the split push farming they're doing. They're very efficient. And at some point, they'll group up and take towers and regain that gold. I don't know what they're waiting for. I'm not sure like what their timing is. They just got drums on Sven. I guess Niche is ready. He's got his bots. He's like, yeah, guys, go start something. I'll teleport in.
He needs a vessel charge is his main issue right now. He doesn't have a vessel that he can play around. But if he gets into the fight, they get like a pickoff onto his support, suddenly the fight can snowball. They actually see the support split right now. I'm gonna go back through this twin gate. The thing is this ward's gonna scout them again. Insania getting the D ward, but top
stun.
lane, can they get the kill? The blink stun, 33 gets the doom onto the Terrorblade. He's got nowhere to go. 33 tries to TP on out, ends up on the low ground though. And a nice heal coming through from the Coddle as well. Now he's gonna get maybe bonked to the high ground. No, not quite. So they trade 1 for 1. Honestly, a pretty good win for MOUZ as this Doom is really farmed. But you needed more, I think. You're gonna bring all 5 heroes top for this.
Yeah, you can't even... You already took the tier 1, so it's not like you can even get something out of this. And in fact, Liquid's the one who starts split pushing mid. Sania tries to TP out. Good rotation, but
He just doesn't. He just stands there. He could throw a hammer, but he's like, all right.
You got me.
Amazing what you found lying around.
Still stays at the 5k lead for everything that happens.
Bottom tower is under
And I
attack.
feel like the fact that Liquid's not really trying to do that much means they're okay with dragging this late.
I agree.
So I guess this is fine for them.
you do have this Weaver scaling support. I think you do have to respect the potential of Grimstroke Witch Doctor. Like, these two supports bring a lot of damage with low net worth. Supreme has a BKB done as they're looking for the tier 2. The first one this game, and despite being 5k behind, MOUZ just grouping up around this Terrorblade. Lincoln, Supreme almost gets in range of Insania, but the Warcry, the drum's active, get him away. As Olnet might have to look for a Sunder target here, as they've lost the wave. Boxy's cut it completely, and Coddle has cleared it, so you only have a few more seconds before that backdoor protection's going to kick in. There it is.
You know, it's a
Good
great
stall.
point. The Witch Doctor Grimstroke support duo is really strong at this point, right? The Soulbind into double value spells. Trying to take a full team fight into that is probably not going to go your way. So looks like they're just trying to avoid that timing, split push, and outscale with their own supports. Specifically the Weaver, but I mean, the Sven will technically eventually get there. I mean, it is Sven, right? So his scaling is there, but the support Sven build does not really lean itself to damage for quite a while. So it's more the Weaver who got these power treads. Let's see, he's got a Yule's pretty fast. Curious what he gets next.
Bottom. They need to get something here. Like, they've been getting dragged around the map every single time they try to make a play for a tower. Nisha's already set up, and then Boxy like comes to cut the wave. They know bottom lane Mickey has been down here for a while, just farming it up. If they can find an opening, it would be really good for the side of MOUZ, but let's see if they do it. They're gonna walk right into him, but they're only gonna find the Sven. Mickey already TPing on home. It will be a kill going the way of MOUZ. Goes to Supreme on the Dragon Knight, which is quite nice. 33 might just be looking for a solo pick. That's exactly what he's doing. Oh, does he go for it? He doesn't see the TP. Oh, all right.
Forrest wasn't smoked. I wonder why he turned around right there. That might just be coincidence.
Yeah,
So
I
he
think
wants
he
to
just
go
wanted
try to make a
top.
play top. Might have saved his life right there.
They really want this tier 2 top lane. They're going to bring everyone back up here. They're looking for Mickey in the mid lane. Coconut doing some damage. But they don't have the Weaver here to cut the wave again, so this will finally go down. Supreme finds another haste room, but here comes Liquid. They want to actually bring the fight to the side of MOUZ. Boxy will find Bangan over here, as the Stormhammer is also going to get on top of Narman. They need to reconnect on these two, but Terrorblade's just dead solo on the top side to the Doom. Yules is out, and here comes the rest of the Heroes Force. He's got that ult available, but can he actually get a chance to use it? It doesn't look like it. Just dead to the side of Liquid, as the Soulbind not doing a whole lot, and Boxy is just soloing these supports. Narman low, but it's going to be 33 who jumps on in to finish the job, and now Bangan pulled right back in for dead, as the chase from the top tier 2 pays off.
That might have been it. Liquid biding their time for the opportunity. MOUZ takes the tier 2, and I'm not fully sure what Liquid saw, but might have just expected MOUZ to split up after accomplishing the objective, and that's what happened. MOUZ stayed top on the Terrorblade just a little bit too long, while some heroes went mid. So whoever you ended up finding top was dead, and you know, Terrorblade, pretty good kill. It then means you're just free to chase. We did get to see the Soulbind Coconut. It was pretty funny, but just not quite enough when you're already on the back foot in that fight. And suddenly the net worth lead blows up to 10k for Liquid, and Roshan's probably on the table. Actually, MOUZ is pinging it. They're like, oh, this is gonna get stolen. We gotta go fast. Maybe we can steal it from them and mess up their momentum.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're here fast enough though.
Mickey's got his Mjolnir. They get the Tormentor. Shard goes to Boxy as I think it went to Boxy, right? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, he bought out a Yules and stuff. Yeah, it has to. Okay, so yeah, Boxy gets the Shard. He is now past the Pangolier in net worth. But like you said, they're in Roshan. They know that they are on a timer right now. Liquid
Yeah,
want
TA
this
Trap saw them
objective.
coming in.
It's not going to be in time. They're bringing everybody. This is a game-defining fight here for MOUZ. If they manage to finish the Roshan in time.
Yasha!
It's so good. The stomp from 33, the pullback. Olden needs a Sunder. He gets him. Can they bring down the Doom? He gets the BKB. He got bashed by Roche. And the rest of them die inside the pit. Oh no. Force now in trouble. The Rolling Thunder already spent. Guardian Greaves never going to get a chance to use. 4 dead. As Liquid will also walk away with the Roshan. Game-defining fight indeed. Liquid now firmly in control of this game.
Yeah, it's looking rough. They don't have the typical wombo combo on the side of MOUZ to come back from this point. Yeah, we see, so they did get the Sunder off. It was really close, but you're right. Unlucky, get bashed by Roshan. 33 manages to get away. At this point, you're just in retreat mode. All your ultimates have been used. Your support combo just never got to even come online. They got killed so quickly. They might be looking for Supreme now with this invis.
He's trying to just force the BKB, and he might get it. Yeah, Doom comes in, just hits him. He's gonna tick down to that one. Very nicely done. 33's had a fantastic game on the Doom. Is Bangan now going to be forced to TP out maybe? I mean, really good dispel there off of the Grimstroke. That would have absolutely been a kill with the Solar Bind.
I say 33 never even used the tech we were talking about. Guess he decided it's not worth it either.
I'm telling you, man, no one picks Devil's Bargain for anything other than that they just think Gluttony is just bad. Like, it might pay off at like the games that go like 45-ish minutes or something, right? Like, as the games go really long, it can pay off, because then you can like quickly change items. You can pick up some you know, big impact. But it's just, you just play Doom as Doom.
Just play Doom as Doom. Wise words, Ricky. Boxy got. He ended up getting a Dragon Lance, and he currently has an Ultimate Orb queued up. What do you think he's building out of that?
Is it worth going Lincoln's this game? It might just be the Lotus, but Lincoln's is pretty good.
No, I think there's no Lotus on Ultimate Orb. It'd be Scotty.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Unless it would be Helm of the Overlord.
No, it's got to be Lincoln's, right?
We'll see. He doesn't have anything else queued. I think he's deciding. Like, I don't know. Scotty, pretty good, guys. He got a Dragon Lance, too. It makes me think he's leaning towards just carrying.
Yeah, I thought he might go back for Gleipnir now that he's this farmed, right? But
you know what? He also has Shikuchi Shard, right? So he could apply Scotty to a bunch of stuff at once.
Kind of like that idea. Jump in, 33. There's the Soul Bind, but they don't get the coconut off. They walk away. Oh, disengage thanks to that Warcry move speed, and Soul Bind is down.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Drums Warcry, man, so damn fast.
I mean, you're pretty much hasted in the aura.
Mm-hmm.
Enemy Tormentor.
Goes Nisha.
2 Solar Binds. I mean, that's pretty good. If one gets dispelled, you just reapply it.
Radiant's
Yeah.
top tower is under attack.
They're looking for more. 33. He sees Olnit on the tree line. Gets the Doom. Oh, there's no way. That is so rough. They barely... I don't even know if they saw him or they just guessed. Meanwhile, they're going to look for Insania. He might have stuck around a little bit too long, but it is kind of space invaders. They're getting work on the top side.
Nice
Force
double stomp.
silenced up. They managed to take down the Witch Doctor anyway. And Dragon Knight forced to BKB as Nisha continuing to chase.
Liquid playing the whole map here. They're still on top. 33
33
to call
does
the
not
fountain.
The call of fountain is very strong.
Resisting, turning the other way.
All right, he's finally going to get punished for this one, surely. But it is,
But that was
again,
space to take
space
the
for
top
the
tower.
top tower, right? Like, Nisha has been focused up on these objectives. Gets the tier 3. They get the second fortification out, so they will protect their lane of barracks for the moment.
How long's left on Aegis? 30 seconds. So probably push this for a bit until Dragonite gets really close to spawning. You don't have 33. So I believe at that point you would just relax, but Call of the Fountain's pretty strong.
Terrorblade bought back. A Terrorblade kill is likely just GG. Well, Boxy doesn't manage to connect the Soulbind onto anybody, so another Soulbind down from MOUZ, not able to connect on the combo they're looking for. But with only a couple seconds left on the Aegis, it is time for Liquid to address their other lanes. They will disengage.
An Illusion Rune. I mean, at this point, you just hold the map. I mean, if we take a look at Liquid's vision, they've got some aggressive wards and a good amount of traps scattered around. So you're just going to wait to see MOUZ split up. You find one pickoff, you're good to go, right? And actually, they even baited up that Fortify, so potentially you could just rush the end of the game, but, you know, maybe safer, clean it up. Different barracks. Looks like Insania gets found again. Like, MOUZ is finding kills, but let's see, 5 of them are on Insania, right? So it's not like the greatest kills. It's just the position 5. Look, they're trading their position 5 Sven for a barracks. He's happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, that was also, oh my god, 33.
How can you keep doing this?
Chill, guy.
Okay, he is going to TP out. It is funny to see that happen. Does it do enough damage?
No, it won't. I don't think so. Well, top lane. We're going to see them get on top of Niche, or of Mickey. This is a great kill if they can actually finish the job, but maybe a little bit too afraid. The rest of the team nearby. Bangan trying to get away from Boxy. Mickey going to close the gap. Doesn't even get the Voodoo Switcheroo off. And Force will TP on home. A little bit of a misplay there, I think, from 33. Oh, nice dodge. He gets us under the turnaround. 33. Can he survive? The heals from Nisha. You're kidding me. And they just blow up the Terrorblade anyway. Force is going to join him. Mickey with a triple kill. Make it an ultra. The GG is out. 33 seemingly... I honestly don't know how he survives that fight. That is wild.
That happened twice, too. That's very upsetting for MOUZ. But the heals from the Illuminate coming in, he's got a good amount of resistances on the hero. So, I mean, exactly what did they need to do? Look, high spirits, lots of laughs on the side of Liquid. Yeah, it was a little bit of a slower start than we expected from a Coddle mid, but I think Liquid did a really good job of identifying that support duo is strong. Full respect to MOUZ and the heroes that they specialize in. They recognize, like, that is a scary support duo, but we outscale. Just avoid. They gave up a bunch of towers, but eventually they look for that moment that MOUZ splits up, and they jump on that, and they had the game after that. That was like 15-ish minutes, somewhere around there, like they finally found that kill. I think a little later than that, but
yeah. Yeah, I mean, MOUZ had some like good plays with the Grimstroke Dragonite early. It's the reason we see them pick this, but you get to a point where you just gave Doom a free game, right? Like, I just don't think you can do this. 33 is very good at Doom, and maybe the lane went better than it should have, but the fact that like this Doom had an incredibly fast minus, he was top net worth for I think the first like 15 minutes of the game. Just allows him to go straight blink BKB, and he just finds this Terrorblade multiple times by himself. It's just such a heads-up play from 33. He's so good at kind of predicting
vision
these.
for that one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the
so
Shivas
good.
from the high ground.
It's like they managed to do that so many times, and the idea behind Sunder is that you can swap health with like, oh, my teammate got sundered, I can save them to an extent, but it doesn't work when you're sundered, and 33 did a really good job of like only hunting down Terrorblade.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe the weakness of the Condemned facet is it keeps Terrorblade's farm speed down. Like with the other facet, you definitely farm faster, and I think he needed it this game. There are some scenarios here where you're like, oh my god, you sundered him to like 5% HP, but Nisha, every single time that this was happening, he gets a low HP Sunder, he was pre-channeling an Illuminate, and it was sent already, like expecting the Sunder, and has the heal come out the moment the Sunder does. So just gets 33 out of trouble multiple times. It's just such sick play from Liquid, just predicting kind of a lot of the movements for MOUZ this game.
Yeah, really well played. Really shows their the strength of the team, because that's kind of the hard part, you know, like you draft, you have about 1 minute and 30, sometimes a little more if there's a pause, but you know, we won't worry about that. You have a very short amount of time to like look at the actual draft you ended up with and determine like, what are we trying to do? What are they trying to do? How does that interact? What do we do? And they did a great job of it. They saw the strengths of the opponent lineup. They identified when they're strong and just followed that game plan very nicely.
Just farm, man. Just farm those core items. And
just farm.
Dude, Mickey's Templar Assassin still looking as good as ever. Finishes 7-0-5 with the Mjolnir, which a lot of people are always like, oh, I can't believe you go Mjolnir on TA, but this is a great game for it. Dragonite Terrorblade, you couldn't ask for a better item. So, fantastic performance in game 1 from Liquid, but we are going to go to a short break, and we'll be back with the final game of the evening. Stay tuned, everyone. We'll see you after the break.
I've got 33 from Team Liquid here joining me at Riyadh Masters. We're going to have a bit of a chat about everything related to Liquid and also some of the history within your career. But starting off, 33, how are you feeling? How's your day been so far?
I'm good. I mean, just a usual media day, so it's a little bit of waiting, but overall, everything is good.
And a long day too. You got a lot to run through, a lot of things to do.
Yeah, we have a bunch of media, and then still need to. I think we have some scrims today as
Okay.
well.
Oh, wow.
Because we are already playing tomorrow, so have to get ready.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's jump into this because I don't want to keep you for too long. But you've been on Liquid for a couple of months now, and I want to know how coming into Liquid and coming into a four stack that had been together for so long felt for you, and if it was a difficult, couple of first months for you.
I wouldn't really say it was difficult. At the start, it was a little bit weird, but mainly because the guys played the LAN without me in the KL because I couldn't go.
Yeah.
So yeah, we didn't get to play together on LAN for a while. I joined, and then we played in qualifier. We had a success, and then I joined for the bootcamp, but I wasn't playing. So
Okay.
it was a little bit weird. But just because I'm not playing, not anything to do with the guys. Everyone was super welcoming and made sure I kind of fit right in. And yeah, as soon as we kind of started playing tournaments and just being a team, everything fell into place very quickly.
How confident are you for the team for this event? You guys have always done really well on lands, and luckily for you, Riyadh Masters is that land. But the event just before this one, it wasn't the result you were looking for. So where exactly would you place the confidence with the big patch change that has happened?
I would say we're probably in the best form we've been all year. I don't want to jinx us or anything.
Of course, that's not what I'm looking for here.
Yeah. So again, I don't really come into tournaments with expectations, but our bootcamp was pretty successful, and yeah, everyone has been working the hardest they've been all year. Everyone, I think, is really excited to play on a new patch, and yeah, we've had a good bootcamp, and we're just excited to see how it goes for us.
Right. And would you say one of your strengths as a player has always been around the mentality? Because what you're telling me is that you're able to see tournaments in a vacuum, that everything else around it does not affect what is going to happen or what should happen. So has that always been your viewpoint of it, and has that always been your strength? I'm
not sure. I remember I used to get sometimes stressed, but I guess just you keep playing and you play for so long, and at some point it just passes. Yeah, some tournaments are going to go well, some tournaments will go poorly, and that's just how it is. And how much you stressed over and how much you really, really wanted to win, at the end of the day, didn't end up making an impact on the result.
Okay.
So it just comes with time, I guess. Sometimes random nerves just appear out of nowhere, even if, I don't know, sometimes you will play a pub, you didn't even double down, but then the nerves are coming. And there's there's no explanation. But,
Could happen in officials, could happen in pubs. But 33, thank you so much for joining. I appreciated everything that you've had to say, and good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
We are back into the final game of the evening here. It is MOUZ taking on Team Liquid, and boy oh boy, Team Liquid looking as good as ever, man.
Yeah, that was a very, very strong performance. Grabbed a lead pretty early on. Some early support movements, but I mean, they were free to. They got themselves an early lead in both side lanes and just got to choose where to go.
And as we get ready to head into the second draft, like the priority for the draft is going to be a little bit different. So Team Liquid will have first pick, and MOUZ will have Diór. And I'm pretty sure when it comes to the draft, like I like the idea for MOUZ, like getting this Grimstroke and this Witch Doctor, like we know that they like to run. I think the Terrorblade might have been a little bit of a miss in terms of like the fighting into the Doom lane. I know it plays well into the Templar Assassin traditionally, but he itemizes for a Mjolnir and just like kills the other heroes, plays off of the spill damage from side blades. He ends up doing plenty of damage anyway. So I like the way Team Liquid addressed the draft. I think MOUZ maybe need to draft for a little bit of a stronger lane for their carry.
Yeah, I also think... So Pango can get active pretty early, like with just roll. But Dragon Knight sort of needs that blink to really get going. And I wonder if a hero who has a more natural initiation would work well with Grimstroke, Witch Doctor, because you really want those two heroes to be able to force things early, which I guess the Dragon Knight fits in the sense that you just push up the towers. And they were trying, right? They did all the tier 1s and kept going. Maybe it was the Coddle that was the bigger issue, actually, more than anything they draft. Now that I talk through it, because him just spamming out Illuminates really slowed down their momentum. You know, otherwise maybe they do force a fight or maybe they take objectives quicker, but this Illuminate spam just coming in all the time, slowing you down, you just didn't get quite enough. And he's doing it on his own, really, while Mickey, Doom, 33, like they're just farming everywhere else. So you were never really able to pull a lead, even though you were taking so many early towers.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect example was the first tier 2 tower push on the top side of the map, right? Like, they bring 5 heroes, they defend entirely with just the Nisha Coddle, and then Boxy comes to the Twin Gate, cuts the wave, and then just goes back to the Twin Gate. Meanwhile, you had 33 and, you know, Mickey farming on the other sides of the map the whole time. So just delaying that tower push by a couple of minutes slows down all of the momentum. They had to wait for the next meta to come up to try it again, and then they get it, but they respond in numbers from Liquid. They just doom the Terrorblade and kill him. So it felt like everything that MOUZ got that game did not come without a cost.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Everything they tried was just not a big enough win. Like, it's not that they weren't getting things out of it. They just couldn't get enough to really pull back a lead after the strong start Team Liquid had in the very first few minutes. Like, even starting before the game, like the bell rang, the wards they Liquid placed, the positioning by Nisha, then they got the D ward, right? Just all these little things went their way.
Yeah, and I think
loves first pick.
Yeah, I think everyone just takes first. Like a lot of teams just take first pick because that's what they've planned for. But looking at Liquid, they've actually kind of prioritized second pick the majority of the time, which is a little bit weird. We don't see that all that often. In terms of the bans this time around, it's going to be Beastmaster, Monkey King, Sand King, Tiny, Primal Beast, Enigma. I think these are all the same from the previous game. There's the Darkseer ban, though. So this one is a little bit new. And Liquid...
It's something MOUZ loves, though.
It is. And they don't have the response pick, right? Like, so typically, if you had second pick and they go for the Darkseer opener, they could just pick the counter, something they're comfortable with. They just go right back for the Templar Assassin. And the response is going to be the Shadow Fiend from MOUZ. Okay. 130 bans on Monkey King, my lord.
Good hero. How do you feel about this mid matchup, TA versus SF? Not that it's guaranteed to be mid matchup, but it could be, right? And I feel that is the refraction not pretty good versus the raises?
It is. It is pretty good against the raises, but because the number of refraction charges is much lower than it used to be, I think it's actually not that bad. Like, you can just anytime the refraction comes out, you just hit it a couple times. You'll throw a single raise into there because the first raise isn't really the big issue. It's the second raise that kind of forces you out of the lane. And if once you hit the second raise, you kind of have to back And then third raise is like the, okay, I'm going to kill you moment. So I think it's fine if it ends up going mid lane. Chances are this could very well just be both safe laners, which is funny enough. But I think overall, both teams having minus armor already in their draft is pretty cool.
Yeah, Weaver's still available. MOUZ would get the chance to grab it first.
Unless they ban it here. But we've seen... I was going to say, we've seen Shadow Fiend and Weaver on the same team before, and it did not feel very good. So I like the Marcy ban here quite a bit.
Ooh, that's also a very strong lane combo.
Yeah.
I'm okay with Weaver SF. I think the reason that felt awkward was more like the rest of the heroes on there. I think if you want to pick Weaver here, it's fine, because that could be Weaver 1, 4, or 5. This could be SF 1 or 2. And you still have like negative armor synergy no matter what role these heroes go. So I think it gives you a lot of flexibility for the rest of your draft. Though you would, you'd want to pick some initiators in the remaining 3 heroes. But I think you can do it if you want. Hoodwink ban, understandable.
I've never seen that hero before.
Yeah,
so
I wonder why it's so good.
The Phoenix picked up since the... Oh, I was going to say since the Snapfire is banned. I assumed it was. It is not banned.
Yeah,
so
I feel like you could go Snapfire.
And I think it's actually quite okay into the mid lane of the Shadow Fiend as well, if they want to take the Snapfire. 63 most picked heroes right now are the Hoodwink with a 60% win rate at 63 picks, followed up closely by the Snapfire. You see the Phoenix, you can take the Snapfire and hide its position for quite a while, or not, because they just grab Doom for 33 here once again, and there's your Snapfire. So Snapfire, Doom, most likely your off-lane duo. I like this a ton.
Yeah, this keeps your flex of the TA open, and Snapfire can actually go in either lane, and it doesn't really matter where she plays, because Little Shredder, like, you just need 1 point in it, and eventually you get more, and it's helpful to get the longer range, but 1 point is enough to kill the egg. So whether you play it 4 or 5, like, TA Snap is actually also a pretty strong lane. Whether you build for a Cookie to throw the TA in to get like a very aggressive fight, although TA may not love that. Otherwise, you could just go for a Little Shredder build and just apply the negative armor plus meld and poke away as 2 ranged heroes. This is a strong Snapfire pick.
And Snapfire's like relatively tanky as well. Like, she can just be a heavy body in front of some of these heroes. Like, if you go the Ricochet facet, which a lot of people do, you don't mind playing up close because of the buckshot, the way that bonus damage is going to work. So yeah, it works out really well if you do decide to run this as a 5. I think the flex is still there. But for MOUZ, they need to pick something that can protect the egg. Okay, they go for the Earthshaker and the Dawnbreaker. Not a hero we see all that often. But now I'm wondering where this Dawn is going.
Feel like that's your off lane, right? We don't really see her in any other role right now.
It's only been
carry.
carry.
I suppose Earthshaker could flex into a core role, but we saw Narman play it. We've heard them talk about, it's a little off meta, but they like the melee force. He just roams around, leaves the offlaner alone. Which I'm a little surprised is Dawnbreaker, because I don't think she's the best offlaner to leave alone. But I guess if you give her good equilibrium with the Earthshaker, then he is a bit free to roam.
That's kind of what I'm wondering. Yeah, it's actually not a bad idea. But Invoker picked up here for Nisha in the mid lane. I'd imagine Nisha in the mid lane. I have seen some people kind of experiment a little bit with the support Invoker, but
Boxy would do it.
Yeah, Boxy would absolutely do it. It wouldn't be super out of the Liquid wheelhouse. But seeing that these heroes on the side of MOUZ, I guess they feel pretty confident to pick it on the 18. It's always one of those picks that you feel pretty confident grabbing, right, if you have 18 pick.
Especially because you can now get the ban in here, yeah.
Exactly.
In case it's SF carry, looks like they're going to take out the Void Spirit. What do you need on the side of Liquid? I mean, if you assume this is mid Invoker, carry, TA, offlane Doom, then it's uncommon, but you're actually looking for a support here and probably an initiating support. I would say Nyx could be a very safe ban. Nyx is very good versus Dawnbreaker, and you can also get Phoenix stunned up and killed before the egg comes out. It's a little bit of an awkward lane, maybe. Doom Nyx.
Yeah.
But I think some kind of initiator for Team Liquid, like whatever support role it is, I feel like you want someone who will properly initiate so that Snapfire ult can be effective.
I love the Clockwork ban because that's one of the support combos we've seen actually have a lot of success. The Snapfire Clock. The other ones
Rubik
have been
would be
like
good too.
Yeah, Rubik wouldn't be bad. You're against, you know, some pretty solid spell steals. It's hard to get Fissure nowadays, but
that's true.
I think with the Snapfire, I don't actually hate Crystal Maiden.
I'm open to it. I think if you do go for a position 5, someone who is good at punishing a solo offlaner, because this Earthshaker is going to move. So you either need to match that movement, or you need to just absolutely shut down this Dawnbreaker. Or another way you could take it is just to farm. Like, okay, like just 1v1, and I am going to get super rich, and Earthshaker has no way to farm early. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was leaning towards Crystal Maiden. Like, she's really strong in lane and can definitely punish, like, solo heroes. Disruptor would have been a very good pick, so I actually really like the Disruptor ban. It also sets up Sunstrike potential if Anisha has any early points in the Exhort. You could also just run something like an Ogre. Legitimately. Like, you have Doom. They get rid of the Ember Spirit and the Void Spirit for the mid lane. I don't even think Ogre's that bad. It's kind of just, you know, a body to put in front of Templar Assassin, but you play the learning curve. As soon as you get level 2, the Dawnbreaker's lane is over, especially if you're going to be roaming on the Earthshaker. Unless all of this is carry Dawnbreaker, she rushes at, like, Desolator, and then we have a new offlane pick here, that would be hype. It is going to be the Nyx. Yeah. All right. Not bad. Great at stopping the Dawnbreaker. That's the main idea, I imagine.
Yeah, SF is also relatively squishy in the early game too, so you could potentially get him killed off.
CK.
Okay, Chaos Knight. So Chaos Knight in the offlane versus the Doom Nyx. And who's he got with him? The Phoenix. We'll probably see some creep dragging in that lane going on to start.
They have a lot of kill potential with the Chaos Knight as opposed to last game against the Doom, where it just wasn't really there with the Terrorblade. So this game, maybe we see them get aggressive with the Phoenix and the Chaos Knight.
I think the big question is Narman's Earthshaker. Now, we got to see it before, and we were unsure because Earthshaker's not really in the meta. But he played really well in both those games we got to see. His roaming as a melee 4 was really effective. And he's going to need to do that because, like, if nothing happens, Nyx is going to get more just by nature of being able to one-shot creeps than an Earthshaker will. And you're going to be behind. Like, the roaming on Earthshaker has to be successful.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at all of these facets. Nothing really that surprising, to be honest. I think everything is what I expected. Dying Light for Phoenix is a little bit scary against a Nyx Assassin. It's similar to the Flame Guard, right? Like, if you're not at full HP, he can just pop you with the Spike Carapace.
Yeah, that is true. I also really like something we didn't talk about, Nyx plus Invoker. I think Nyx, he's actually more of a one-shot hero nowadays anyways, but it really helps to have help. And this game, you have Invoker Sunstrike, and then you actually also have Snapfire Ultimate, which is pretty long range. Not the usual combo you might think of, but like, it's not working from top lane to bottom lane, but like, if you're in the same general area on the map, you could find the back line, and Snapfire could reach it to help.
You're absolutely right. Here we are. This is the final game of the day. It is Team Liquid taking on MOUZ Esports as we jump into a pause. Love that, but Yeah, both teams feeling pretty good. I think based on some of the results of these other series that are happening right now, Liquid might have secured themselves playoffs with their last win, but we'll have to see. We'll look at all the standings after this, but let's take a look at the facets while we're paused. Elitist, of course, Full Bore, Devil's Bargain, Scuttle, and then the Void Blades. All right, nothing. Actually, wait, that's the TA one that we almost never see. Hold up.
And usually it's Refractor, which
Yeah.
the game would have defaulted to Refractor because it's the last one he picked, I believe. So he chose to take Side Blades. Now, I believe the idea here, because if you actually take a look, he also has Boots of Speed on this TA, which is very uncommon. But I think Liquid is preemptively recognizing Earthshaker is leaving, and we have to punish this Dawnbreaker. And my guess is, like, he thinks this is how he can do that.
All right, well, we're going to see them go for mid-game, but he gets the meld to dodge the stun, and he's out. Now, that's such an unfortunate gank because Boxy also scouts your ward in mid. He unfortunately doesn't scout it correctly. Okay, there he does. He pings the right side. He knows it's over there. Going for the wraparound, playing in the fog, but he's about to walk into the entire enemy team, so he will go for an Impale here. First blood. They want to give it up to the Shadow Fiend if possible, but Olnitz will grab it as he kind of chuckles a little bit there. Boxy's like, guys, I did find their ward, though.
Ooh, gets his D ward too.
No, they denied it.
Oh, that's what I meant. Gets the deny on the D.
That's huge.
A pretty good start for MOUZ.
Boxy was definitely thinking they were gonna stick around in the Radiant jungle, go for the runes there. Moving in pretty deep.
Dawnbreaker revealing the whole map. Love that. Ooh, Full Bore off the mark.
Full Bore kind of hard to hit with the smaller range.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of supports still go the other one, so I'm a little bit surprised that he goes for Full Bore instead of the Ricochet, but it's all right.
I think it again comes down to how are you punishing a solo Dawnbreaker?
That's a good point. Yeah, you're right. You're more likely to hit the Scatter Blast than you are to get the full little Shredder duration. She's going to be playing around the hammer for safety. Ooh, that is a full bracer. So that first blood gold now doesn't really matter.
Second one?
Bruh.
Dude, there's not even an observer up here.
How many couriers are dead, bro?
Mickey's died too.
All right.
No one even has observers to scout for this stuff. They're just killing them.
Narman wants to lane drag, and Boxy's kind of doing the same thing already, so kind of a funny little start to the lanes.
Anyone else's courier want to walk up? I mean, the first blood, or sorry, the courier kill on the Chaos Knight is a big deal because you get first blood, the gold doesn't actually do anything for you until you pick up an item, and he literally does not get to pick up the item until a couple minutes in, at which point that difference in gold from the first blood really isn't as big of a deal.
Well, Boxy's still level 1. He's just going to get burned down here by Bangan. The 2 points, just the Fire Spirits alone are so much damage. It's one of the reasons, like, I was kind of surprised about the next pick, because it's not good in lane. It's almost only ever picked against certain heroes. And here's the Narman rotation like we were talking about. He just picks these heroes, and he just rotates around the map. Stun out. Nisha is going to get triple raised. As a result, the high ground miss might have been enough to save him as the stun, the impale, the tornado. He gets the fourth raise from downtown. Not respecting that raise. Maybe he just didn't think it would kill him. I don't know.
That was weird. I swear he saw Narman.
Oh my god!
Oh, courier again? Oh my god. If Boxy gets the Phoenix courier too, this is too funny. He's gonna respect it. He's gonna hide it by the tier 2.
Dude.
He sees Boxy.
Olnit has his starting items. I need to stress this enough. He has the items he started the game with at 3 minutes in.
Yeah, it means this. His net worth is currently at the top. He's nearly 1,900. He effectively has like 500. So that's kind of why you can get by with the weak lane you were talking about on the Nyx. It's when you manage to get these courier kills. It's not like it was even part of his plan. Like, his plan was creep dragging, but he happens to get courier kills as well, which actually makes this way easier. He's going to pick up 2 creeps here. I think he's at risk. Narman's up here. He might die for this, but he is messing up the lane in a way that is going to help Doom later on. Tries to get the bounty.
He's just trying to force him to take it. I think otherwise he wants the Shadow Fiend to bottle it. Which, speaking of which, Shadow Fiend and Invoker are having a little bit of fun in the mid lane. Dude, these lanes are wild. I don't even know what's like. You watch this stuff and like this is just typical MOUZ. This is what they do in a lot of their games. They just have like kind of these bizarre rotations whenever they pick heroes like the Shaker or the Bounty Hunter. These like heavy mobile 4s, or not even mobile, but rotating 4s. They're gonna protect the Water Rune for Supreme topside. Dawnbreaker, despite all of this, is CSing perfectly fine. Like, he is completely alone in the lane.
That's the strength of the Earthshaker fissure block. Trusting Force to handle the rest himself, and Force is doing a good job of it. Supreme trying to make a play mid. Good cold snap. Burns the rest of the mana. Can't really do the raise combo without any mana.
He's doing quite well on the Shadow Fiend. I mean, that kill is so value for him. Gives him just a little bit of an XP advantage. So you get like level 3 raise earlier. And right now, I mean, MOUZ is looking good in all 3 lanes. This is going quite well for them.
Yeah, they're kind of pulling it into their pace, and Force bullying Insania a little bit here.
Oh, mid lane. The fissure block. Can he get in range for the raise? He does. The stun comes out, but the cold snap is there. Boxing the rotation. The full bore as well. The third raise. It helps get the kill, but you die first on the Shadow Fiend, and Narman's going to burn to the AoE of the Doom.
A really early rotation by Doom, but it wasn't really getting much out of his lane, so he's happy to come and pick up a kill, and oh no, my mid laner died, so I guess I've got to stay here for this double wave. That's really too bad. Alright, with that, I mean, he's going to jump up. That kind of recovers his game.
Yeah, getting the first, like the fact that Nisha dies after the Shadow Fiend is quite big there.
Yeah, and actually, I'm checking the net worth real quick. The last hits on Dawnbreaker are a little misleading.
Uh-oh,
Nisha pretty far behind.
Might be in some trouble here, trying to hobble away, but they've got so much damage to follow it up. He does go invis, but Supreme snipes him with one final raise. Boxy gets his, like, 5th courier of the game. It's another pair of boots.
That means they can't chase him. They're too slow. I might get Chaos Knight's courier on the way back, too. Alright, they didn't see it. They didn't see it. He's left. The 7-minute rune. Mickey might be going for the steal.
Radiant are scanning.
That'd be quite good. Dire scan it out. They know. They're like, all right, guys, he's coming up here. We cannot let the carry Templar assassin. I mean, you just have to TP,
the
but
support's TP'd earlier.
Force has to Starbreaker this. It's the only way.
Oh, who's got the caps lock? Nice. Yeah. Very well timed Starbreaker. I was going to say, who's got the Dota Labs feature enabled to toggle? I think it'll help you with the Wisdom Rune, or the runes to not click enemy heroes.
Oh, yeah, you're right. All right.
Taking some damage top.
Dude, the root. Nice. Sunray, though, coming through to try to heal them up. And the Dawnbreaker ult immediately canceled thanks to Boxy, but they turn it around as Supreme TP's on in. Bangan's going to dive in, get the courier as well, so there's a little bit more damage. Yeah, dude, there's been a lot of courier deaths. That's the Nyx impact, right, for the Dawnbreaker. If she joins there, maybe 33 dies instead. So I think that's a worthwhile sacrifice. Supreme crush in the mid lane. Ooh, does he see that ward? He does. Oh, Supreme might have got invaded. Great vision, though, out from Narman, trying to zone them out. Supreme, though, needs a little bit more space. Sunrays coming through. There's the Requiem. Wait a minute. Boxy gets turned on. There's an invis bottom. They know there's a rune down there. Narman trying to make his way. Insania's just going to deny it, I think. Yeah. No, he picks it up. And Insania, he's got no cookie. He can't get out of this. It's just going to be another kill for Supreme.
MOUZ is doing a great job of, we were saying Earthshaker's got to make the game weird. He's got to rotate, and Liquid's getting sucked into that pace. They're trying to like follow around this Earthshaker. He's getting done what he needs to. Don is still behind. Okay, like he got sacked. Force knew that was his life though. In our interview, he was like, yeah, he always picks some 4 melee. He just wants to roam and leave me alone. I get abandoned, but he knows what he's in for. He's doing his best. The rotations will be tough though because of that Nyx assassin. But I think MOUZ is. Well, I don't know.
They're happy, I think, right now with the.
I think so. But I am still like, I don't know if this is enough because I do think the late game is easier with the Nyx. Like even though he's like 1-4-1, like all he needs is level 6 and he'll do what he needs to do.
This
stealing
smoke,
stacks though
dude.
is pretty big.
Yeah,
Doesn't even break the smoke for it.
They get it, and they're gonna get 33. Stuns coming in from Olnit. The Fissure to block him off. The rest of the team's coming in. Nisha gets a nice EMP, but they're just gonna continue the chase. They see everybody coming. They just want this Invoker more than anything. He's gonna go invis, but there's the dust. Supreme double raise. Mickey comes through. Sunrays out. Nisha is gonna burn. Narman beats him down, but Force is here. A Fissure to block off the TA as well. It's a beatdown in the top lane. MOUZ get 3 with no casualties.
MOUZ doing it. 2K lead here at 10 minutes. Not a huge amount, but considering Earthshaker is considered such a weak laner, like even more so than Nyx nowadays, I would say, this is pretty good for them.
This is their game. This is the game style, man. This is how they play it.
Yeah, they need to keep being careful with how they approach fights because of the Nyx. The same way, like Dawnbreaker was very patient that time, waited for the ultimate to make sure Nyx was not in the area, and then she joins in that fight, and that's what gets Mickey killed. Otherwise, Mickey runs down the SF. A good dive by them, grabbing 33 real quick. The double stun from Boxy here, a little bit off on that CK. Got a little more damage into Nisha because of that.
Yeah, as soon as he
doing
sees the
tons of
spike
damage to
carapace.
Supreme. Yeah, just jumps in. Really well done by MOUZ.
They're looking clean. They're forcing Liquid to play their game, right? Like that's the big difference is last game Liquid just decided, okay, we see what you're doing. We're just going to farm up, do our own thing, and eventually we will just run you over. In this game, they're kind of forcing the hand with this Earthshaker. The fact that he can block off and guarantee kills, and if you do not respond to them, you're going to just get a really farmed Shadow Fiend, and, you know, they're trying to respond. It's just not working. Olnit's having a great time on the CK. Supreme's up to 4 permanent stacks, maybe more now. How many does he have?
Supreme, 4.
Yeah, so 24 Necromastery stacks. And he's not going for the Blink early. He's got the Kaya, going for the Yasha now.
Liquid gonna try to slow down the pace a little. They need to get 6 on Boxy. Then he can actually start looking around Invis, try to set things up. They also need 6 on Insania, so they'll just take it easy, try to get their levels. The nice thing about Snapfire support, as soon as you have your ult, it's enough damage to kill anyone in the game.
Yeah.
But you need that ult, and then you need setup. So both supports got to get 6, and then maybe you can find a big kill.
Supreme definitely, I think, wants to like play for picks when he can get them, but he needs to be careful because if you lose these 4 Necromastery stacks, it's pretty rough, and I think he just wants to play for this Yasha. Mech is done on the Dawnbreaker. So Nisha with his Vessel. I'm assuming he still backs for the Midas, right? A lot of the time that's the case. Speaking of Midas, 33's got one.
Expect that. And we'll see if he ends up using the tech this time. Didn't use it last time. The last game was going better for them.
All right.
Radiant's middle tower is
They're looking
under
for a
attack.
rotation on the top side here. Smoked up from Team Liquid.
Dire's
Getting
top
forced to
tower
be
is
fantastic.
under
Boxing
Oh my
right to the
goodness.
Dude, you're kidding me. He just barely misses. They will know about
They
him
see
now.
the hammer though.
Yeah. There's going to be the tornado. The follow-up with the Vessel. More than enough damage for Force. The mech not going to do a ton of healing, but they're responding in numbers. They're looking for this Invoker. They actually get the stun on the backside, catching the Nixus. That's the Fear actually catches Nisha in the trees. The Sunray's out. Oh no, it's so costly. A massive response from MOUZ and Nisha doing his best, but there's no escape. That Requiem, unreal.
I don't know if it's the Fissure or the Requiem, but preventing both those TB out, like if you just get the Insania in return, then that's fantastic for Liquid. But actually picking up all 3 kills is massive. Jumps them up to a 5k lead now. And I think that should be Blink on Earthshaker, getting really close.
Oh, it was the Fissure.
It looks like
wow,
that Fissure.
Dude. Narman Earthshaker. We saw it earlier in the tournament, right? The only game that they've won has been off the back of Narman's Shaker. And this is just another
Game
scenario.
2 coming in.
Yeah.
He's really close to his Blink. He's just going to hit the jungle for probably another 30 seconds. He needs to kill like 1 more creep. Pretty fast Blink, considering this is like, he got Arcane Boots too.
Yeah, that is actually pretty dang fast.
What is he? He's 3-1-7 right now. Really good. You do have to keep this momentum up, though. Not to get too excited for MOUZ. It's not like a guaranteed win yet. This is definitely on the right track that their lineup wants to take. You got to be careful, though. Slip up once, throw a big fight. Like, I do think this Nyx will cause you so many problems the longer the game goes. So you got to make sure you continue to be very careful about these fights. Take the right ones. Don't give Liquid an easy recovery.
Oh no. This Ward Sentry, it's scouting everything. They know the Invoker and the Nyx Assassin are nearby. They are going to see him now as he walks back under a ward. And there's the Orchid reveal from Olnit, just going to lay into Boxy. He gets the D ward.
As soon as he gets killed, he knows what's going on. It's like, quick.
Here's the Blink reveal. Ward up onto the high ground. Do they find Mickey? They do now. Supreme nearby. There's the Blink, the Echo. Do they have the follow-up damage? They have a Dawnbreaker in pursuit. And that is it. Kill goes to Force. And the Blink already paying off.
Now they're going to go for the mid tower.
Radiant's middle tower is
Here,
under
I don't know. Are we going to see another early Roche? A lot of stacks on the Shadow Fiend.
No
Oh,
way.
They find Insania.
Was that a long TP? Where was he going? Maybe heading to top as they're looking for Force. The response is there, and they've got him. Nicely done, but now you've got to get out. There is an egg still available. Olnit comes in. The stun? Did he miss it? It's just, it's taking
It's
forever to
slow.
get there. Finally connects. 33's
Roche?
trying to deny to Roche. He gets it. No way. All right.
Dude, the Fire
MOUZ.
Spirit griefed him that time.
Yeah.
It made it, slowed Roche's attack. Timed it perfectly. But it will be a fast Roche.
Yeah.
Because of that.
They're like, oh, Roche, huh? That actually sounds like a pretty good idea.
Thank you for leading us to this.
Supreme's got to take this. There's no way. So, yeah, Shadow Fiend wants to protect these Necromastery stacks, of course. Sitting at 25 as he's closing it onto his Blink Dagger. The big timing on Shadow Fiend is always the 20-minute or the 20 talent with the Aghanim Scepter, and he's definitely on pace to hit that.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Mickey is keeping up. He's falling a little bit behind the CK, but certainly still has the damage. So if Liquid can isolate targets, they can still get kills, but taking the full-on team fights is proving to be very difficult for them.
Are scanning.
Invoker did get his Midas, by the way. It's on the way. So they're playing for the long game on Liquid, which I think at this point is the correct play.
Supreme smoked up. It's going to get popped as soon as he starts walking in. Boxy in position to break this. I mean, they're looking for any opening they can find. They know that this Nyx Assassin is somewhere. But they don't have a sentry placed. They're just going to pop a dust. And they're looking for the Blink Echo into Blink Requiem, right? Like, that is a kill onto any hero.
Yeah, though Nyx is not really the guy you want, so I kind of understand maybe why they were a little slow about going that.
Yeah.
They were hoping to find someone else.
Bottom lane? We seen anything going on here? Nisha is just hunting Invis. He's just going to try and cut the wave, I'd imagine. He also sees the Dawnbreaker down there. Okay, now they're bringing numbers. Nyx is going to TP in. Oh, Narman cancels! Oh, that feels bad. Dude, his shaker's so good. Nisha's farming. Dragonlance, Blink now done on his way to his BKB. So more of a conventional TA build out as compared to last game, which we saw with the Mjolnir, right? But
yeah, there's not the super high armor hero you want to bypass this time in the Dragon Knight and Terrorblade last game. This time just going for the conventional Deso.
really good rotation again. Narman and Supreme walking hand in hand, looking for their Echo target, and Nisha would be perfect. They have an early gem pickup as well. Who are they going to find? There he is, Nisha, the Blink, the Echo, the Requiem comes through. He doesn't even need to jump. It's just going to be 2 kills for the side of MOUZ as 33 is forced to leave. Dude, this early gem is so good too.
Who has it?
Narman.
Ooh, yeah, that is good. Lets him get that Nyx kill as well.
Mickey.
Free of cost.
Okay, yeah, it's like he needs to be careful. Dawnbreaker illuminating the map for their team, giving a little bit of idea of where they all are. They're collapsing on the triangle.
Map's being restricted so much. Yeah, collapsing on that triangle. They have that cliff ward on the triangle, which Insane is trying to deward right now. I think it might cost him his life if he doesn't get out of here.
He has one cookie. He's gonna make it. Pig mode activated. He's out. Nicely,
and they're
nicely
quickly
done.
secure their Tormentor before it can be stolen. Get
Good moves.
Insania. That's actually a pretty good one to deny, to slow down pushes, because the cookie can now clear creep waves pretty safely.
I mean, since this Aegis was picked up, we can see in the top right, there's almost no gold change. They've done a really good job at farming on these other heroes and like cutting waves, despite obviously it's just the threat of the MOUZ lineup right now. They do manage to take a Wisdom Rune, but Boxy already there to take the enemy.
Yeah, this game their supports are not as well equipped as last game. Like the Boxy Weaver just cutting creep waves super easily last game. This time Nyx terrible at that sort of thing. They do have improved pickoff, but looks like multiple heroes are rotating down here. Blink Echo up in 17 seconds.
There is this good ward that's been down here outside the tier 1 tower for quite a while. They've not actually been able to deward it.
Who's got the, let's see, Narman passed the gem off. Where did it go? Chaos Knight?
Radiant's top tower.
It's on SS actually.
Oh, okay.
I
mean,
thought he might get it as he walked up, but
kinda makes sense. Because now that he doesn't have now that he doesn't have the Aegis, like he doesn't want to die, and walking it over like a TA trap or an Invis Nyx or Invis TA, like that stuff's all super scary. Which, speaking of the Nyx assassin, running around here trying to find an opening.
if they can actually find Supreme, they have the damage to kill him between these two heroes. But the problem is Supreme will see the Nyx coming in because he has the gem. So you have to like catch sight of him right as you turn a tree to try to surprise him.
Yeah, he just has to not have Blink up either.
That too. And Ben can just place an Observer and Sentry combo, which is going to spot Boxy right now. So there is no way this works.
Yep, he immediately leaves. So they still haven't taken this top. They have taken no towers. I'm actually just realizing MOUZ have every tier 1 tower still up. It definitely makes sense as to why like they're having so much trouble actually finding any other kills. Because no one can actually like get across the map without being seen besides Nyx Assassin.
Yeah, Invoker's trying to, but actually Invoker's another hero who is not the fastest at cutting creep waves. You kind of have to launch the Meteor, which is such a long cooldown that you can't really do it again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, this one right here.
All right, bottom tier 2
Narman's
tower.
on the way.
Oh. Wait, is Narman actually just going to sit here and wait for his TP?
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just passing each other.
Are fortified.
Okay. Tier 2 falls. As they are finally going to get themselves their first tower.
Top tower has fallen.
Ooh. He thought about going for that curry. He's like, nope, I don't know where the shaker is. If I go for this and I get stunned, it's going to be real sad. All right, last tier 2 tower. They've got to, man. They're finding an amplified damage on the backside. Boxy's going to take it.
They think Earthshaker's not here, so they're trying to fight. But they're not finding
They
it
get
fast
the
enough,
Blink
I think.
Doom. They've got it on top of the Chaos Knight as BKB is out. A nice Requiem to fear off the backside as they look for 33. A good Force Staff to save him. Boxy now really far forward. Spike Carapace to stop that stun. But CK's alive and Dawnbreaker ult at the ready. They can rejoin. They just need a target. It's got, I mean, Blink Echo is so scary right now. With no Doom available, can you stop this push?
There's no BKB on Chaos Knight, but I don't know if that's a massive issue for him if you get a good initiation.
They smoke immediately. The aggression from MOUZ this game is so good. They're just going to head straight to top.
I think they have to do it as well, though. Like, if you let it become a long, drawn-out game, you're going to...
Oh, what a...
Instant blink.
Dude, such a good bait. Like, honestly, this is set up from Boxy, 100%. He was scouting the couriers, seeing where they were moving. So 33 knew that they were smoked heading top. And just blink TPs.
What a quick reaction, though. I would definitely like, oh yeah, I know they're coming. I could totally blink out. then die anyways to the Blink Echo. Really fast moves from 33 there. Waste the Echo. If it was a faster Roche upon, maybe they could use that to fight Roche, but actually a long one, they'll have the Echo again. But I guess you're just dragging things out, right? The gold lead, despite taking towers, it's hardly growing. Look at Insania. Just sneaking his way over here.
Good little ward. Very, like, rarely de-warded, but it does give you some good vision if you want to try and play for that mid lane. Because a lot of times MOUZ are going to set up on the right side, right? So you're going to be able to see the heroes in the tree lines. Maybe get a pick.
Yeah, you just got to hope that Supreme does not walk his way over there. Boxy sees Force.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they can try and threaten this mid tower. They just don't know where MOUZ is. And they're waiting for Roshan to spawn. Unfortunately for them, it's still another 45 seconds away, so they're wasting a little bit of time on the top side.
Dawnbreaker TP'd out, but I don't think they actually caught sight of that. He's going to go look around on Boxy for that Dawnbreaker. If they can take tier 1, it sounds crazy, tier 1 mid for Aegis, but honestly, you just need to open up the map for yourself so that it's easier to split push. It's so difficult when the tier 1s are up because there's so many ways you can be wrapped around by rotations, especially when there's a global Dawnbreaker ult. So yeah, support's going to risk their lives to take these tier 1s. And when no one defends, I think you've got an idea of what's going on. They're just waiting for Roche, if not doing it right now.
Yeah, this Roche took so long. They're actually going to lose both. They're going to lose both Wisdom Runes for this and the mid tower. So some momentum for Liquid. It's actually very fortunate for them that this Roche was a longer respawn. But they'll know Roshan now dead or dying, so Boxy, that should give him a green light to try and maybe go for this Wisdom Rune. So, all right.
There we go.
Force has Ags now. That's wild.
Evasion is really good versus TA. Not
Yeah.
a hero who wants to build MKV. No, she did get an Enchanted Quiver, actually, so at least you get one attack that'll True Strike past that. Wow, that was a really dead Snapfire. That seems like a little overkill. I don't know. Maybe he's just tired. He's like, I haven't gone to Requiem anything in so long. Let's go. Let's get that Snapfire.
I think it's okay because you get Aegis, and now you have a hero advantage as well. So now you're just gonna play for your Aghanim Scepter anyway on Shadow Fiend. So yeah, I like it. 33 top side. Needs to be careful. Blink raise out from the Shadow Fiend. Hits 3. He's down to almost no HP. Oh my goodness. The Grove Bow damage amp, dude. Holy hell.
He has no magic resistance if he doesn't want to pop BKB, which he does have, but yeah, you don't really think you're going to get solo killed like that. I guess it wasn't really solo. The other come in to finish it. If it was just SF, I think he does live. The TP would have completed, but Dawnbreaker and Earthshaker close enough to help out.
That's it. Aghanim Scepter now for the Shadow Fiend done. He's not quite to his level 20 talent, which is a massive power spike for this hero. But either way, that's great for Supreme. He's up to 32 Shadow Raise stacks now. Let's see if he can break our record, which we've seen, which is 40. Great disarm there onto the CK as they get to work on this tier 3 tower. Just being healed up by the Phoenix. Tornado comes through. Great D-ward from Insania.
Dawnbreaker ult checking, see if anyone is creep cutting. They see they're all stuck on their own half of the map. Or what I say, Dawnbreaker ult, I mean her innate ability.
Sees everything.
Yep.
Instant
so you don't
smoke.
really have to be worried about your waves.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah, they're hoping for Doom. They saw Doom heading out bottom. They're hoping he's like trying to sneak his way out. So that's what they're looking for.
He goes back.
Good call. Gets out.
Narman's. Oh, I was gonna say if he had a ward, I think he might have placed an aggressive ward there, but doesn't say anything. They do have some vision of Boxy hiding in the trees here. Okay, they do end up placing a aggressive ward bottom. Ooh, Force. Oh, Tumbler. Or just gets out thanks to the Ogre Seal. They're just going to try and pop Boxy here, and they do pretty damn easily. Olnit the one securing it. His buyback is available. It's not the worst hero to lose, but mid lane, they get the Doom onto the Shadow Feed. He's got no way out. No Aegis to protect him. The gem hits the deck. Narman
in his recovery
does secure it. Mickey forced to BKB as the buyback comes through from the next. Bengen's so damn low as well. The side blades almost finish him off.
More. They bought back on Boxy, but they're so scared to push up to this high ground. They know how strong MOUZ is. MOUZ knows it too. They're not even retreating. They've got Egg on this high ground, plus Blink Echo still available.
That is such a costly
SF
death.
though. It's still a pretty big win overall for Liquid. Plus, it just buys time, right? Like, you might be willing to fight that high. Oh my god.
No way.
My. Okay, no, they're gonna find him anyways.
Nick.
I thought for a moment.
The
Wait,
tornado? Oh, it
No
actually
way.
makes the space. Boxy goes in, gets saved thanks to the cookie. The Fissure can't connect. He had no idea the Invis arm was on top of him. He was just throwing that tornado to get rid of the CK. And now they're going to grab themselves a Tormentor. They're pulling themselves back into this game. Slowly but steadily. But with Shadow Fiend back into this one, no Doom available. They've got to get something now. Dude, Boxy's going to steal the haste rune.
LMAO.
I'm sorry, did you want that, Supreme? I mean, they've got a trap. They can just... He has no BKB for this.
Sunstrike?
They... okay.
Not enough damage, though. He's too poor.
Loses another
kills
courier.
a courier with some observers on it. Might be losing their tier 3 for this.
Nice Phantasm dodge of the EMP. Oh my god. The damage,
What?
the TA.
Sideways?
The slow is actually making quite a bit of a difference there as well. Like he's having a hard time getting out of the base. And Boxy just again on courier duty, sitting back here waiting for anything to come flying across the map.
Yeah, I mean we're seeing that TA still definitely threatens the damage, right? But she is just susceptible to being burst either by a stun into SF ult or stun into Chaos Knight Illusions. So it's a very scary fight, but if given the chance to just hit away, like you've got the damage to get these kills. Especially because I think she just bought out a Daedalus?
Well, she's got to somehow get it past this Nyx Assassin. Bottom lane, smoked up, looking for Supreme again. Is it Deja Vu? There's the blink, the stomp, the Doom comes out. He is going to throw the Requiem to try and survive. I don't know, he just TPs. There's no way he lives.
I think he's still dead in Fountain. Still dead in Fountain.
He will burn. He gets the gem out. I guess that is the saving grace, but wow, what a blink out.
Does Sunray not hit on the first tick?
I think he was just out of range, like just barely.
Does hotspot increase your range?
I don't know. I don't think so. Look, Boxy, once again, they know the gem's not here. They're just gonna look for force here. The chain stuns, they've got him. This game dead even after what was an incredible start from MOUZ. 7-22, but almost no gold lead. Mickey is gonna pop the beak bait. Just gets shredded though by the CK. Needs to be very careful. Olnit's gonna TP, realizing he's all alone, and Bengen, he's got the egg available, but there is a Nyx Assassin helping hunt these heroes. He's got his eyes set on the Shaker instead. The stun comes out. He actually gets the dust. And Narman, Ogre Seal totems away, has a blink in one. He should escape.
Boxy gonna be upset with himself for that one. But
Yeah.
still, a huge win for Liquid. Taking this down from, like, what was it, 7, 8K? All the way down to a dead even game in the matter of a minute. Again, managing to find Supreme with the Doom. 33 doing a great job of that. I mean, last game it was much easier when they were winning, but still very impressive this game. This far behind. Oh yeah, we got a replay of this. Yeah, dies in the fountain. That is the anti-heal of the Doom. At least they get to keep their gem. And off of that, they make a quick escape. Oh yeah, it looks like Sunrise is just barely off the mark. And they know there's no SF, so why not keep fighting? They managed to find the Dawnbreaker, who you love to find because she wants to rotate into the fight with the ultimate, throw in the heals, all of that. I think at this point they really need to get out on MOUZ, but they still tried to get a quick pick off onto Mickey there.
Oh, Narman walks right into him. Very good kill. The gem, this time on the Shaker. All right, that is a really costly death for Liquid. He is sidelined with no buyback.
Roche is about to spawn. Let's see if it's a long or short spawn.
Oh,
very
so
long spawn. Very lucky for Liquid here.
I mean, that's close to putting it on the Radiant side. Like, it's going to spawn with, like, only a few seconds. Oh, bottom lane. Narman's looking for Boxy. Doesn't quite connect, and instead they just turn onto him. Gem hits the deck. Spike Carapace doesn't quite cancel the Dawnbreaker ult because she's already in the air. But a really nice Doom once again. They have found this Shadow Fiend. He's doing his best to run. Is the damage there? Mickey now in trouble as a buyback from the Shaker. He's just surrounded. He needs help and fast. They've got him. Shadow Fiend, is he going to tick down? He does. Oh, no. Oh, Supreme cannot catch a break.
Good buyback from Narman, though. Gets them the kill onto TA. Unfortunately, though, this Roche spawn, seriously, very long. Like, otherwise you could get this this Aegis here. Instead, they're going to go for the Tormentor. Where's it going?
The Force.
That's actually a pretty good one.
She's going for a Scythe. Interesting. Okay. Okay, Boxy.
Doom had a Midas, right?
Yes. So what does he have? So he did sell it for sure. So maybe for the Shiva's Guard. Oh, well,
It's
no.
back, baby.
It's back. Midas
Time
number
to go use this
dose.
charge. He's gonna go to the hard camp, use it, go to the secret shop, sell it. That's my guess.
You really think so? Is that worth it?
Well, I guess he has nothing to buy right now, so he might just hold it. Otherwise, I think he would sell it.
All right, Dawnbreaker's Scythe of Ice. First time we've seen it. It's kind of cool. Just more instant disable, but Force is not like the hero that starts the initiation. He's kind of coming in after, so maybe the BKBs will be spent by then when he actually lands in the fight. It's hard to say. Dire Scan does connect.
He doesn't really need to do damage, though. Like, CK and SF do all the damage. You just need to set them up.
Yeah. Roshan coming up in about 15 seconds, so they'll have 1 minute if they scout this to kill it before it moves to the Radiant side. And they've already got a CK illusion in there waiting. Oh no, he pulls it out. Ooh, that's a little rough.
Well, they know this is almost max spawn anyways. I'm sure they know it's coming up. They're just trying to find a kill real quick. Well, the longer they look for a kill, I mean, Roche might move over. And then and Liquid looks like they're setting up bottom.
Liquid know the Roche is up. They've got fire, like a spirit in here.
Yeah,
So you have
it as well.
30 seconds.
That should
I
be
think
fine.
you
This
can
is-
do it. Your
Yeah,
Chaos Knight just needs to get here fast.
Yeah, this should be fine. This should be MOUZ's.
Yeah,
Third
Bloodthorn would
Roche,
work.
which means an Aghanims. 4.
I mean, Phoenix, I maybe. You can save people from the Doom.
It's not an Earthshaker either.
I mean, imagine
Yeah,
you
you're
Doom
right.
Supreme again. You just egg him.
Yeah, that's true. All right, yeah, Supreme's got it. Or sorry, Bengen's got it. Possibly to save Supreme. Now, that can backfire, though, because of this Snapfire. However, even if you don't save anyone, the Ags does give you more egg hits. So that alone might be the reason they handed it over to him. Plus, he's level 17, getting close to 18, so soon it will be...
13?
What, 13 hits to kill?
Yeah.
Does he have a talent? There used to be a talent for it. I was at 25. All right, a while away from that one.
Boxy, don't do it.
Do it.
Oh, well, he knows. He popped his smoke from his ninja gear. He knows someone's here. It instantly blinks.
The thing is like, you could chase Boxy, and maybe you will now that he's killing more couriers. But sometimes it's not worth it to come backwards on your half of the map like this.
He's such a
Hasted
nuisance.
Scuttle.
What a fissure. Nisha's nearby. They're going to turn. They get the Doom again. What a bait. Supreme. Wait, what did he do? Did he do
the
a creep?
Lincolns ate it. No, the Lincolns. He has a Lincoln on Shadow Feed.
Oh my goodness.
I think he just finished that.
At 40, 50. No, he had it for like 20 seconds. Wow. That is huge. No Doom now.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
More couriers for
Kill that
Boxy.
courier. No Doom. Even
They
if he
go in for
buys
more.
back.
They've caught Mickey. What a beautiful grab. Can he get out? He will. He pops the BKB for this. As they're going to try and turn their attention, the Phoenix silenced up onto the backside. He's gone. Nicely done, Boxy. Gets stunned up. Spike Carapace protecting him for the moment, but the CK is getting so much done here. The next Doom, not for 30 seconds, but they get a lot of damage here into Olnit. They've actually managed to find the Doom hiding into the trees. Olnit cannot get out. That's going to be the Aegis.
There's no Echo.
Requiem in 3 seconds. Olnit pops the BKB immediately, trying to get out of the base now. Lincolns. Dude, the slows are actually so much here from like the side blades, from just the scatter blast as well.
And Mickey's actually already 25. He's taken the Bash talent, which Refraction instances has gained a lot of popularity, but I suppose seeing as he went for the other facet, has decided he wants Bashes. This one can pierce BKB, right?
Yes, it does. Yeah, he did that to Olnut just a moment ago. Oh, Boxy! He's not getting out this time. That's a dieback. That's a really costly death.
Just getting it out of the way now. Bringing that death timer back down to normal for the next one. They're going aggressive. They're TPing back in. They're trying to make use of this dieback. And no one on the side of the Radiant is out.
Nisha, Aeon Disc, Fissure blocked. Oh no. Force Staff though from Insania is going to get him to safety. Very nice. Great movements again from Narman on this Shaker. As you gotta look high ground. You gotta be careful of the Lincoln Spheres. You cannot afford to doom the Lincolns again. But you also have to be worried about the save from the egg.
He has a Lincoln, or sorry, a Yules to pop the Lincolns if he wants. He sold his Midas for it, guys.
Okay.
Bought themselves enough time for Nyx to come back.
It's such an important game for MOUZ. They cannot afford to slip up here. They need this win so desperately.
Yeah, we haven't seen how the other games have gone yet, but I think if they lose, they're probably disqualified.
If Beast Coast gets a win, I think if BB Team and Beast Coast get wins, they are out if they lose this series 2-0. So they cannot have the game like, or they can't like get to a situation where their tournament life is no longer in their hands, right? Like that's like the worst case scenario.
Yeah, so they got to try to close this out. Still have a 9K lead, but we're reaching that point in the game where that really doesn't mean much, and it's really just coming down to execution. Which right now they're finding Boxy.
Oh, great blink out. They get on top of the CK. The Doom is out. Bang, maybe he goes for the save here. He does. The egg is out. Here comes Insania. The BKBs. Can they kill the egg in time? It's going to be so close. They do. Oh, no. Sideline for both. Narman with the Echo, though, doing some work on the backside for the damage. The follow-up, it's not there. It's all Liquid, baby. 4 dead on MOUZ as Supreme will be the only one to escape. It was such a good attempt.
Case in point, it all comes down to how you execute these fights and managing to find that CK, get the Doom off. You force the Phoenix egg, and thanks to that little shredder, you just have enough. It was so close. It was probably like a second away. The fear knocks people away, but all the cores are BKB'd hitting that egg because they know it's a double kill. CK out of the fight without doing anything. From there, Echo's not too bad, and if maybe Force had managed to get the Q off, maybe he kills Mickey there, but gets bashed by the meld. Oh yeah, feeling the pressure. Not so happy with that fight.
It's just such a good call from Liquid to just instantly BKB kill the egg. Because that Requiem, they didn't see the Shadow Fiend. It was coming in to fear them all away. And then you get a full fight reset at that point, and it's probably MOUZ's game. But off of that, the gold dead even. 33 gets his 25 talent. So Doom now applying mutes. No more items for you. As the tier 3 tower for MOUZ now beginning to fall. 1 fortification still remaining. Olnut's gonna go and pop the Phantasm to get the Hex from the bottom side. They get on top of Mickey, but he gets the BKB. The Requiem's not there in time, but he needs to get out. He needs help. The pullback is there. Mickey, the meld, the refraction, he's gonna live on 100 health, and the Doom's caught the CK. The Phoenix is dead. There's no save. Narman now has to run. He's got an Echo in a moment, but unbelievable saves. They get out on Liquid.
Dare I say it? Liquid is doing it?
Dare you say it? Oh my goodness.
I mean, even if you buy back, you don't have Phantasm. You will have the egg this time. But yeah, you're just going to give up the barracks? After having to lead the whole game, Liquid actually takes the first full set of barracks here. And there's still 40 seconds? You don't have either tier 2. It's a little scary to push for the win. First Echo and egg. So yeah, they're just going to deal with lanes. They're going to take the tier 2, maybe steal Tormentor and set up for Roshan. Safer play for sure.
I do not know how he gets out of that. Like they lost vision of him for a fraction of a second on the meld.
Who's got a scouting kobold?
Come
47
on.
minutes in.
Dire's bottom tower.
Whose shovel was that?
I don't know. Sunstrike to scout as well. I mean, they're just trying to get any vision onto the high ground. There's no Doom for another 14 seconds, but that's right when your CK is coming up.
Boxy scouting kobold.
That's a
My
BKB.
man.
Dude, BKB on Insania's Snapfire, really important. Like, we saw that commit the BKBs for the egg. This time, not going to get feared. No chance of fearing him away. He will just pop the little shredder.
Yeah, even as a blink way earlier, we didn't even talk about it, but this is just to make sure he gets to the egg on time. So he's going to BKB, blink, little shredder that. His drum is out of charges. Kind of curious if he's thinking about buying the new one, or maybe he has the... No, these are just wards. I don't know. Like, maybe you buy out
Bongo
the boots of bearing. Yeah, he has the Wind Waker queued up now. He's 45 attack speed for everyone.
Oh, what a blink out. There's an amplified damage on Mickey, and MOUZ have no idea about this. This rune is very dangerous. And they're going to smoke.
Roche is up.
5 I mean,
5 seconds.
Liquid could just go for the end if they knew MOUZ was in the Roche pit right now.
Wow, Sunstrike, perfect. So both teams know.
Can you kill it fast enough is the question. CK, he does
Not
a lot
if
of
you're not
damage.
all committed. He's trying to like hold position, but it means this is slow enough that Liquid's gonna get here.
There's the Phantasm.
This is where the pub play would actually be better.
Force, he's gonna be the first one that fouls. 33 just jumps into the backside, and Force, is he surviving? No, he dies. The Doom comes out and catches the CK. The Deafening Blast is there. Bangan, he got the egg, but can he save him? He will now. They're looking to reset the fight. Narman with an Echo catches two. Boxy's in. Spike Carapace not going to cancel the Dawnbreaker's reinitiation. She's going to get back into this fight. MOUZ, they're nice and healthy. And they've caught Nisha. Great Spike Carapace from Boxy. Mickey just laying into him. Force, this could be a dieback. The little shredder from Insania is there. He's going to cookie away. They've managed to isolate the CK. They're falling one by one. MOUZ, they cannot do it. Triple kill for this Templar Assassin as Narman just getting chased. Supreme, his TP canceled. The trap actually giving the vision from the high ground. It is such a disaster. Mickey surviving through everything this game.
That is such a lucky tornado. Nisha, it's moved over daytime. He's like, where'd Roche go? It's like, oh yeah, switched in the middle of that fight. Can't blame him for not seeing that happen. That was such a chaotic fight. I think they're going to go for it. Mickey is walking down mid. They know it's a dieback on Dawnbreaker. Echo and Egg are both down, even if they buy back. What do you have? No. Oh, Doom is up. 3 seconds. He's even buying a refresher. He has double Doom, actually.
Yeah, they want to end. You have Divine Rapier on your Templar Assassin. They're going to try and bait something.
Going for it.
It's time to end the game. Tier 4s exposed. The first one's going to fall. You have one fortification left. They're going to buy back on the Shaker, but Mickey, with that alacrity, is doing so much work. And Nisha just sitting invis, unbeknownst to him. Oh, they catch Narman on the top side. Boxy, is it enough? He gets away for the moment. 33 is in. They snipe him with the trap. What a play from Mickey. Supreme with the refresher. Comes in, tries to get the Requiem out, but 33, the refresh Doom sent him into the fountain, and Boxy's trying to seal the deal. No save from the egg. They can't do anything about it. Beautifully done from the side of Liquid. An unbelievable comeback to take the 2-0.
Wow. There were so many clutch moments in that game from like, oh, big size of release, some laughs. Very, very happy to win that one. That is, I believe, going to secure their spot in the upper bracket, at the least qualified.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for MOUZ, I think that means their fate is out of their hand. They're not guaranteed out yet, I think, depending on results, but gonna have to hope for a very specific series of wins and losses for them to stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, this was such patience from Liquid, but honestly, you got to give props to MOUZ. Like, they're, again, playing their own game, doing this, like, 4-position shaker that's roaming around. And it looked really good in the early game. They found so many kills, so much aggression, but, man, Liquid is just such a clean team fighting, so clean at team fighting. It makes it so difficult to actually threaten with this Doom on the table.
Yeah, and 33 both games. He's in contention for the best Doom player in the world, right? Managed to find so many key targets with his Blink Dooms. Manages to survive so many I don't know how many times on like bare minimum health. Liquid had some kind of buff going, rum buff the whole game. How many times did their heroes get away with like that bare sliver of health to then just be able to back off for a second and then re-engage to then win the fight? They held on for what felt like at least 40 minutes that MOUZ was in the driving seat.
Yeah.
But they played patient, split the map so well versus MOUZ. No, MOUZ did great too. They were moving around, they got the early gem, but just never managed to find quite enough to close out the game.
I honestly feel like this comes down to those like 3 Dooms in the mid lane, in the mid game, that all killed Supreme. Right?
Yeah.
Like every single one of these Dooms in the mid game that he connected on were guaranteed kills onto the SF, who was kind of the driving force for his team at that point. He was sitting on like 7 bonus souls as well, and he just dies. And I'm not sure if it's if it was a miscalculation to give the Aegis to the CK as opposed to the Shadow Fiend. Like maybe that changes the game, but the fact that they managed to find these kills onto the Shadow Fiend and slow the game down is just incredible stuff.
Look at that. Oh, man, that was stressful one. They're happy with that.
Yeah.
Boxy cool as ever. Man, guys, I walked around that game. He's 2-10 and 19. He played a key role, but probably wasn't as fun as that first game. He was Weaver farming. This game, he's just scouting people out, killing couriers where he can, getting killed constantly. But he did what he needed to do, right? That's the thing. Like, you see this Nyx being annoying in the backline. You want to kill him, but that means you're leaving Liquid's side of the map. And that means you're giving them space to farm. And it's a very delicate balance. And Liquid they played it fantastically to just drag that game out.
Yeah. Let's go and take a look at our MVP here for this series, which it could be to so many people. It really is. Like, this was an incredible team performance. But it looks like it's going to go to Mickey on his Templar Assassin here to close out game 2. I mean, the stylish kill with the trap at the end of the game was also very nice. Like, that's just such a fun thing to see. But played an incredible series.
Yeah, well deserved. Also surviving on very clutch moments, and we got to see an adjustment too. The different facet here, game 2. We usually see that refraction, which probably would have helped them live even more some of these certain situations. But we saw the Psyblade slow be so annoying for the Chaos Knight illusions. Like, yeah, you reality rift in and then you delete someone, but if they have Cookie, Force Staff, all that, suddenly you're like slowly walking in with your illusions. Not an interaction we usually see.
Yeah, not at all. This was such a sick game. 33 here at the end's like, oh, I'm gonna doom the Phoenix, very nice. And then like Supreme blinks in and he's like, I will also doom you. It seems
doom you
very
too.
Cool. Want to see me do it again?
He had BKB up too, but that's the new like interaction with the BKB. He just uses the Yules anyways to pop the Lincolns and then still gets the Doom off through it. So I kind of wonder if you should change that interaction, but I mean it is what it is right now. So he got the double Doom off, and there's no way to fight back after that.
Yeah, I'm gonna be excited to ask Team Liquid some questions when we get them in for an interview, because it's been a while since they've been into a tournament, right? Like, a lot of these invited teams have been on a little bit of a break, almost a couple of months. But they're looking so good now, and this puts them in a really strong spot for their group, as they're going to be. Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting for the interview still. But with that win, with that 2-0 specifically over MOUZ, they're looking so strong. They're gonna have their 7th win. That pretty much guarantees them upper bracket playoffs as well. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, because they're gonna be really. It's actually quite funny, the difference between the two groups.
Yeah, Yeah, so Group A, very close. You were mentioning at the start of this, 3 games separates first place and last place, and 2 games for 7 of the teams, which means tomorrow, like if you 2-0 or get 2-0'd, that could be LGD jumping from 7th to 1st, right? It's crazy. Now I'm sure depending on the matchup, some of them are guaranteed, at least like maybe the top teams are playing each other. I have to go look at all that.
No, no one's guaranteed.
Really? Okay,
No one.
so
Not a single guaranteed
incredibly
spot.
close in Group A. Group B, we are getting some separation with that 2-0 Liquid. Liquid, Entity, and Tundra Esports now all guaranteed into the playoffs. Feeling pretty good about that. The next closest teams, even if they get 2-0s, can't push them out of these top spots.
Yeah, so very big stuff from them. And I mean, it's just well deserved. Like they've all played really good tournaments. I think Tundra and Entity surprised a lot of people. Entity coming in as the Opens team, I think a lot of people maybe underestimated, but they were playing really good leading up to this. And they have played, again, their style of Dota, and it's worked really well. Same with Tundra. Tundra's the same way. Both of those teams have very different drafts, very different ideas about the game, and it seems to be paying off in this group stage.
Yeah.
Oh, happy to say we finally do have our interview. So let's go ahead and head on over so we can talk to Team Liquid. Blitz, hello. Congratulations. How you doing, man?
What's up, Ricky? Pretty good. Pretty good day overall. 4-0, so can't be too sad.
Yeah, so I got some questions for you. Coming into today, the groups were getting kind of close, but a 4-0 guarantees you guys the upper bracket for playoffs. So is that kind of like a sigh of relief, or what's your prep going into tomorrow?
I mean this with like no disrespect to any team, but if like the goal is just to get out of groups, I think you're kind of bad. I think that the idea should be you should be learning and you should be trying to get better. Like I don't care where we exit groups. Last year I think we barely made it by. And then we had a first draw like Gladiators and get it done. At Berlin, we started like lower bracket. So as long like the only thing you should focus on is making sure you're not out of the tournament, and then everything after that is kind of whatever.
Right on. I feel that. That's a good mentality. Zach, I'm sure you got some questions, so go ahead.
Sure. I mean, with that in mind, do you go into every game with something specific you're trying to work on? Like this game, we're going to be really good about being active early, or is it just play the game and then learn after the fact?
I mean, we try to mix things up as much as possible. Like we try to give people what side they want and stuff like that. Intentionally in most groups, me and Zai started that meta last year. Just because if you think you're a good team and you're going to get out of groups anyways, it's good to get as much practice in as you can. So for us, it's just about gaining as much data and trying to get better. Like I believe in my team to be able to get out of groups. You know, it's been like 2 years aside from Dream League where we've made it out of groups. So then like you're trying to shoot for more, right? You have higher aspirations. I know my team always says like 1 game at a time, but at least like I hope for more than that. So yeah.
Gotcha. Now, okay, I got some coach-specific questions because we usually get to talk to players.
Sure.
So as the coach, how do you decide whose seat are you going to take in the draft, or if you're not going to take a seat? Is that established every time you get a new team? How do you pick?
Usually I steal Mickey's chair at like TI and stuff like that because he doesn't really mind just standing. I never click the buttons though because I have nerves. So usually I just stand to the right of Netta because me, Boxy, and Netta, like me, X, you know, whoever captain is our captain for that year, plus Boxy usually handle most of the draft stuff. So it's usually just efficient to be in the middle of them too.
Gotcha. Thank you. I'm always curious about that. Every team has a different spot for the coach. I had another coach question. Now I'm blanking. Ricky, what do you got?
So I just got to ask about Game 2 specifically. You know, you're watching this kind of unfold. Were you nervous, like watching this game? Like your team was kind of a little bit behind, but they managed to pull it back in. Like what was kind of going through your head watching like Game 2 unfold?
I mean, it was a funny game. Like Mickey, I think accidentally picked the wrong facet.
Oh, we were wondering about that.
Yeah, and then some other stuff happened. People wanted to try some heroes, so we're just kind of like, I'm kind of just along for the ride. Once you're secured upper, it's whatever, you know. Whoever we play in the next round is who you play in the next round, right? You're not trying to do any gamesmanship or anything like that. So from my perspective, like, people want to try some stuff out. get better, see what's out there. Yeah, so I'm kind of chill. Like, I knew we had secured upper bracket, so I'm just vibing, trying to see what my team thinks. I haven't really had time to break anything down with them, so we'll see how frustrated I get.
Well, that's pretty funny. All right, well, we've got to let you go, but Blitz, it's always a pleasure talking with you, man, and best of luck tomorrow in your guys' final series, and of course later on in the playoffs.
Thank you. Thanks for casting the event, guys. I'm sure you guys do such a great job, so shout out to you guys too.
Aw.
Thank you.
Dude, thank you so much. Kind
Of course.
words. All right, have a great night.
Deuces.
It's always so fun to hear from Blitz. He's probably one of like Dota's most iconic, personalities, right? He's been around for absolutely ever, and he's just been such a stable coach for Liquid. Like, you can really see the impact that he has had on this team, and it makes sense, dude. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and it's funny to hear. This time he says he's just vibing, but I remember previous interviews when he started coaching. He's like, I get so stressed, I can't watch the games. He's like, I get it. Like, when I play Dota, it's chill. When I'm watching my friends play, I'm like a soccer mom. I'm like, what are you doing? Screaming at it. So it sounds like he's learned to take it a little easier, less stress on himself, and hopefully that makes coaching a little easier, more relaxed.
Yeah, it's been a really fun day, but it is finally over here for the second to last day of these groups, right? Like, we've got 1 day left, and it's going to be super exciting. So everyone, you want to make sure to come back here tomorrow, same place, same time. You do not want to miss it. Group A is going to be an absolute bloodbath, and I am super excited to watch these. So again, thank you all so much for watching. My name's Cryptic. I've been here with Z Quixotics. Hopefully we will see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you then.
Bye, everybody.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah, we are not the same, I'm a Wolverine. You thought I was dead, just recovering. I was just a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting star. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, out here I'm out of man. Failure's not an option. Throw away your red lights, cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with your chest. I'm the #1 contender, ain't no #2. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.